Oh, yes. Jordan Peterson crying on Piers Morgan. Dude, just look at that fucking thumbnail. Why in the hell does he cry so much like a little fucking girl?
He's addicted.
What's going on, everybody? Oh, Gum Gum, what are you thinking? What are you doing there, Gum Gum? Hey, Gum Gum. Oh. Gum Gum. What are you doing, Gum Gum? Yeah, so some of you may be pleased to hear that I did just film a video. Filmed my reaction to the Bioneer, that fucking moron who thinks steroids don't work. I still have to edit it. It's almost like done, just a few things, but should be able to have it out after stream. Wonder if he, like, I wonder if that's like indicative of most of his content where he's just retarded.
Wait, VG, before you watch Piers Morgan, watch this.
Let me see, Dodo.
Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones filed a lawsuit this week to try and block The Onion from getting control of his company. The satirical publisher won the auction for Jones's right-wing media company InfoWars last week. Jones was forced to file for bankruptcy and sell his company to help pay for a defamation lawsuit brought by the families of Sandy Hook shooting victims. Jones has used InfoWars to falsely claim the 2012 mass shooting in which 20 elementary school students and six staff members were killed was a hoax. The Onion's auction bid was backed by some of the victims' families. CBS News legal contributor and Loyola Law School professor Jessica Levinson joins me now because our team has a lot of legal questions about this. Jessica, first, take us back. Can you explain why The Onion was able to buy InfoWars in an auction and what it means for the publication to own it?
Absolutely. Exactly as you just said, there was a defamation suit that was brought by the victims and the victims' families of the Sandy Hook massacre. And they sued Alex Jones for defamation because he lied about what had actually happened, and it caused great injury to them. They won a $1.5 billion verdict, which I think is important to note is virtually unheard of when we think about defamation suits. So the jury here is definitely sending a message. Alex Jones then declares bankruptcy. As part of that bankruptcy, his assets are being sold off. There's a court-appointed trustee who's selling off his assets. And that's what brings us to The Onion being able to potentially purchase this website because they were one of the bidders. Essentially, just as people understand when something goes up for auction, you get bidders. And they gave a bid that the court-appointed trustee accepted. And that is what's now being challenged this week in court.
But Jones says that this is collusive bidding. Does he have a legal argument here?
Well, I don't know if he has a successful legal argument. So we are in somewhat uncharted territory, except let's remember that when it comes to cases like this, typically bankruptcy judges will defer to the court-appointed trustee. And if that happens, then he does not have a successful suit. So what he's arguing here is that the families and The Onion, and I think the trustee as well, all colluded to ensure that the other bid was not accepted. Now, who made the other bid? That was by a company that's affiliated with him and the so-called health pills that he has been selling.
It all makes sense now. So it's almost as if he's like trying to buy back his own company. James Wolf, thanks for the membership, dude.
And so he obviously wanted that other bid to be the successful bid. The court-appointed trustee has said this is just sour grapes. I was well within my discretion to say that The Onion had the winning bid in this case.
If in the end The Onion keeps InfoWars, what does that mean for Jones's shows and the other brands centered around himself?
Oh, dude.
Well, at the very least, it wouldn't be on this platform. So, of course, we still have First Amendment protections, even for people like Alex Jones, maybe especially for people like Alex Jones, in the sense that the First Amendment is there to protect those people who are unpopular. Now, they can transgress those protections, for instance, by defamation. But he still has the right to speak, and he could potentially be forced to do so on a different platform where he has to, and he already has started to do this, I understand, this week and last week, essentially direct his listeners, here's another place where you can hear
So he
from
could
me.
essentially just relaunch and say InfoWars 2.0.
With the understanding, I think, that he can't continue to defame these families because then they will come back to court. And so he can relaunch, but the speech that landed him in.
Dude, the amount of money Alex Jones has is insane. He was paying himself a yearly salary of, I think, $10 million for a while. And then he was having a divorce with his ex-wife, and he was basically not paying himself jack shit so that he could claim his yearly salary is only like, you know, couple $100,000 so that he wouldn't have to pay her out in the divorce settlement. And then he ended up giving himself a payout in 1 year. So like claiming it's 1 year salary of like at least 60 million or something. It was fucking crazy. Like, dude, it's just so nuts how you can say the most bizarre, insane shit online and then make so much fucking money.
Take the lens off and play again, and don't need the lens. No, I don't need the lens, I know. I'm just used to it. No, I know. I don't need the lens. Okay, you asked me to remove the lens. Yes, boss? No.
Hey, Gum Gum.
I'm joking.
Oh,
No,
there's
I'm
Gum
gonna
Gum.
prove that
Yes,
you
I
don't
love
need
my
the
Gum Gum.
lens. You need to take care when you unscrew a lens.
This is a really good Gum Gum. Straight Facts donated $2. Let me see. MMA fighter Conor McGregor raped woman at Dublin hotel. Jury finds in civil trial. Oh my god. Bullshit ruling against Conor McGregor. Women sleep with rich men, and if that man doesn't fund their life afterwards, they line sue. Brutal narcissism. Dangerous president. Literally impossible to be a man in the Western world. Yeah, so this is the same guy who punches like 70-year-old men in the head because they don't like his whiskey. The idea that a guy who would commit assault and battery on an elderly geriatric man because he didn't want to try his alcohol, but he wouldn't stoop to the level of raping a woman. Yeah, if you'd beat up an old man, you'd rape a woman. It's plausible, you know? What a fucking jackass. Thanks for the donation, Straight Facts.
Well, he is not getting it back no matter what. Hopefully it results in Jones becoming poor, homeless, hungry and living on the street.
Oh, I can guarantee you that never happens. I can guarantee you he's probably going to be financially fine. In the grand scheme of things, it's really not going to affect his life all that much. Might even be a benefit to him because I'm sure the stress of running a media business and shit, probably not great for his health. He made so much fucking money, and it's tied up in a lot of like weird companies and crap. He was pretty smart with his money, so he's still probably going to be a millionaire. So yeah, it's not like this is going to affect him in any real meaningful way. Like, yeah, he won't be able to buy any Lamborghini he wants, but I mean, you know, he's probably just going to still live quite comfortably. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Considering the global need for oil when it comes to transportation and various forms of machinery everywhere, what do you think the efficacy would be of producing vegetable oils for that purpose? Do you think it would work?
The only cars that you can use vegetable oil as a fuel is diesel engines. And diesel engines are getting phased out. It's only really like trucks that use diesel fuel anymore. And they have these new eco diesel engines that are like absolutely fucking trash and nobody wants to buy them, so everybody's trying to buy older used trucks now. They do have E85, and I think they actually have pure ethanol fuel now too. So that basically just uses alcohol from corn. That wouldn't be particularly like you wouldn't be able to use that for every vehicle on the road because you wouldn't have any like corn for people to eat. So no, it wouldn't really work out. Thanks for the donation though, Tyler.
Well, a difficult situation on the front lines. That acknowledgement today from Ukraine's...
In theory, you could make cars that either use a turbine engine or a turbine generator.
Well then VG global warming will continue to get worse and worse until finally we will all die then.
No, we could just switch to like electric and, you know, have most of the cars on the road be electric. Or use, well, it would still be electric. It'd like hydrogen fuel cells or something. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. The only other alternative would be if you have cars that run on a turbine engine. They have had, Chrysler had a turbine engine car. I don't know if anybody else has done it. But with a turbine engine, you can literally put in anything that will burn. So you could have it run on hairspray if you wanted. Ariel is also making a car that's electric, but it uses a turbine engine generator. And again, you can put just about any fuel source in it, and the powertrain's electric, but the generator uses a turbine engine. But I don't see how you'd be able to use plant-based fuels for every car on the road. You'd run out of like food, basically. Oh, that's a nice gum.
Defense Minister, as his country's military faces increasing challenges and threats from Russia. His assessment being supported by British intelligence, which says...
This is why I will not get a car, nor do I ever plan to enter.
Well, I want to get a car. Not just any car. I want to get this motherfucker. I want to get this fucking thing. Ariel Atom. Like, the only way you're going to be able to do anything for global warming is with legislation. You personally owning a car isn't going to do anything. Like, you're literally talking about a drop in the ocean, not even a drop in the bucket. But yeah, it uses the Honda Civic Type R engine. This thing is so fucking cool, dude. I definitely get one with a windshield. I don't know how the fuck you drive this without it. Even if you have a motorcycle helmet and shit. The amount of wind blast you'd have to deal with. They have the Nomad too. Yeah, the Nomad is cool. I'd be more tempted to get it if it was four-wheel drive. But yeah, the Nomad's cool. You can actually hook up like a bike trailer to it. If I had to get one I wasn't like infinitely rich. I think I just get the aerial atom. That is such a sick car. And you can get it in a 6-speed too. It's weird how the limited slip dip, it's an option. I guess because a lot of people race them. Car donated $2. Don't waste your money on that car. Cybertruck would be much better value. Elon is a genius. Yes, an overpriced electric car that's built like shit, has terrible mileage, too heavy, incredibly unreliable, and needs like a special retarded charger to even charge properly. That would be the best idea. Thanks for the donation though, Car. What's hilarious too is the Tesla Model X actually gets better range when towing, even though the Cybertruck is a truck and it has a bigger battery capacity. It's such a fucking joke. That is the stupidest fucking car imaginable. Thanks for the donation, Car.
Conditions along the front lines are less stable than at any time during the war. A top UK defence official had some stark comments today about what could happen if...
And Spec King of Elon.
This commercial was so fucking stupid. Like, that was bad.
That was a Jaguar commercial. It was avant-garde. It didn't really seem to have anything to do with cars at all, but I find it pretty inoffensive. It's kind of in line with like fragrance commercials. Has nothing to do with the fragrance, but for whatever reason, you're in the middle of a forest somewhere watching a model roll around in the mud. Now, when it comes to Elon Musk, the case is very different because he did not like this, okay? He did not like this ad and he is now referring to it as woke. In fact, now many on the right are calling it woke and Bud Light 2.0. So let's take a look at this X post where you have one individual comparing an old school Jaguar ad, which shows a beautiful classic Jaguar next to a screenshot of this latest Jaguar ad. And Robbie Starbuck says, this just made me want to sell my Jaguar and I don't even own a Jaguar. Another person, Elon Musk, asks, do you sell cars? And that's kind of funny because if you watch that ad and you don't pay attention to any of the print, like the Jaguar print, it's like, what is this about? Is this a fashion ad? And let's watch the ad one more time and see what people find woke about it.
Is it that there's black people in it? Non-binary people, maybe? I mean, don't think we need to watch that twice. That was just a bad ad.
Very much against it, all woke. Obviously, this means that your daughters will not be able to compete in sports.
So Nancy Pelosi, a little concerned about this ad as well. Let's take a look at the next post on X. Sell Jaguar stock.
That's funny.
No, that was my favorite post in response to this ad. Okay, so look, according to the Associated Press, Jaguar is currently in the middle of their transition shift to all electric vehicles.
Huh.
Is this really about the ad being
that's why Elon Musk is upset. Okay.
woke, or is this about competition?
Of course.
So,
all right. Can I break it down?
That's got to be one of the dumbest decisions they could possibly make. Electric car sales are fucking tanking, and that's like across all manufacturers. They're not, like, they're just not doing well. The two biggest issues for most manufacturers is their cars are too fucking expensive, and the electric cars in their fucking lineup, along with other like luxury cars, just aren't fucking selling because nobody can afford them.
Break it down.
All right, so number one, I hate the ad. I can't stand that ad. It makes me not want to buy a Jaguar. And number two, and now we're going to get into controversial territory. Some of you will be offended, so brace for impact. I loathe avant-garde. Okay, I don't even know what it means. I don't want to know what it guesses. And this is why the right wing's goofy sometimes, or a lot of times. They're like, I don't know, man, it looks gay.
I mean, it's.
Come on, guys.
I think it does communicate. Like, you know, when you see something as artsy, when you see like avant-garde, you know, aesthetics or.
It caught a lot of people's attention, and now everybody's talking about Jaguar. And you know what? If everybody's talking about Jaguar, apparently mission accomplished. So, but ironically, probably nobody would have noticed the ad.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure they knew exactly what they were doing, and they knew everybody would complain about the commercial, which is why they made it that way.
Or, welcome to a new era of Jaguar. New Jaguar will champion true originality, building on a century of pioneering British creativity. British creativity? Copy of nothing. Jaguar's new era will recapture that ethos.
Jaguars are pure garbage. Speaking of avant-garde art, though.
Turtle Dreams producer Susan Dowling, length 2753, September 2nd.
Which means we are stuck with cars that use gasoline, which of course means that global warming is going to keep getting worse until we all die.
Well, I think it'll take a while for that, so I'm not too worried. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Hydrogen isn't dangerous at all. The only problem with hydrogen fuel cell cars is it costs energy to produce the hydrogen, and it's also hard to make hydrogen fueling stations. Oh, this ain't jazz. Oh, what's this cat doing?
Well, I went to the store, and I went to the store, and I went to the well, I went to the store.
Yeah, dude, there's 30 minutes of this shit. Yeah, avant-garde art is terrible.
Russia expands its war into Eastern Europe. Have a listen.
If the British Army was asked to fight tonight, it would fight tonight. And I don't think anybody in this room should be under any illusion that if the Russians invaded Eastern Europe tonight, then we would meet them in that fight.
Well, this is coming a day after Russia launched what President Vladimir Putin calls a new missile on Ukraine's Dnipro region. The Kremlin calling it a response to, quote, reckless decisions by Western countries supplying weapons to Ukraine. Well, fear of additional Russian attacks prompted Ukraine's parliament to close for the day. There's a lot going on here. Nick Payton-Walsh back with us this hour from Kyiv. That remark by the UK defence official really underscoring the danger of this moment. What do you make of the comments, and where do things stand on not just the front lines, but the escalation that could include, at this point, certainly threats from Russia suggest it could include Eastern Europe?
I mean, he's essentially reiterating NATO's Article 5 promise to each other that if Eastern Europe NATO members were invaded, the rest of NATO would come to their aid. But that promise has always been something that NATO made to each other because they felt they would never need to actually voice it. And I think we're at a perilous moment here, not because Russia is about to invade Eastern Europe. Look, they're struggling to take the parts of Ukraine they want, a significantly inferior neighbour they thought they could invade in a matter of weeks. Those comments mark the escalation between NATO, the US, and Russia that we've seen dramatically increase in the last week. Now, the missile that Russia launched at Dnipro was a clear message to the NATO alliance about the fact that Moscow feels it still has in its toolkit capabilities that could defeat Western air defences. That's what Vladimir Putin's main point when he talked about the Oreshnik Mark 10 hypersonic non-nuclear missile. You could see in the images it was able to deliver multiple warheads from one missile. That's the kind of thing you normally associate with a nuclear payload. Not here, but that was the subtext of what we saw. And Becky, look, we've seen here increased bombardment of Ukraine, nightly horrific bombardment. A lot of it facilitated by ballistic missiles, significantly less fancy, you might say, than that which we saw over Dnipro in the early hours of yesterday morning. A lot of them too from a new ally, well, a more vocal, more persistent, more present ally to Russia, North Korea. Here's what we know.
Yeah, I saw Russia played videos of Melania Trump nude. That was really weird.
The scramble for the dead or the living, horrifically commonplace in Ukraine. Yet this series of homes in Kiev turned to rubble by some...
I have a funny feeling Putin is really not on good terms with Trump right now. It just seems like something funny is happening behind the scenes for them to play like nude videos of his wife naked on TV. Oh, Gum Gum. Oh, that's a good Gum Gum. Yeah, I love my Gum Gum. Oh, what a good boy. You're such a special kitty. I love you. Retard donated $3. Let me see. TV propagandist brainstormed about covertly cultivating relations with Elon and Tulsi Gabbard in order to further Russian interests through private diplomacy. Well, what's funny is that's already, like, fucking happening. Elon Musk was having private conversations with Putin. And Tulsi Gabbard is literally a fucking Russian agent. I wouldn't be surprised.
Мы действительно совершенно не работаем ни с кем, кроме непосредственно правящей элиты. Это на самом деле серьезное упущение. Причем речь идет не только об Азии, не только о Турции, вообще во всех странах. Нам скажут, ну как же так, у нас президент, он же разговаривает с Эрдоганом, как он в глаза будет смотреть? Он же не Эрдоган, он же, так сказать, ну... А кто вам сказал, что Путин должен с ними разговаривать? Но на самом деле, конечно, работа с этим не обязательно должна вестись на уровне этих самых, на уровне президента, там, МИДа и так далее. Пусть это будут корпорации. С Илоном Маском тоже кто-то должен пообщаться. Кто-то должен с Тулси Габбард встретиться, кстати говоря.
Дмитрий Анатольевич,
Ну, например, кто угодно. Надо выбрать, причем чем меньше его будет, причем чем американцы сильны, вот что тоже Семен Аркадьевич отметил, в военной сфере, а я отмечу, что и в дипломатической сфере, у них частная дипломатия прекрасно развита. У нее сейчас на нее, так сказать, все меньше и меньше ресурсов, но они показали, что она работает.
Someone should meet up with Tulsi Gabbard. Someone needs to communicate with Elon Musk.
Мы действительно...
It's just like... It's so insane how... they're saying that, and then Trump wants Tulsi Gabbard to, be like a foreign affairs minister?
That clip of Russian state TV brothers talking about mingling with Tulsi and Elon was in 2022, by the way.
Yeah, it's so crazy, and those are like Trump's cabinet picks. Like, what the fuck? It's just insane. We're living in fucking backwardsville. Thanks for the donation, retard. Did I see the other link? No, I didn't look at the other link.
Question of whether former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump's pick to lead the U.S. intelligence community, was placed on a TSA watch list this year. Let's go to CNN's Zachary Cohen. And Zach, Gabbard is a former member of Congress. You report she was placed on the Quiet Skies list and then was subsequently removed. What is that list, and how did she end up on it?
Yeah, Jack, this is a government watch list, and it identifies passengers who require additional security screening before they get on a flight. And it's based around an algorithm that uses certain criteria to identify these passengers that are then added to the list. And this criteria includes things like foreign travel patterns and foreign connections. And those are both reasons why Tulsi Gabbard, according to our sources, was placed on this list. Again, it's a additional security screening list for passengers who do ping multiple of these pieces of criteria. And now Gabbard has claimed publicly that she was added to a, quote, secret terror watch list. That's not what this is. She has also claimed that the reason she was added to the list is because she publicly criticized then presidential candidate Kamala Harris. Again, our sources vehemently deny that there's anything political that goes into the process for flagging passengers. And in fact, it's a very serious security tool that's used by TSA in a risk management and a risk-based approach. So look, Tulsi Gabbard, the reasons for and the circumstances around why she was added to this list, the specifics could be benign, and the foreign travel that was flagged and the foreign connections may ultimately have no connection and no bearing to her personally. But again, this is unprecedented and highly unusual for someone who is tapped to lead the U.S. intelligence community to be on a government watch list. That is a very legitimate, again, piece of security preventative program by the U.S. government. So again, Gabbard has already raised eyebrows because of her questionable foreign interactions in the past. You'll obviously remember that she met with Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad back in 2017. She's parroted Russian propaganda talking points as well in public. So those are already things that are a concern to Republican senators in particular who are going to have to vote to get her confirmation through.
All right, Zachary Cohen, thanks so much.
I really seriously doubt she's going to end up getting confirmed.
And let's get more.
It seems like it's a done deal at this point. Matt Gaetz isn't going to get, confirmed.
On this with our national security and political experts. All right, so let's start with the news. Picked to be the director of the national intelligence was placed on a TSA watch list earlier this year. What do you think?
So I think based on the reporting so far, it really does look like this was an algorithm based on her travel, based on potentially contacts that she has in particular regions. And so I think it's one data point that would certainly be subject of her confirmation hearing. In other words, I think senators would want to know, where are the places that she was? Why was she traveling there? What types of activities was she engaged in with respect to maybe foreign leaders that she was talking to, and what was she doing? But the actual placement on the list, as long as she was removed promptly once it was realized who she actually was, this doesn't strike me as anything that was intentional or politically motivated in other ways. It looks to me just like it was a system that is highly technical, using anonymous data and pulling all of that data together, and then it flagged her, and once it was discovered, she was removed.
All right, so SC Cup, Tulsi Gabbard was already facing an uphill fight for confirmation. She has been accused of parroting Russian propaganda. How do you think this new revelation impacts her chances?
Not just Russian propaganda, it should be pointed out, Bashar al-Assad's Syrian propaganda as well. Someone who covered Syria for a very long time. The things that she's done inside Syria and the things that she said about Bashar al-Assad and Syria are deeply, deeply troubling and should be worrisome. And I know many senators are worried about that. But this latest revelation is interesting. I just talked to a source in Intel who told me these kinds of watch lists have a very low threshold. And, kind of a lot of different things can be flagged.
She's a crazy bitch.
Other, not Russian, but a North Korean supplied ballistic missile and made able to fly here.
Ah shit, I don't know if you saw, Matt Gaetz withdrew his nomination for AG. It ain't happening, and he's not returning to Congress. Brother's sketchy Venmo connections were leaked.
Oh yeah, he withdrew. Yeah, so he's not going to be Attorney General. Oh my God, here's a Justice Department exhibit obtained by the New York Times showing all of Matt Gaetz' payments to many different women. Do Republicans really want to defend this? Ooh, yikes. Yeah. That guy was paying for whores. I can tell you. He should really be behind bars. Like, it's pretty fucked. He sex trafficked a fucking 17-year-old. Yeah, the fact that he's clearly trying to do everything he can to clear this, just to bury this. That's really fishy as a last Hail Mary attempt. He's withdrawing his nomination. He's done some fucked up shit, and I think he knows there's some really bad crap in that fucking investigation. Ugh. I really hope that all goes public, though. He's a fucking scumbag. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Here to cause this barbarism, killing a man and his 4-year-old son by circuitry from the United States. Ukrainian officials told CNN ballistic missile attacks by Russia were rising fast, 194 so far this year, and about a third of them, at least 60, were using North Korean KN-23s. But these crude missiles, part of growing aid as North Korean troops also come to Russia, rely on a sophistication smuggled into the Hermit Kingdom. One on display by Ukrainian investigators at this Kiev warehouse of missile fragments. It is a house of horrors, drones that haunt the night skies, rockets that tear down lives. They pick through the dust to learn how the killing machines work, here rebuilding a Shahed Iranian drone circuits.
An arrest warrant has finally been made on the genocidal dictator Netanyahu for his war crimes. 128 countries said they will comply. The world is on the right side history, except for the US. And Zios like you. Go fuck yourself. Fuck Israel. Free Palestine.
That's a really cool story. It's the most retarded fucking shit imaginable, dude. Thanks for the donation, Radical Vegan.
Parts from a Kinjal missile, a Shahed Iranian drone, and a Russian all-land reconnaissance drone. All things Ukraine has been subjected to for many months, but key, these North Korean...
Dodo Donator is just curious why you think it's so scummy, Matt Gaetz, and you want him to go to jail from your perspective since Canada age of consent is 16, she was 17. Also, you believe prostitution should be legal. Well, I don't have a particularly hard stance on the age of consent being 16 or 18. I think it's probably much easier to defend the age of consent being 18. 16 is pretty young, and what really matters is this guy is, you know, trying to get nominated for Attorney General, yet he's having sex with a fucking, well, it's not even that. He was sex trafficking a 17-year-old minor. Even if you do have the position that 16 should be the legal age of consent, the fact is, in his state, the age of consent is 18. The problem is his inability to follow the law, and why somebody his age, like what, he's close to 40, has any particular interest in having sex with somebody under the age of 18. Yeah, it's very worrying. So you wouldn't want that person to be Attorney General. And, like, again, fundamentally, whether the age of consent is 16 or 18 or anything, the law is there to protect minors, and the law's the law. So if he knew full well that he was breaking the law when he did this, he should be prosecuted for it. And again, he's Attorney General, and he's, like, paying for fucking prostitutes, and who the fuck knows if they're, like, sex trafficked victims either. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
KN-23 missiles relying, they say, on components from the United States and the Netherlands.
This box, containing dozens of small bits of circuitry made by Hal.
I was 16 when I lost my virginity, and I think the woman I had sex with was 27 at the time. Dodo donated $2. Should Israel bomb Netherlands for the ICC Netanyahu arrest warrant? Probably not. I mean, I wouldn't say they don't deserve it, but yeah, I don't think it's a good political strategy. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Household names in the USA or Europe, subject to sanctions globally, but smuggled, often via China, to North Korea.
When you open all this up and find American components, how do you feel?
Чувствується, що якось не дуже санкції працюють, то що. От залишки корпусу ракети, вся електронна начинка, вся іноземна. Корейського там нічого немає. Корейський тільки метал, який швидко ржавіє.
The journey the chips and circuits take to Russia may lead through North Korea, even China as a middleman, though ultimately they are US design and make.
Чіпи ми розуміємо, що в основному це є Сполучених Штатів, але країна-виробник може бути і Китай, і може бути Малайзія, тобто і Тайвань, самі. Але це є штаб-квартири, знаходяться, ми маємо на увазі Сполучених Штатів.
As the toll from these missiles deepens, Ukrainian officials say the Western firms need to be held accountable. From Thursday's Russian launch of a new weapon to their growing use
No, I
of
didn't hear
purloined
about the
North Korean
tinfoil hat
missiles,
prank in
the
Russia.
global reach
What's
of
that
this war
about?
grows.
Now, I should point out that we've heard from a Ukrainian security source that they believe there are North Korean technical personnel wearing Russian uniforms, but in a different part of the frontline area, the port city of Mariupol. So many of the 11,000 or so North Korean troops sent here are thought to mostly be in the Kursk region, trying to help Russia kick Ukraine out of that. But it's growing evidence.
Well, Russia's pretty fucking desperate at this point.
Age, she's 17 and she's on trend. And her boyfriend, who's 22 years of age, he's also abusing steroids.
That is some of the worst gyno I think I've ever seen. His nipple is literally a fucking pyramid.
Coach Greg, and in today's video, she's underage, she's 17, and she's on trend. And her
Dude, why would a 17-year-old girl be taking a fucking compound like Tren? Wandering Mason donated $3.
I think a lot of us today can come to an agreement that we live in a world that is absolutely cooked. The things that are happening in our modern society nowadays is something that we would only see back in the day on GTA or like South Park.
I watched half the new Piers Jordan Peterson interview and it's boring and gay, just so you know. Don't waste your time with rambling gramps, but watch Jake Bro on soon.
Okay, I'll be sure to do that. Teachers in Russia are making tinfoil hats to protect themselves from external NATO influence. Patriotic Initiative. Helmet of the Fatherland was meant to demonstrate readiness for protection against NATO satellites' radiation. Teachers completed the task and reported on their work with photos and videos. Turned out that the absurd instruction was sent to the teachers by a Belarusian prankster. Oh my god, they're so stupid. They actually thought it was a mandate from the government. They're so dumb. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And right now we essentially live in a society that is so ridiculous.
Dodo donated $2. Let's do a thought experiment. Look at Lickman's 13 Keys. How do you think this will play out in 2028? Wars in Israel and Ukraine likely to end in his term. Plus good economy because Biden. How will it play? Well, Trump got voted out. And then Biden won. I think there's a good chance of a Democratic victory next election. Especially if Trump does his tariff plan. I can guarantee you, if Trump enacts his tariff plan, they're gonna swing Democrat next election. Yeah. I think probably the 5th and 6th key were the most contentious. So, uncharismatic challenger, that's also an extremely contentious key. So, there's a good chance there's going to be a Democratic victory. I think especially if Trump enacts his tariffs, pretty much guaranteed Democratic win. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
The only thing that's more retarded is fake vegansios like yourself that is still justifying a genocide of indigenous children by an occupying fake state while true vegans opposed it. Fuck you and fuck Israel. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
It's not a genocide and you're just an anti-Semite, so thanks for the donation though, you dumb bitch.
That it's already beyond parody. And my beloved country of Russia is very much the same in this regard. Since the war between Russia and Ukraine started, we've already seen a lot of insane things happening in Russian society. Just take the Z propaganda in schools, for example, and how kids are forced to draw patriotic pictures that are praising the soldiers of Russia in a special military operation or whatever. Or for example, just recently we've seen videos coming out of Russia where kids in school were essentially forced to wish a happy birthday to Vladimir Putin. And a particular school teacher in Russia actually put a bunch of Russian kids on their knees in order to form the letters of the name Putin. Also in order to congratulate Vladimir Putin with a happy birthday. Things in Russia have gotten so ridiculous that it seems like pretty much at this point, a lot of people in Russia are pretty much ready to do whatever the government tells them to without even questioning it and thinking if it's even normal. And well guys, what is happening right now is that there are people people out there who are essentially doing pranks where they pretend to be somebody from the Russian government and they reach out to Russians and ask them to do something insane and ridiculous, essentially just to prove a point and show how insane Russia has gotten. And apparently it seems like these pranksters are right, because Russians actually fall for these pranks, and a lot of them actually are willing to do things that are absolutely insane, just as long as those things are supposedly patriotic. Hey there people, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and in today's video, we are going to be looking at how pranksters are exposing the true nature of current Russian society and Russian politics. So you guys might be wondering, what exactly am I talking about? Well, let's check it out.
Изготовление шапочек из фольги – это не только интересное и творческое занятие, но и важный патриотический акт, символизирующий готовность защищать свою родину от внешних угроз. Пусть наша шапочка станет символом единства и стойкости перед лицом внешних вызовов.
Yes, guys. This is precisely what I'm talking about. If you guys didn't understand what is going on here yet, let me explain it to you. So basically, this is a story that went pretty viral recently in Russia, and what happened here is that an activist from Belarus, whose name is Vladislav Bokhan, this guy essentially decided to do a little prank and pretend to be a member of United Russia, which is Russia's ruling party that has been in power for pretty much the entire time Putin's been in power, right? Essentially, this activist pretended to be a member of United Russia or to be a representative of it, and sent a message to a bunch of schools in Russia. In particular, he pretended to be part of.
Do you find any of Tekken characters attractive? If so, who? Well, literally all the female characters are like knockout babes, so yeah. As of right now, like probably Reina is probably the hottest. But like they're all basically 10 out of 10 knockout babes.
Of the Voronezh Oblast section of United Russia, right? And essentially what he did is that he reached out to a bunch of schools in the Voronezh Oblast of Russia and formed this fake documents, which, pretends to be essentially be issued by the ruling party United Russia. And in this document, the guy essentially offered a bunch of teachers in these schools in the Voronezh Oblast to partake in a sort of a patriotic flash mob, or kind of a... Actually, here in the document is described as a patriotic masterclass called the Helmets of the Motherland. And basically in this document, he said that the teachers of these schools have to perform a sort of patriotic masterclass in order to learn how to create a tinfoil hat, so that the teachers, quote-unquote, demonstrate their readiness to create handicrafted defense items that would help them to defend them from essentially 5G rays that are being output into the air by NATO. This is hard to even say, because I'm not even making this up. This is what is happening, right? The document apparently also contained a tutorial on how to exactly create a tinfoil hat at home. He says that he used ChatGPT in order to create this instruction, this tutorial, and supposedly 7 schools in the Voronezh Oblast did this, actually. They did not understand that it's a prank. They literally did it. And also the funniest part is that this activist himself says that one of the participants, one of the schools, one of the teachers, after the deed was done, they actually messaged him back and even asked for a certificate. Issued by United Russia, saying that our school has actually participated in this patriotic masterclass of creating tinfoil hats. Wow. And there it is, guys. Apart from this video that we just reacted to, here's some pictures also from other schools that also partook in this incredible patriotic events, and you can see here, they took pictures.
It really says something about the quality of Russian education when teachers can be so stupid to fall for something like this.
Just showing that, yes, we are creating tinfoil hats, we're doing what the government told us. Once again, here's another picture of teachers from a school sitting in tinfoil hats. Very... We have a portrait of Vladimir Putin in the background, a bunch of Russian flags, and the national anthem of Russia. Incredible shot, in my opinion, just incredible. Here are some more pictures from other schools again.
Сегодня мы с вами изготовили шлем Отечества. Изготовление шлема – это не только полезное и увлекательное занятие, но еще и необходимость защиты. Такой шлем вас может защитить от внешней угрозы. Пусть шлем, который сделаете вы сами собственными руками, станет средством защиты от внешних врагов.
It out. This is a direct quote from, on one side of the coin, our educators have once again shown their patriotic stance, their very high executive ability, and also their creative approach to any task. The helmets made out of tinfoil look very, very convincing. On the other side, we are of course quite disappointed that our teachers have not been able to tell a true party initiative apart from a strange, bad joke. We think that this might be connected to a particular extra attention to security of our citizens in the region. Even in this joke, our wary educators decided to find a bit of truth. So yes, I think commentary is pretty much needless here almost. You guys understand what is happening here. Like I said, a lot of the stuff we've been seeing coming out from Russian schools, how they essentially line up kids in the form of Putin's name, and they're putting kids on their knees in order to congratulate Vladimir Putin with a happy birthday, and they're forcing kids to wish Vladimir Putin a happy birthday, and so on and so on and so on. There's so many of these insane things that they're kind of even hard to remember at this point, right? And this has always been the case. All of this just shows us that Russian public school teachers and, the Russian education system, it will pretty much always do anything to kind of suck up to the government.
What's the longest days you haven't ate food? I got really sick with mega diarrhea like 10 years ago. I couldn't hold down any food, and I didn't eat any solid food for 2 weeks. I was just drinking electrolyte drinks, like Pedialytes, for 2 weeks straight. Gingerbread donated $2. Man, oh man, the Muslims who voted and supported Trump are now grieving after seeing this. LMFAO, look at Ben Shapiro on the far right. Hey, get it? Far right. Now Trump is siding with their enemy, LMFAO fools. I don't know what any of these Muslims who voted for Trump were fucking expecting exactly. I mean, the guy sucks Netanyahu's cock, has said he has diehard support for Israel. I think at least one of his sons converted to Judaism. Like, what were they expecting? It's just so fucking stupid. Thanks for that donation, Gingerbread.
And to do whatever it wants, basically to receive funding money from the governments. Basically, if you're a school in Russia and you want to receive any good funding from the government, you gotta show your loyalty to the Z regime, right? And at this point, people are ready to do anything. So, even when they're approached with the idea of creating tinfoil hats and putting them on their heads, and, talking about how this stuff is important to fight NATO, sending radio waves and 5G to, mess with our Russian heads or whatever, they don't even have a problem with that. They have zero thoughts and zero idea that this might be, not real. They're so, like, it is absolutely incredible. And once again, it does show the insanity of Russian current society, because the serious governmental initiatives that teachers have to perform in school, they're kind of almost barely different from doing this.
Yes, there is indeed a fucking genocide in Palestine right now. You're just an fucking ignorant Islamophobe CEO that's blind. Tell these children that there's no genocide. Fuck Israel.
So that second video looks like it is fake. That first video, I don't even know if that's from fucking Gaza. Yeah, I don't know how that's evidence of a genocide. Maybe you're just retarded, but thanks for the donation, Radical Vegan.
Making it sinful hats and putting it on your heads in order to show your patriotism. You know what I'm saying? And actually, what I do find funny is that this exact same activist who did this prank, he already did a pretty similar prank 2 years ago, also in Russian schools. So this right here was actually in June of 2022, and essentially this guy asked Russian school teachers, again, pretending to be a member of United Russia, he essentially asked Russian teachers to do a cleanup day in the schools and also take a picture while doing it with a bunch of students also in front of certain slogans, which happened to be stolen actually from a particular country from, the 1930s in Europe. And translated to the Russian language. So let's check it out. So here's one school that sent the picture in, a bunch of students and teachers here, and they have a Russian flag here with a slogan that says, "One people, one nation, one leader." Which, I don't know if you guys are history buffs or not, but that is a literal motto or, slogan from Nazi Germany. And once again, you would expect maybe,
Wow. Russians are stupid. Whoa. I guess, I guess none of us in the West should really be the ones to talk, because look at all the fucking idiots supporting Palestine. Jubilee donated $2. Is the smoothie healthy? 300 milliliters soy milk, 150 grams peanut butter, 1 avocado, 50 grams chocolate, 50 grams strawberry, 100 grams apple, 75 grams pineapple. Yeah, it's just fine. That sounds like it would taste terrible. But, peanut butter, chocolate, that makes sense. Even the avocado might kind of be fine. But then you add strawberries, apple, and then pineapple. Those things don't go together. That sounds like it would taste fucking gross. But yeah, it's just fine. It is high in fat. It's a lot of calories, but, well, 150 grams. Yeah, that's 150 grams peanut butter and then a whole avocado. You would maybe want to watch your calories throughout the day, because that might be calorically dense, but that just sounds like it'd taste gross. Thanks for the donation, Jupli. Will Mage donated $2 for Radical Vegan.
Stop fucking crying, bitch! Where? I don't want to fucking hear it!
Exactly my thoughts. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Educators and people who are in charge of educating the Russian youth to know better than to pose in front of Nazi slogans. But once again, when these slogans are translated to Russian, they just sound very patriotic, and they just sound like you support Vladimir Putin. You know, I wonder why there's that coincidence there, by the way. I wonder why, but yeah, nevertheless, these people still posed for a photo, and the prank was also successful, so...
Jesus.
Boyfriend, who's 22 years of age, he's also abusing steroids. And so not only are they abusing steroids, they're both promoting and glorifying it together. Rarely do I ever see something this bad. First, we had Togi, glorifying its use, injecting doing these things on camera.
Greg goddamn Doucette.
And in this example, we have two individuals, one's only 17, the other's 22, and they're literally cheersing their syringes. She's literally 17, already going bald, abusing steroids. And have you seen her physique? She's huge. Obviously, laws are different in different countries. If they were in the United States, I highly doubt they would think kindly of two guys cheersing syringes and promoting steroids. But they don't care. And perhaps they're doing the most dramatic things to get the views. And so they're sitting on their couch, they're filling up their syringes, and she drags him out and goes to the gym. She then grabs his package, spots him in the gym. All the while, they're kissing, they're making out and doing all that. And so it's such a lovely couple. Why would she be using all of these drugs so young, such risky behavior, with her 22-year-old boyfriend? Now, I don't know when the relationship started. Was she perhaps 16 when they started, 15? I don't know. And for how long has she been abusing drugs? And so her name is Oraya_bodybuilder. And guess what? She's now 18. When I first heard about her last week, she was 17. And so now she's actually 18. When this all started, she was 17 years of age and he was 22. And clearly she's been on steroids for a long time. And in case you think she's natural, she literally has
She has bigger quads than her boyfriend. Holy fuck.
larger quads than her boyfriend. She's the one with the bigger legs. This guy was not always on performance-enhancing drugs. And when he was natural, he actually had a great physique. She just turned 18. She should not be using performance-enhancing drugs. Your brain doesn't even finish developing until you're 25. But when you date an older man, in particular when you're only 17, that man is highly influential. And so is it possible that
Retard donated $3. Let me see.
Well, we're not all getting that dirty Russian money, okay, to fund our $7,000 a month apartment. I can only afford a 2-bedroom, $3,500 a month apartment in Miami. I'm sorry that I'm not up there at your level yet,
This is my Kremlin penthouse that I'm in.
Over to me, I'll get a bigger apartment. I'll put the washer in the upstairs fucking loft. Okay?
Here we go. Here we go. We got a neutral modern.
That's funny. You know, it's funny too, like that, who was that crazy fucking bitch who called Destiny a rape apologist? She's like, why would he date Lauren Southern when she's conservative? Like, she also kind of looks like his wife, Melania. Like blonde, blue eyes and everything.
And then, okay, finally. Good.
Lauren Southern, full hearing in Canadian Parliament's Russian disinformation with Hunt. Guess that was a typo. Don't know if we'll be able to watch that whole thing, but she actually received the Russian money to promote bullshit. Thanks for the donation, retard. Karma donated $2. Why would they be using all the drugs, says man who is using all these drugs? Yeah, Greg is one to talk. Thanks for the donation, Karma.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Southern. So pursuant to Standing Order 1082 and the motion adopted on September 19th, 2024, the committee resumes its study of Russian interference and disinformation campaigns in Canada. That the summons could not be served to Liam Donovan. So the committee can decide if they want to take any action there. And we're going to move on to questions. Oh, sorry. Oh, we're going to move on to opening statements first. Ms. Southern, your opening statement, please.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, esteemed members of this committee, I would like to thank you for so enthusiastically inviting me to speak today. My name is Lauren Southern. I am a filmmaker, a YouTuber, and a proud Canadian. In late 2023, I was contracted to make weekly videos by a startup company called Tenet Media. Then recently, the U.S. Department of Justice released an indictment which alleges the founders of Tenet created the company in conjunction with 2 Russian citizens, with funding ultimately originating from the Russian government. Per the indictment, the founders of Tenet Media deceived the personalities they contracted regarding their alleged source of funding. I'll make a few points clear at the outset. At no point in my involvement with Tenet did I ever have knowledge of the allegations in the indictment. And 2, the only person who ever had any creative control over my videos was me. No one from Tenet or anywhere else ever dictated what topics I covered or what opinions I held. I always seek to fight disinformation in all of its forms, and therefore I have a duty to inform this committee that disinformation has been spreading within these very walls. Some in the media and even witnesses to this committee have attempted to paint a picture of Tenet as a hugely influential player in the political media landscape. This, frankly, is just not true. A previous witness to this committee, who went unchallenged, stated that Tenet Media controlled a network of over 16 million subscribers. This is not true. On their largest platform, YouTube, Tenet had barely over...
Great. It's doing it again. My headphones might keep disconnecting.
I believe the 16 million figure referred to the total number of subscribers among all of the personalities who had videos contracted or licensed by Tenet. Subscriber base is that, given all of the facts, Tenet had absolutely no control over. To claim that Tenet controlled those subscribers would be like claiming that a TV network had influence over the United States presidency because they air reruns of The Apprentice. The same with...
Grey Knight, donate $2 and Alfeo. Can we react to Revered Burn real quick? Barely 4 minutes long, and this guy used to make my day back then.
Hey y'all, it's Big Fat Reverend Bird here again, and I'm here today to talk about zombies. Zombies? Reverend Bird, you look like a boomer from Left 4 Dead. That's besides the point, bitch! Anyways, I'm here to talk about zombies, and specifically, Nazi zombies. Okay, number 1, I fucking love zombies. This shit is addicting. It's like Twinkies dipped in chocolate milk covered in fucking ice cream. But there are some things I fucking hate when I play zombies. Number 1, the fucking zombies that run like crackheads. When I want them to go fast so I can kill them, they're like, But then when you got 50 million of them chasing you, they're running like crackheads for a free crack rock. My brains! Number 2, I hate the random motherfuckers that get thrown in the matches with you. I'm retarded. Half the time, they don't even have microphones. Oh, hey, I don't have a microphone, but I'm gonna play zombies. So there's like 30 ass milkshake with fucking top Polish zombies. Why?
Well, it's not one of his best videos. I used to watch him a bit back in the day. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Witness claimed Tenet garnered over 1 billion video views and 20 billion impressions. I have absolutely no idea where those numbers came from. Very readily available public data shows that on its largest platform, YouTube, Tenet received only 16 million total views. Based on the witnesses' specious numbers, he asserted that Russia received extraordinary value for their money. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of new media would know, however, that $10 million for 16 million views on YouTube hardly qualifies as extraordinary value. In fact, it qualifies as a total failure. So there is, in fact, a silver lining here. If the allegations are true, it appears Russia did attempt to influence Western media, but they failed pretty miserably. Now, I know the chief concern of this committee is how this debacle may have influenced Canadians. Well, I was the only Canadian commentator and the only host that consistently discussed Canadian issues. In fact, if the company had any creative control over me, which they didn't, they probably would have asked me to stop making Canadian videos since they didn't perform very well. So if you were worried about this alleged Russian money unduly influencing Canadian issues, good news, didn't happen. And I'll be honest, it has been surreal for me to watch our government, experts, and media assert that scripts I would jot down in my notes app in a line at the grocery store were secretly part of a giant foreign influence campaign. Arguably, the largest actual impact on Canadians here has been the amount of tax dollars they've had to spend investigating this non-issue. Some in the media and this government seem to have concluded that the only reason a regular Canadian could possibly hold certain views that do not align with the current Liberal administration is because of pernicious, widespread Russian disinformation. I would like to propose an alternative hypothesis, and I know it may...
Literally the only reason people have these views is because of Russian disinformation. Literally. There's no other way of explaining it. Like all the shit about, oh, NATO's the reason Russia's invading, that literally came from the Kremlin. What other bullshit excuse did they use? Oh, Ukraine is really part of Russia. They speak the same language or something, or they're ethnically Russian. Again, that's literally straight from the fucking Kremlin.
May sound insane. I know this breaches the borders of conceivable thought, but maybe, just maybe, some Canadians can...
Like, same with that shit that was going on a few years ago with the Syrian civil war. Oh, Assad is actually protecting his people. It was the terrorists that were using sarin gas. Assad would never do that. Like, that was literally Russian disinformation. The only reason people are making these talking points is because they've heard Russian disinformation.
Consulted their own moral compass and decided they don't want this country funding foreign wars. Maybe they looked around them at the hospital lineups or housing prices and thought immigration might be a little high. Maybe they lost their business during lockdown and think, I worry about my freedoms in this country. Some in this
That has nothing to do with your personal stance on Russia.
Government are hell-bent on drastically exaggerating the extent of foreign influence because they can't seem to stomach the idea that they might be wrong about something and that a growing majority of Canadians legitimately and organically oppose what they are doing. They simply can't conceive that they are becoming unpopular naturally, so there must be foul play at work. Let me make this abundantly clear once more. No one but myself and my true experiences as a Canadian have informed my opinions. And to any members of this government who may be listening, I would suggest you familiarize yourself with these opinions because they are...
Well, that's just bullshit. The only reason she's talking about, like, oh, NATO expansion, it's literally because you're fed disinformation from the Kremlin. Vegan Irishman donated $2. Did you hear about an anti-seed oil documentary in the making? And guess who's in it? Your favorite Carnus Quack, lol. Baker? Oh, Paul Saladino, yeah. I know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to harp on about how it was an industrial lubricant and then they modified it so it would be edible, and then they're going to go and do mechanistic research talking about how it oxidizes easily, and then ignore all the long-term, health endpoint data showing people who eat more seed oils live longer.
Is mostly harming us.
America was plagued with uncertainty.
We now live with so much sickness all around us that we can't even imagine what it feels like to live in a healthy society.
The seed oils, the highly polyunsaturated vegetable oils, are driving probably 90% of obesity and chronic disease.
No, they're not.
Across the board. So our public health system really is a disaster.
News that the president had suffered a heart attack was flashed to the world on September 24th, 19...
By the way, who was the president at the time? He was a fucking smoker. He smoked most of his life. That was probably the principal reason why he had a heart attack. And then people blame it on the fucking food he ate. He was a fucking cigarette smoker.
24th, 1955.
What we're being told to eat is at the heart of our problem.
To me, this looks like evidence that we are being poisoned.
Seed oils are the single most processed food on the planet, bar none.
I, Dr. Ansel Keys, am a physiologist. My specialty is diet and health.
Oh, here we go. They're gonna make the meme arguments, against Ansel Keys.
In 1948, in comes Procter & Gamble.
They literally infused $1.7 million into the American Heart Association.
That should sound the alarm bells for us. We're doing something wrong.
There should have been no experiments since then. It should have been game over for seed oils.
These carnivores people are just the most vile scum on the fucking planet. I can't stand how they lie. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Irishman.
They are rapidly becoming the views of the majority of this nation. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Southern. So we start with the speaking, with the questions. Mr. Lloyd, for 6 minutes.
Thank you. Answer.
This is a wild ride.
Women voting is not freedom, bro.
Funny and outrageous online.
All right, we'll react to that one later. Thanks for the donation, retard.
My question, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Southern, for coming to this committee today. This has been a very interesting study, and I found your statement today interesting, and it answered a number of my questions that I was going to have for you, but I still have some additional questions. The indictment itself, which you've read the indictment, I assume, alleges that RT employees and tenant media used a fake persona named Edward Gregorian to deceive the commentators. Were you ever approached to make content by someone posing as Edward Gregorian?
No, the call I had well over a year ago now that signed me up for the company, I was told vaguely about a tech investor. I can't remember the exact name I was given, but I never spoke to someone named Edward Gregorian.
When were you first approached to do work for Tenant Media?
I wish I could remember the exact date, but it would have been probably 4 months before the company launched.
Okay. And the indictment alleges that this Kalashnikov character edited your videos in the past. Like, is this true? One, and I'll continue. In the past, have you allowed others to edit your videos? Is this a common practice?
The editing process is just the cutting and adding of audio. In fact, any sort of text that would be on screen or any sort of words said by me were entirely under my control. They had these individuals under the fake name editing the initial videos, and then I got an American editor assigned to me later on, and I also edited some videos in-house. But once again, the editing process has no control over the actual content of the videos.
So you would sign off on the final content of the videos?
I would go in and I would say, cut at 2 minutes 30, it's going too long, add a soundtrack at 3 minutes. I had full control.
So you can't say for sure whether or not this Kalashnikov person was involved in the editing at any time?
I mean, I don't know. They had, I believe it was someone under a fake name.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, the U.S. indictment alleges that commentators were paid upwards of $100,000 to produce this content. How much was this? What you found in your experience was what content creators were being paid by Tenet?
This was one of the large surprises for myself when the indictment dropped. I was on $275,000 for all operations. So that was not my personal salary. I was contracted to make 3 videos a week, news reports, and 2 mini documentaries, and I had multiple staff, including researcher and assistant. So this budget paid for my studio, flights, videographers, staff, myself. I only made around 100,000 Canadian for my personal salary. So if you want to do a
only 100,000. Okay.
separate panel on the wage gap and alleged foreign influence campaigns, we can certainly do that.
What sort of due diligence did you perform before you began working with Tenant Media? Like, did you ever question where this kind of money was coming from? Did you not find it at all suspicious?
Once again, given the budget I was given and the offer I was given from 2 people who have worked in media and were employed by The Blaze, Lauren Chen, it was not suspicious that this would be a startup company whatsoever. Once again, I was running a severely underfunded operation. In fact, at multiple points, I found it difficult to continue to make multiple documentaries each month. And to afford that, I needed more staff on board. And so I would apply for more funds and was told that the company simply didn't have them available, given it was a small startup.
And do you feel that you were taken advantage of in this situation? Do you feel you were deceived by Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan?
Well, I mean, I wasn't given the information in the indictment. So if it's all true, then yes.
That seems clear. With that, Chair, do I have any more?
It's weird how these cockapes harp on seed oils but they all eat flesh. Okay, you think seed oils are bad. Cool story. Now how about all the murder and torture you engage in? How about just don't fucking eat seed oils and be vegan? Shit's not complicated.
Yeah, I think their argument for that would be even if they aren't processed oils. So if you're eating like sunflower seeds or walnuts or something like that, it still has a lot of omega-6 polyunsaturated fats. So I think they're just against poly and monounsaturated fats just in general. And yeah, they also claim it's like you need saturated fat in your diet or some bullshit like that. They're just fucking, like, they're retarded, you know? They have absolutely no morals, dude. They're just lying fucking scum. Thanks for the donation, though, fuck ass.
More, how much time do I have left?
You still have 2 minutes left, actually.
Well, you actually answered a lot of my questions on this already, Ms. Southern, so I'll have to regroup and pass it on to the next speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Mr. Lloyd. So the next speaker is Mr. Erskine-Smith for 6 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to get back to the amount that you were compensated. You said you made $100,000 personal that you were able to take home with you, but what was the total amount before you paid out different contracts?
5,000 US.
Sorry, I said it was 200 and something thousand US?
275,000 US.
Okay, and how many videos did you create for Tenet Media?
It must have been upward of 80. I don't know. I couldn't tell you the exact number, but quite a few. I had 3.
Okay.
Sorry, let me give you more specifics. I was contracted to do 3 videos a week and 2 mini documentaries a month.
Okay, and you said they only have 300,000 subscribers. Is that right?
Yeah, but what's more interesting to me is that it was only, I believe, a few months before the indictment dropped that they only had around 100,000 subscribers. And in fact, I had a documentary with the company that was at around 10,000 views for a long time. And mere days before the indictment dropped, it was at millions. So I think the numbers, and I know that there were ad campaigns done to promote the videos, but I think the numbers have been massively inflated by those who have an interest in exaggerating foreign interference.
Well, but what was your idea of the business model here? Because, I mean, they're paying you $275,000 US, and I know you're taking home $100,000 after that, but there are others with even more followers and presumably going to get paid more as a result in their sort of stable of influencers. How are they making money off this?
Well, I mean, I was the top contributor, so I was getting some of the top view counts at the site. I was hustling very hard to make sure my videos did well, trying to grow the company. I did not know the salaries of my peers, so I was under the assumption that they were getting paid the same, if not less, because I was doing a large amount of videos. So it made sense, certainly, that a startup from someone at a tech company could give the amount of money necessary. And certainly, I was being asked to start doing advertisements at Tenet, and I assumed, the startup money must be drawing up and they need to integrate ads into this. It certainly made sense from all the information I was provided.
And who was your main point of contact? Was it Lauren Chen was your main point of contact at Tenet?
No, I was typically Liam, but really I was kind of just left alone as long as I was fulfilling my contract. I wasn't speaking to them that often.
No, but someone comes to you and they say, we want you to join this, and they make a pitch. You're not just going to join anything. So it was Liam that made the pitch and sold you on it?
Lauren made the pitch, and then Liam sent the contracts over.
Okay, so Lauren made the pitch. What was your relationship like with Lauren before she made the pitch to you?
Cordial. They're very friendly people. We had met in person before. We had 10 years of knowing her in the same industry as me. She's always kind of just made pretty decent videos on YouTube and for The Blaze and various other companies. I mean,
she's in your world. You've known her for 10 years. You've read the indictment, I assume. Here, she and Liam are talking about the Russians and that they're aware of where this money's coming from. That must have sent chills down your spine that you've been working for Russian money.
We still, if I know anything about my time spent in media, and people speculating both about the work I've done and personal life and all these things, it's that unless I was there, I don't know anything. I don't know what happened. And I'm not going to make comments about Liam or Lauren because I do not know the inside out of what went on there, other than the comments in the indictment.
So you read the indictment and you sort of shrugged then. You said, well, I wasn't there. I don't know that this is true. So it's of no concern.
I certainly didn't shrug. I'm not looking to work for I'm not looking to be an asset of any government, foreign or domestic for that matter. So no, I was not happy with the idea that I would be working for. I was certainly happy with the integrity of my work, all of which was done of my own volition, all my own opinions. And if there's any concerns by this committee about anything I may have published that was not factual, I'd be happy to correct that. But
well, one thing, I don't know. I mean, one thing you said in your opening, you're talking about sort of people getting.
She seems a little evasive here. Like, she read the indictment and she's like saying, oh, well, stories can be overblown. Like, it's a fucking criminal indictment.
Being frustrated with this federal government, but you said one of your major examples was people who have lost business during the lockdown. I mean, sure, people were obviously very frustrated they lost business during the lockdown, but you must know, having been very vocal on this, that it was provincial governments that implemented lockdowns, right? You are aware of that.
Sure, but there were plenty of acts by the federal government to shut down legitimate protests, shut down people's bank accounts.
No. Business. Sorry, you said lost my business during the lockdown. I mean, that's you would know. I assume that would be a provincial act.
I think you're getting into semantics here. There are plenty of reasons to be concerned about freedom in Canada.
Provincial and federal governments are certainly not semantic differences. You also said, though, in your opening, your views are rapidly becoming the views of the majority of this nation. Do you think the Great Replacement theory is going to become the views of the majority of this nation?
Depends what you mean by the Great Replacement theory. What do you mean?
Well, what do you mean by the Great? Well,
give me a break. She's being evasive as fuck. Yeah, she's literally promoting like this fucking Nazi conspiracy theory that like whites are going to get replaced.
There's an active attempt to replace a white population with a non-white population. What do you mean by that?
I think that there are a lot of people that have concerns about the impacts of mass immigration, removing the culture in certain areas. I think you could ask people in Brampton or individuals in...
No. She's being evasive. She has this like crazy white supremacist, white nationalist belief that the government is deliberately trying to get rid of white people and replace them with black and brown people. And it has to do with like this this like conspiracy theory that Jews are trying to like destroy the world.
That wasn't just any indictment either, it's a fucking DOJ indictment that Merrick Garland did a press release about.
Yeah, it's not like you know, it's not like some tabloid fucking journalist making some accusations. It's a fucking criminal indictment. That's a lot fucking different. She's being super dishonest and evasive here. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
In Surrey, what they think about the language being spoke around them, whether it's a Canadian language whatsoever, whether they feel that their culture is being preserved. I don't think it's an insane concept. And in fact, I think many liberals would agree that many cultures and peoples have been replaced before by mass immigration, our indigenous population not least of all.
You might think it's insane, though, to head over to Russia, speak with a neo-fascist Alexander Dugin, and then praise the guy.
Sorry, Mr. Erskine-Smith.
You might think that's a level of insanity.
Mr. Erskine-Smith, sorry. No, the time is up. We're actually over a little bit. So hopefully another member, sorry, can give you time to answer the question, but we're actually already over.
I wish that guy could have fucking grilled her more. She's being super fucking evasive and just lying here.
The time,
Madam, I think it's fair to allow the witness to answer the question.
So I'm going to move on to Madam Michaud, and then Mr. Johns. If you'd like, you can give her time to answer the question from your time.
Point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Shipley.
We've been sitting in this committee for many months, many years now, and prior to you taking over the chair, that was always the policy. If there was a question asked that the witness did have a chance to answer, that was always the policy.
So I actually tried to stop Mr. Erskine-Smith from asking the question. I spoke while he was speaking.
Of some insane things, and I think...
So again, if members feel differently, then they can give the witness time to answer from their own time. Madam Michaud, pour 6 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Southern. I'm going to be speaking French, so I hope that you can hear me, that you can hear the interpretation. Thank you for coming here to testify. You mentioned earlier that you had 100% control over your videos. I really haven't had the opportunity to look at your videos, but could you give us an idea of the subjects that you dealt with on the videos and your understanding of why you were approached by Tenant Media in the first place? Why they would have chosen you to make 3 videos per week and several documentaries per month. Just give us an idea, please.
Yes, thank you. I just want to take 2 seconds to respond to the allegations that I'm an insane person quickly for interviewing Alexander Dugin. Given my inspiration for the interview was from TVO's The Agenda, Steve Piken, who interviewed Dugin. I don't think we would be calling him insane in this house. I think there is a deliberate effort to slander me for political purposes. Now, to answer your question...
You were taking money from the Kremlin, so... Like, she literally unironically believes in the Great Replacement Theory. Retard donated $2, let me see. Lauren Southern and Russian fascist Alexander Dugin, June 18th. Yeah. I mean... Oh, what a clown. Thanks for the donation, retard.
As to why you think I would be picked to make these videos. I've made a lot of content over the past 10 years, multiple documentaries that have received millions of views and really encouraged a lot of people to consider ideas they haven't thought of before, like the plight of farmers in South Africa who are being murdered, or my film Borderless, which covered mass immigration to Europe from the perspective of immigrants who, quite frankly, were being screwed over and sold alive by human traffickers. I think that I have a long history of creating very honest journalism that addresses issues that
Didn't she, like, literally try to block a ship from entering harbor, like a harbor that had a legal right to go there?
a lot of people are too afraid to broach, and that's why I believe I was approached by Tenet to work for them.
Did you make videos about the Canadian policies, about politics here in this country, about the stance in Ukraine and Russia's involvement?
I don't believe I recall making a single video about the Russia-Ukraine situation.
Yeah, been to Quebec. I went to Quebec City like a long-ass time ago, years ago, and I just recently went to Gatineau for a few minutes.
But I certainly made videos about Canada, and they were all based on my own experience living here as a Canadian. I made a video about housing prices in Vancouver, for example, something I have seen just go to absurd levels. I have families that live around me in my community who have been forced to live in trailer parks because the housing prices have gone so high they cannot afford rent. I look at the inflation with groceries, families struggling to afford food because the taxes are so high, because of bad policy put in by this Liberal government, and I make videos on these subjects. I make videos about the concerns of mass immigration without integration. You know, just a few weeks ago, I had a friend of mine almost lose her daughter's life because an immigrant that refused to get a proper driver's license smashed into her car just missing her daughter and then tried to intimidate her into not contacting ICBC. When we have these issues of mass immigration without integration, when we have these issues of so many foreign buyers coming into this country and inflating prices, when we have these issues of not putting the Canadian populace first, people want to hear these opinions. And I'm sorry to tell you once again to the people here who might think that this is all foreign propaganda. It's not. No one told me to have these opinions. I grew up in Surrey. I grew up in BC. I live in this country. I live paycheck to paycheck right now. You know, I struggle under this government as many other Canadians do. And all of the opinions I put out here are my honest opinion.
Je vous remercie.
Yeah. She made like $100,000 over the course of 3 months, and she's saying she's living paycheck to paycheck? Didn't she like unironically say she was paying like $7,000 per month for rent? Like Son Goku donated $2, let me see.
That if I'm president, I'll be a commander-in-chief, not an agitator-in-chief or a divider-in-chief, that I will lead this country in a way that will create greater security and greater safety.
Mr. Trump. I think it's very sad that CNN leads Jeb Bush, Governor Bush, down a road by starting off virtually all of the questions. Mr. Trump this, I think it's very sad. And
No, I didn't like the It movies. The first one was massively overrated and not that great. And then the second movie was just unwatchable trash.
frankly, I think it's very sad. And frankly, I watched the first debate, and the first long number of questions were, Mr. Trump said this, Mr. Trump said that, Mr. Trump. These poor guys, although I must tell you, Santorum, good guy. Governor Huckabee, good guy. They were very nice, and I respect them greatly. But I thought it was very unfair that virtually the entire early portion of the debate was Trump this, Trump that, in order to get ratings,
But Mr. Trump,
I guess.
it's not
In order
CNN.
to get ratings,
Mr. Trump, I was on
just think
CNN
it's
last
very
night watching
Excuse me.
you.
I think it's very unprofessional.
But it wasn't CNN. It was me. I watched you last night for 16 minutes.
I think it's very
not
unprofessional.
CNN. It's not CNN. It's America's watching you.
Okay, fine.
It's America's watching.
So I was mentioned, so I can bring up something, I think, right? Look, the simple fact is, if you think this is tough and you're not being treated
This
fairly,
isn't tough and easy.
imagine what it's going to be like dealing with Putin, or dealing with President Xi, or dealing with the Islamic terrorism that exists. This is a tough business to run for president.
I know. You're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is
Real
principled.
tough.
You're never going to be president of the United States by insulting your way to the
Let's see.
presidency.
I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so
Doesn't matter.
far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
Oh
So
my
far,
God.
I'm doing better. You know, you started off over here, Jeb. You're moving over further and further. Pretty soon you're going to be off the end.
This doesn't do a thing to solve.
Oh, dude, Trump is just so retarded. He's the best meme politician of all time. The only person who, like, comes close is, what is it? Doug Ford, Toronto's crack-smoking mayor. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Thank you. Could you explain the events that led to the criminal inquiry on the media and the allegations that have been made about the videos? Were you surprised when this all arose? Were you suspicious before this, how it started?
And I had no reason to be suspicious. Of course, I was surprised when the indictment dropped. I did not have knowledge of what was in the indictment. Once again, I can't comment to how this all happened because I was simply a contracted video creator. I just made videos for them.
Thank you. I certainly understand your situation, but you seem to be taking very lightly this whole issue of foreign interference that does exist, and Russian interference does exist in Canada at this time.
Son Goku donated $2. Even if you think Trump is a horrible president, you have to admit he provide a lot of lull moments. Yeah, he does. At least he gives us some laughs, and, you know. Thanks for the donation, Son
Watch
Goku.
4000 to 4100. I think you'll enjoy it if you haven't already seen it. Guy who got it is a pro-Hamas supporter.
Oh, yeah, that guy. I think I've seen this clip. He kicked him good.
They're crazy, and he got put exactly where he deserved to be put.
Oh, sorry, 40.
Yeah, the guy said. What's up, man?
What are you fucking doing, man? Fuck off here. Fuck off, man. Go away.
He's gonna try and grab the camera. He's gonna try and grab the camera.
What the fucking want? Huh? I'm back, man. So, don't get the camera off me, man. Why you get the camera off me? Huh? No, look away. No, I'm staying here, man. You
Don't attack the camera, man. Look at that.
Go away, man. Go away, man.
He did warn you, mate. He did warn you. Good one, Fred. He deserved that. More than anything, let's go down Market Street because he's going to get 10.
That was hilarious. That was a pretty good elbow. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Does that not concern you as much as it concerns me in terms of our democratic institutions? The fact that this does exist and can harm our institutions.
Once again, as I opened in my speech, there were individuals that were witnesses to this committee who went unchallenged, who claimed that Tenet Media made one of the number one podcasts in the world, the Rubin Report. The Rubin Report was created 10 years before Tenet even existed and had no association with Tenet Media. Dave Rubin, God bless him, his actual show at Tenet Media struggled to even reach hundreds of views. And yet that level of misinformation was coming from within these very walls. So forgive me if I seem like I'm downplaying what is going on, but there has been a great exaggeration to the point of lying within this committee about the level of foreign interference happening. And the biggest concern I have is the regular Canadians that I interviewed, that inspired my videos, that inspired my content, that are being slandered as Russian disinformation, rather than, the people here who might be disturbed by me correcting the record.
Merci. Thank you, Madam Michaud. Mr. Johns for 6 minutes.
Ms. Southern, before collaborating with other influencers, what steps do you take to ensure the media in which you are appearing is acting lawfully?
What steps do I take to ensure the media I'm appearing in is acting lawfully?
Yeah.
I don't think that, as much as I would love to be able to afford a private investigator to go and confirm every contract I sign, 10 years of working with someone in the same industry and 10 years of working with someone in the same industry and being given a very standard boilerplate contract that I would get from any other company. I've never had this happen before, and I think in retrospect it's easy to say that I should have done more investigation, but what investigation would you have done in my shoes?
I think it's important to due diligence, and you have significant following on social media platforms where misinformation can spread rapidly. How do you ensure that the content you share is not used by foreign entities to amplify narratives that undermine Canadian democracy or national security?
Are you accusing me of spreading narratives that have undermined
I'm just asking
democracy?
you a question, just like, in terms of how do you ensure that the content you share is not used by foreign
You're spreading Russian propaganda. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
entities to amplify narratives that undermine Canadian democracy or national security? What measures do you take?
I ensure that every contract I sign and have ever signed in media gives me full creative control of every single thing I say and publish. That's how I ensure it.
Well, there's concerns that individuals or groups may be unintentionally aiding foreign governments and spreading divisive narratives. How do you respond to allegations that your online content has been
by
used
the
to
way,
further-
that is so evasive. Just because you have full creative control, if you align perfectly politically with a foreign entity and they're giving you money to act on their behalf, you can't just say, oh, well, I had full creative control. You're being a fucking useful idiot. That's not a fucking way to prevent like any of this kind of foreign disinformation like campaign shit to fucking spread.
Russian propaganda or influence Canadian public opinion.
As far as I'm aware, just this month, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced a pause to immigration, or a decrease in immigration for the next 3 years.
So like, just imagine if I was like a white supremacist and I said, I was spreading bullshit like, oh, like whites are more intelligent, like that we just genetically have superior IQ, or like the Great Replacement Theory or something. And then neo-Nazis or the KKK created some like bullshit media company and gave me a bunch of money to spread this bullshit. And then I had to appear in this hearing and I was being asked these same questions. Like, what steps do you take to prevent like, neo-Nazi and KKK, like hate speech and misinformation from being spread? Well, I have full creative control. If my views align perfectly with the neo-Nazis or KKK, and I'm literally parroting their talking points, and they're giving me money to parrot their talking points, what does that mean? Like, what does that matter if I had full creative control?
Citing unsustainable growth. This is one of the critiques that has been my main critique on Tenet Media and off Tenet Media. And having it portrayed as Russian disinformation by this committee, or even aiding and abetting Russians, has been very interesting. I may understand I may have been right too early on this issue, and as so I must be socially punished by this regime. But although much too late, I happen to believe that Justin Trudeau is making the correct decision there, and I would hope that this committee wouldn't advocate Canadians stop drinking water or wearing seatbelts because someone with the last name Ivanov or Petrov suggested it was a good idea.
No, that's not what we're asking, but what is your stance on foreign?
That, like, again, that makes no fucking sense, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, that's so stupid. She's claiming if Russia told you to wear seatbelts, you're promoting Russian disinformation. Like, what sense does that make? You were literally spreading fucking nonsense that was Kremlin propaganda.
Foreign interference in Canadian elections and political discourse. Do you believe there is a clear and present danger from foreign actors such as Russia? And if so, what responsibility do individuals like yourself bear in preventing the spread of foreign influence? Do you take
I was
any
a commentator for a channel who had full control over the videos I made, and I ensured they were truthful. If you want to point to anything I've said that has been
That's great that you had full creative control. It's funny that your beliefs perfectly align with a Russian disinformation campaign. What does it matter if you have full creative control?
disinformation or aiding and
I'm
abetting.
actually asking what you believe. Do you believe there's a clear and present danger from foreign actors such as Russia? And if so, what responsibility do you believe the individuals like yourself?
This guy is kind of asking, like, who cares about this question anyway?
In your platform, aid in preventing the spread of foreign influence.
I think that it is rich that I'm sat here and being asked what I have to do to stop foreign influence and foreign interference as a Canadian citizen. Well, we sit here with MPs like Jennifer O'Connell, who said boo-hoo to Conservatives who wanted actual elected politicians working with foreign governments to be exposed. I'm a regular Canadian.
Sorry, I take it you don't take responsibility. I'm sorry, it's not your turn, Ms. O'Connell. I'm going to continue. How do you reconcile your business model, which prioritizes user engagement and raking in massive profits from clicks, with the necessity to protect users from harmful
Mikhaila Peterson donating $2. When did she become a political commentator? Last one is timestamped.
These people that Trump has.
Oh geez, that's gonna be bad. Okay, we'll watch that one later.
Can I say this? Are we going on YouTube? Does some of this?
I think I've seen this guy before. He's a fucking moron. We'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Mikhaila Peterson.
Information that can lead to real-world consequences like hate-based violence.
How is anyone in this committee supposed to stop disinformation abroad if they can't stop it within this committee? Why wasn't Ben Scott? Why wasn't he challenged?
Again, not answering the question, just being evasive.
When he cited fully, and I'm proud of it.
Since it was aiding in objectives that were planned, plotted, and executed in the Kremlin.
Would you say that Justin Trudeau's reduction of immigration was aiding and abetting the Kremlin? Should he be pulled here because he had the same ideas that I had?
The Kremlin does not have an interest in stopping Canadian immigration. Like, she just keeps evading the question.
I'm asking you, do you have any personal feelings that your online content was aiding in those objectives?
I do not. I disagree with that. I think I have very normal opinions that were all coming from...
Oh, weird. Okay, so you were getting money directly from the fucking Kremlin to promote Russian propaganda, but none of your opinions were aligned with Russia? Like, are you kidding me? This is...
From myself.
Direct or indirect contact with Russian government officials, organizations, or agents?
I've spoken to RT before in the past.
Okay.
Before the war.
So, can you provide more information about the nature of these interactions, if any?
Yeah, I believe I've done contributions to RT before.
Whoa, there you go. Whoa, she is stupid. So she was literally talking directly with RT before the war. I wonder why they gave her money.
Before, as many did pre-war, including Larry King, including Michael Moore. I think the only interview I ever did that even had anything to do with Canada was a brief interview on the trucker convoy, which was a live report on events happening around me. And I would have been just as willing to share that report with the CBC if they had asked me.
Mr. Jones, that does conclude the first round. Thank you. We move on to the second round now. And Mr. Shipley, you are first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Ms. Southern for being here today. Some of these questions have probably already been asked, but we'll make it a little repetitive. But if you could just give us a little more context to these. My first question is, have you ever employed by a digital media company to create content before signing on with Tenet?
Yes.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
Rebel Media.
And before signing on with Tenet, had your content ever been monetized on YouTube?
Yes.
What was your relationship with Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan? How did they pitch this platform to you? Where were you? What were you offered? And what due diligence did you do before signing on?
They were colleagues of mine in the media sphere, working for various different companies. We had brushed shoulders at political events before, maybe only a handful of times. Lauren and I were fairly friendly. She called me and told me that they were starting up a new company, that they had an investor that was in the tech realm. And I wasn't that interested at first, to be honest. And then she called me a few more times and told me that it would be a totally free speech contract. I could do whatever I wanted. They sent me the offer. And at that time, I was looking to expand and hopefully be able to hire some staff to improve the quality of my videos. And being able to do so while having total freedom and control over the content I produce is quite frankly something you get at almost no media companies, very few anyways. So that's why I haven't worked at very many the last 10 years, other than Rebel, which had a similar contract. But yeah, I considered myself pretty lucky to have found a startup company that was looking to give their creators full creative control.
You did travel to Russia in 2018 and published an extensive interview with Alexander Dugin, a man who is referred to as Putin's brain. During your trip to Russia, did you engage with any other political actors? Have you maintained a relationship with any individuals that you met in Russia?
Yes, during my trip to Russia, I did interview quite a few other subjects. I decided against publishing those interviews as I felt that there might be some influence on the direction of them. And I only published the Dugin one because I totally arranged that one.
Have you been back to Russia since February 24, 2022?
I have not been back to Russia.
You unlisted several videos from your YouTube channel on the topic of the war in Ukraine and your travels to Russia. When did you unlist these YouTube videos and why?
I actually enlisted significantly more videos than just those, things that had to do with just life and relationships and various different topics. I have made a decision a few months ago that I want to take a break from social media altogether. I think the entire thing has become very unhealthy, and one of the ways that I engage with it now is if I go on social media, I remove content instead of add it. So you'll look at this if you find my Instagram, there have been lots of selfies of me removed. If you look at my Twitter, there have been lots of tweets of mine removed. So I go back and I choose a video or a post to remove instead of adding to it, since I think that we've really lost the thread of sanity on the internet these days.
That is one of the biggest loads of horseshit I think I've ever heard in my fucking life. So she just arbitrarily removes content for no reason? Okay.
Definitely some truth to that. I want to keep asking some questions, but I'm just going to take a brief moment aside from that. And I do want to put a verbal notification of a motion. And that motion will be, given that it is reported this week that the families of Paul Bernado's victims had been denied the right to deliver their impact statements in person at his upcoming parole hearing, and that the parole board is now saying it is, quote, currently working to accommodate the in-person presentation of statements by victims, end of quote, who wish to appear at the November 26th hearing, that the committee invite the Minister of Public Safety, the chairperson of the Parole Board of Canada, the federal ombudsperson. I'll speak very briefly to this because I do want to get back to Paul Bernado's parole hearing in person. Frankly, I was shocked and disgusted to hear this had taken place. The Parole Board stated they were unable to ensure safety and security for all hearing attendees. Not sure why that would be different now. When he was in maximum security, they were allowed to attend. Being moved into media, and they're now saying that security was going to be an issue. So we did hear from the lawyer from the families, Tim Danson. He stated, quote, it was nothing short of gut-wrenching to experience the painful and heartbreaking reaction of Debbie Mahaffey and Donna French when they learned that the PBC was prohibiting them from representing their daughters and themselves and denying them the right to confront Paul Bernado in person. He went even further in his letter, calling the PBC's decision, quote, bone-chilling, and argued that it runs contrary to the Corrections and Conditions Release Act, which he said enshrines the right to in-person's victim impact statements. Mr. Danson also stated, it is incredible how the system is there to assist and benefit Canadians' most notorious sadist, sexual, psychopath, and murderer, but not his victims who suffer.
It's on being here today. I want to go back to your trip that you took to Russia in 2018. Who paid for that trip?
I paid for it.
You mentioned that you did several interviews there. Were you paid for those interviews?
I was not paid to do any of those interviews.
So I mean, it's come up who you interviewed while you were there, Alexander Dugin, who not only has been referred to as Vladimir Putin's brain. Actually, before I ask you this, how did you get an interview with him?
I watched an episode of The Agenda with Steve Piken where he interviewed Alexander Dugin, and then at a either earlier or later date, he also interviewed a translator of Dugin's, who was a University of Toronto PhD student. And I contacted either him or one of his translators and got his email and said, Mr. Dugin, could I conduct an interview with you? And in a very brief response, he just said yes.
So I just want to read, in 2014, Dugin said Russia should, quote, kill Ukrainians. He's previously been involved with Pomyat, which has been described as the most significant anti-Semitic organization since Perestroika. He's expressed his admiration for the SS, adopting the alter ego named Hans Sievers, named after the war criminal, who was General Secretary of the...
Yeah, by the way, Lauren Southern, she flirts dangerously close with Nazism.
Nazi Research Institute that Heinrich Himmler established. I'm just curious. I know you've mentioned Steve Piken a number of times, and I had limited time to look here, slightly different than the interview that you did. I'll just be honest. Why would you want to platform someone like that?
The exact same reason Steve Piken did and TVO did, because he is an interesting geopolitical figure, and I was more right than I bargained for initially at how interesting he would get. When I watched the TVO interview and when I watched the work of Michael Millerman, one of his translators, they kind of figured these ideas of...
Do you agree with his views on Ukraine?
No, I don't think we should kill the Ukrainians. On the contrary, I think we should be trying to not kill anybody. Not a big fan of killing people, Ukrainian or otherwise.
Right, that's why you're spreading Russian propaganda. All right.
And do you prescribe to his anti-Semitic views?
No, once again. You're interviewing me right now. Do you agree with all of my opinions?
No, I actually find some of them quite offensive. I'm just curious what a Canadian language is. Is that Ojibwe and Cree?
Typically in Canada, our national languages are English and French. I kind of figured this was common knowledge in here, but...
Okay. Well, I guess, it's funny. I was just in the Baltic countries and met with the NATO Center of Excellence on Strategic Communications. And a lot of what you put out aligns perfectly with the type of Russian misinformation that I heard about, particularly around immigration. But anyway, that's just a comment. You have been, you keep referring to Steve Piken and the fact that he did an interview with someone. You went to Russia, if I'm not mistaken, you were barred from going to the UK, is that correct?
Yes, I was barred from going to the UK.
And why was that?
That was because I tried to set up a pride parade in Luton, and the Islamic population there typically are not a big fan of that. And I was told that it was stirring up hatred.
And so you went to Russia to stir up hatred against Jews?
I'm so sorry. What are you referring to?
Look who you deliberately made a trip to Russia to interview someone who is one of the most anti-Semitic people around. Is it just to be controversial? Do you find that funny?
What part? Yeah, I do find it funny that you were accusing me of taking a trip to Russia to stir up hatred around Jews when I don't think Jews came up once during my interview with Alexander Dugin. I don't know where you're getting that from. And once again, Steve Piken conducted an interview with him. I guess you would.
Again, she believes in the Great Replacement theory, which is predicated on the idea that Jews want to destroy the world by making like everybody black and brown and getting rid of the superior white race, and then they can control the dumb darkies. Like,
Would have to make the same anti-Semitic accusation against TVO.
Ms. Southern, his views are well known, and you deliberately went there, so you're basically trying to create chaos. Funny thing is, that's what they say Russia does with all the things that they do, is try to create chaos in society. So it sounds like your goal is to try and create chaos, and I don't get the sense that you have a lot of respect for Western liberal democracy as it is. So anyway, that's my time, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Samoff. Madame Michaud, pour 2 minutes et demi.
2.5 minutes, Madame Michaud. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to come back to the monetary issue that was addressed earlier. You said that Tenant Media gave you a $275,000 US dollar budget, and your take home was about 100,000 Canadian. That's what you earned for yourself. Yes. Thank you. Did anybody at any time ask you to reimburse that money when Tenant was closed, when there were allegations? Did you meet any by the RCMP or CSIS or any type of security service that you met further to that?
So I have not been asked to reimburse any of that money, but I have been visited by CSIS, who quite frankly have been putting immense psychological pressure on me to become an informant on this subject and other subjects. Ultimately, I declined because I'm not looking to become an asset for foreign governments nor this government, and I did not like the way in which they threatened and stalked me. And I would like to know how much Canadians paid for that, by the way.
Je vous remercie. Thank you. In the UN, reported last September, in February 22, that Russia had begun an illegal war on Ukraine. There were more than 11,000 civilians killed and many other thousands that were injured. That's a lot of people. What would you think about being an agent for this type of country that would wage this type of war on another country? Does not that put you ill at ease?
You will never catch me speaking ill of the Ukrainian people. They are good people, and it is horrific what is happening to them and the losses that are happening to their community. And I hope that the suffering they are going through ends.
right, and she was promoting Russian disinformation to help the Kremlin so that Ukraine won't get as much foreign aid. That, cool story.
And I hope that the Ukrainian people will be free. I do not and have never wanted to be an agent of any state, an asset of any state, foreign or domestic, and I have always, at any inkling that is
Yeah, I mean, unless you're paid.
happening, have run the other way.
Merci.
Like again, she's worked with RT, interviewed Dugin, literally spouts Kremlin propaganda, takes their money. Right.
Mr. Johns for 2.5 minutes.
I really only have one burning question left.
Axel Fuzz, $20. Do you have the OLED Steam Deck, and is it worth paying more for that than the LED one? I have the original LCD Steam Deck. It's not worth it enough for me to get the OLED because I already have the original. Like, I'm not gonna pay another $500-600 just to get the OLED model. It is a better screen, so if you really care about having the best image quality on a handheld, it's really up to you. So, how much more is the OLED versus the LCD? $256 gig. Well, they're not even selling the 256 gig with the OLED. I mean, you might as well just get the OLED model if you don't have the LCD yet. Oh, Here we go. 512 LCD 689 OLED. So you're paying like 120 bucks more? Or 130 more? If you really care about having like really deep blacks and maybe better response time on the display, then might be worth getting the OLED if you care about that. Thanks for the donation though, Axel Fuzz.
And that's, you know, do you take any steps whatsoever to verify that the people paying you are legitimate and don't have ulterior motives?
This would not be a question being asked of any individual working in media, if not for the retrospect of this situation. I've had contracts, I've worked with many individuals. They've all looked the same as are a action I should have or could have.
Will you be doing any significant efforts to ensure that that the people are paying you are legitimate and don't have ulterior motives? Is this something that you're going to incorporate into your future business model?
I have always worked very hard to politicians tired of the subterranean Fed level.
Chair, and thank you, Ms. Southern. You're described as a social media influencer, someone who's a political activist.
Mangusis donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a deer playing with dogs. Oh my god, the deer's running around the little pond. Oh my goodness, the deer's having fun. The dog's standing there and doesn't know what's going on. Oh my god. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my goodness, so pretty. Look at that moose. That moose has a really nice nose. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's a little squirrel. Oh, he's waking up. He was having a little nap. Oh my goodness. Look how handsome. What a sweet little squirrel. Oh my god, so nice. I love squirrels. Squirrels are so good. Oh my god. Look at those goat. Oh my goodness. Oh Jesus Christ, look at those alpacas. Oh my god, they're eating hay. Oh wow, they're so fuzzy. Oh my goodness, they're so fuzzy.
I don't care what kind of mental health struggles you're having. You surround yourself with donkeys, and it all goes away.
I like donkeys. They're really nice and friendly. Those are good donkeys. Thanks for the donation, Mangusis. Oh, wait, wrong.
And a commentator, but what are your objectives when you what do you aim to achieve when you connect with an audience?
My aim has always been to speak for people that don't feel they have had a voice in the mainstream media or regular media, and to convey facts. You know, I'm a human being. Everyone that does media is a human being.
Right, convey facts. That's why you're promoting Russian propaganda.
I don't want people to follow me like I'm some sort of god and take everything I say as, and let people take that information.
You said this briefly in your opening, I believe, and in an answer to some of my colleagues' questions, but what motivated you or prompted you to start collaborating with Tenet Media? Was it the friendship only, or was it something else?
It was that it's usually very good to be working with a media company when you are in the, you know, social media content creation environment. I've been independent for so long, and it's...
Singer donated $2. Let me see.
Peter, I'm so excited to have you on the show.
Peter Singer's a fucking retard. We can look at that later. Thanks for the donation, Singer.
very hard to do. It's very hard to fundraise for a studio, for equipment, to do films, and I wanted to expand the type of films I was doing. And although, once again, it was underfunded, it was...
You had indicated that that you always put significant efforts into making original and thoughtful videos, and that your contract gave you full editorial control. You've made that very clear today. Now, have you ever been compensated to endorse a specific idea?
No.
On anything? No. From anywhere? No. Have you ever received information or from another organization, an individual, or a government for you to share that on your social media platforms?
No, other than, like, not paid for. I've certainly had lots of people send me, hey, share this tweet. I just did an interview, share this. Like, that's a very normal thing to happen in media.
I don't know how much time I have left, but two thoughts from your answers to other questions. You indicate that when you were in Russia, you had concerns about some other interviews you had done, and you chose not to broadcast or release those interviews, and you didn't explain why.
There was an individual that had told me they could set up interviews in Russia for me, and initially I was excited about this because they were able to get access to quite prominent figures, but as things went on, they were pushing me to do content and work, which, once again, I don't... If anyone I feel is pushing me to share ideas, I push back, including, quite frankly, they were trying to get me to go and do a film on the Donbass region before in 2018. I found this strange. Obviously, I didn't know there was going to be an invasion that would happen at any point, but being offered all access to that area, military access, seemed suspicious to me, and I rejected doing the film, and I deleted all the other interviews that I conducted, or refused to publish them, rather, that was in connection with this individual.
Thank you for the clarity. In my final moments, you made a very direct and scathing comment about the current, your opinion of the current media landscape in this country. Can you expand on that a little bit? Obviously, there's, and other people have concerns as well. So can you expand on what you're referring to in your description?
I have been doing YouTube for 10 years. When I started doing YouTube, it was individuals that were interested in sharing their opinions and beliefs without compensation, that genuinely cared about issues. Over the past 10 years,
What I'm referring to is you talked to Mr. John's question, you talked about receiving compensation, and you made reference to the media outlets that exist today,
Yes.
the national media outlets, receiving compensation from potentially places in this globe that are hostile to our democracy in Canada.
yes, what I was getting to is I believe there is a, I would have to give a written response later with the details, but based on my time, sorry?
Could you?
Yes, I can. Based on the time I've spent in media, over those 10 years, I believe that a large majority of content is being influenced both from corporations, domestic government, foreign government, being paid for. I would say that even half the contributions, likes, and views on content are now all botted, not legitimate, genuine views. They're being astroturfed. And this is part of the reason that I am personally stepping away from by partaking in social media myself, because I don't believe that a lot of the internet we are engaging with today are real people. It is very different. You can feel it if you spent time on the internet 10 years ago.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Motz. Ms. Zahid for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Southern, have you been contacted by Canadian or American law enforcement about your role in the Russian-run tenant media op, given the U.S. indictment?
Yes, as I mentioned, CSIS came to my house while I was making dinner for my child and tried to speak with me, but did so in a way that I was not comfortable with. And I've also, quite frankly, experienced quite a bit of harassment and stalking from them. When I told them I did not want to speak, they called me dozens and dozens of times. They found my gym. They told me that if I did not essentially...
Zaniba, Donators, what do you think her favorite position is? Also enjoy some vids. Let me see. What the fuck are these people doing? Jesus Christ. These people are seriously fucking stupid, dude. Is this like Texas or somewhere where they're not used to snow?
The worst episodes yet of why you think you want my job, but definitely don't really. Right now my tent is being dismantled by leafcutter ants. It's about 2 a.m. and I've been trying to sleep, and there's about 10 million leafcutter ants outside of this tent, and all they are doing is cutting leaf-size holes out of my tent. They are carrying away the nylon into the night, and because the leafcutter ants are working to dismantle every single thing that I own, they're opening up holes big enough for me to put my fist through, which means everything else in the Amazon is coming into my tent. And because of that, I keep turning on the lights. I just woke up because there's a leafcutter ant using its pincer jaws to bite my ear to try and carry off a piece. And inside
that sounds horrible.
This tent right now.
Yeah, I do not like bugs.
Hell no, to the no, no.
Okay.
Just announced a logo change to what I think is one of the ugliest logos I've ever seen. This is the old one and it is absolutely iconic. It looks perfect. And this is the new logo. This is the blandest, most forgettable logo I have ever seen. Not only that, alongside the logo change, the front of the cars are gonna look different. This is how they used to look. It looks amazing, superb. And this is what they're replacing it with, this goofy double J monogram.
Whatever. Well, I don't know what her favorite position is. You'd probably have to ask Destiny. I would assume cowgirl.
Essentially become an informant for them, that I love being a mother, I love my child, and I would love to see him grow up and be there to provide for him, and it would be a shame if something happened to me. So I'm not too impressed with the state of law enforcement in this country right now, to be honest.
Are you aware that the content you created for Tenant Media, Russian disinformation campaign, is still available on Tenant's Rumble page?
I have no control over that, but sure.
Have you spoken to Lauren Chan or Liam Donovan since the U.S. indictment?
I have not.
You have no relationship with them?
I have not spoken to them since the indictment, no.
Will you use this opportunity today to call on Tenon to remove any and all content created by you from their Rumble and X accounts?
No, all the content I made was of my own volition based on my own opinions and free speech. So I'm happy for that content to still be out there. Quite frankly, I spent a lot of money making some beautiful documentaries in which hardworking Canadians are featured who put themselves out there and are now
have all removed Tenon Media from their platforms using the US indictment. X, formerly known as Twitter, has not. So why do you think that is the case?
I have no idea. I don't work for
I think there's too many boomers in Parliament not asking the right questions to her.
He's the one that got her started. 17 years old and openly taking and promoting drugs. Skip to the domestic violence part. Yeah, having a chick on test isn't very good. Just two people addicted to steroids. It's like two heroin addicts, to be honest. I hope y'all get better soon. Drug addicts, simple as that. Babe, can I shave your back? Him, I got you. 17 and 45. Here's the thing, he's actually 22, he doesn't look 45, but she was 17. She looks far older. The couple is sponsored by Trenbolone. All that roid, but not lean. Just because you're taking steroids, it doesn't mean that you're lean. If you're eating a lot of food and on a bulk, you're gonna get bigger than last time. Welcome to the peg house. Why do you want your girlfriend to look like a man? My man follows the 3G rules. Gyno, gear, grooming. While that she's 17 and you be doing this shit, LMAO. Why would you brag about this? He's 22, she's 17. Probably been dating for over a year, if I had to guess. Just so disgusting. You don't even know what you want at that age. He's grooming you love and you're probably going to deny it. Average Israeli man liking minors, shocking. And so here's the thing, is 22 and 17 too big of an age?
Why would he read out that comment? Holy shit.
Age crap? Well, here's the thing. There's drugs involved. If we replace tren, testosterone, Anavar, and so on with alcohol, sniffing creatine, or taking recreational drugs, what would you think? And so I'm 49. I'm imagining that I have a daughter, and she's 17, and she's dating a man, and he's 22. Automatically, I'm thinking, this potentially could go sideways. He's a lot older, more mature, gonna want certain things. But if I find out that this guy sells steroids, if he's not natural, has horrendous gyno and acne all over himself, and in his bio it says, online support, fitness, nutrition, sale of nutritional supplements, and extras. I'm, as a father, thinking, what exactly are those extras? And
if you are selectively bred to believe in God, then you are most likely going to believe in God. You cannot go against a selective trait easily, hence disproving free will. That does not disprove free will.
And as I check out his Instagram, and I notice that he's got the gyno, the acne, he's clearly not natural. I'm thinking, bro probably sells steroids. And if I look at my daughter, who's over 200 pounds, going bald, I'm thinking, she's clearly not natural, and she's getting it from him. And me and him, we're going to have a chat. If you're dating my daughter and you're getting her hooked on drugs, we're not cool. This is not going to go well. And so replace steroids with alcohol. If you're a father and you found out your daughter was dating a 22-year-old who was giving her alcohol, getting her drunk underage, would you approve of that? And in my opinion, the alcohol is minor. Even though it's illegal, it's minor in comparison to using tren, testosterone, Anavar. You're 17. It's going to affect her hormones for the rest of her life. And so for the rest of her life, this girl has to deal with the fact that she now kind of looks like a man. And so it says power couple equals Aurea _ bodybuilder. There's clearly a 3cc syringe with something looking like testosterone mixed with tren, EQ, whatever. She's smiling with her little syringe. And if I'm her father, she ain't leaving the house. Gone are the days that I will ever let her date this young man. I'm calling the police. I'm reporting him. Is that the vision you have of your daughter's boyfriend? And if you're the father of this guy, you're going to have a little chat with him. You don't date 17-year-olds and inject them with testosterone, especially on camera. What is wrong with you? How did I raise you? Did I fail you as a father? Imagine condoning this, thinking, oh, they'll supplements and extras. And he's 22 years of age.
Dude, if I had gyno that bad, I would not be wearing fucking stringers. Like, that is some of the worst gyno I've seen. Like, it literally looks like he has pylons on his fucking nips.
seen the gyno. And so you can see the horrendous back acne on this guy. He's 22. He's got more acne and gyno than 17. Obviously easily manipulated. They're on steroids, loss of androgens, and so they're not thinking clearly. They think this is normal. They think this is okay. We have two people who are perhaps have born together, and they can help to glorify it. I accept you, you accept me. Let's use more. Most men not going to be a ass on social media. Look at this guy's horrendous acne, the gyno. This looks horrendous.
Dude, his chest acne is fucking horrible.
I'd rather be natural with 50 pounds less muscle than have to look like this guy. And so he's ego lifting in the gym. He has the 100-pound dumbbells. It's not heavy enough. Let me put dumbbells on top and only get about 5 reps. And let me hit a most muscular where my gyno is bigger than most women's breast tissue while I have horrendous acne everywhere. And I think this is cool. I am the next Sam Sulik. And think of it. He thinks this is impressive. He likes this. There's the horrendous gyno, the front double bicep. That's about as bad as you can get.
People are fucking weird, dude. What topics do they cover here? Here's a new book, Boycotting Thanksgiving, Intelligence of Turkey, Self-Awareness of Turkeys, Ethics of AI. Peterson AI, The Ethics of Eating Mammals, Being Vegetarian. These aren't interesting topics. Okay, let's watch Peterson.
Let me finish. Nobody finished this war. President Biden's last stand in the Oval Office is to dramatically change the rules in a conflict 5,000 miles away. The US has given Ukraine its blessing to fire long-range American missiles into Russia, and it's already done so. The UK has now done the same. Now Vladimir Putin is changing the rules too. Kremlin says it will consider an attack from a non-nuclear state, if backed by a nuclear power, as a joint assault on Russia. This wouldn't be Putin's first empty nuclear threat, far from it. But many people are furious at what they see as a reckless gamble, taken so close to the inauguration of a new president with new plans. President Trump's plans could be very different indeed. He campaigned on ending this war without saying how he would do that. Many of his supporters believe that MAGA means American money for Americans first. But where will that leave the Ukrainians fighting for their independence and their freedom? How worried should we be about the prospect of nuclear catastrophe? And if Trump supporters believe in peace through the projection of power, will they back him if he follows through in using it? To debate this, I'm joined by the host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson, United States Air Force veteran and YouTube commentator, Jake Bro, author of new book Provoked, How Washington Started the New Cold War with Russia and in the Catastrophe in Ukraine, Scott Horton, and the former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs, General Mark Kimmett. Well, welcome to all of you. General Kimmett, let me start with you as the senior military man in the room. I've taken a position from the start of this, and my brother was a British Army colonel, my brother-in-law was a British Army colonel, lots of military in my family. And it's interesting because they've completely disagreed about this from the start. I've taken a view of being very pro-Ukraine's right to defend itself against what I viewed as an illegal invasion of a sovereign democratic European country, and that everything that's followed since is in that context. But it's interesting because my brother, for example, would say it's not a war that Ukraine can win, that Russia with its superior power was never going to lose this war. Yep. What do you feel from a military perspective first? What do you
like they're losing bad. Like I don't know how anybody could have an opinion they're winning.
Feel about where this war now is, and do you agree that it's something that Ukraine...
Hello Richard Aspergis. I'm curious. In Canada, how much of US history did they teach you guys in school? Was it a big part of the curriculum? Or was it pretty brief?
As far as I can remember, practically zero. They did talk about colonizing of North America in general, but yeah, practically nothing. Thanks for the donation though, Cheeseburgers, appreciate it.
Can't win.
Well, listen, Piers, first of all, I think it's important to understand that two things can be right at the same time. It is certainly the case that a sovereign nation has the right and the ability to defend itself if attacked. But I've written a number of pieces for Wall Street Journal. 3 months after the war started, I said this is going to turn out to be a stalemate. So in many ways, I think it's inevitable that our policy...
Like, it's clearly not a stalemate. Russia's really on the fucking verge of just completely collapsing. Ukraine really just needs a little bit more time to let the Russian economy collapse. Just have troop morale dip low enough where you're just going to see mass mutinies. Like, they just need a little bit more time.
The United States policy was give them just enough to fight, but not enough to win, is exactly what got us into this position right now. Despite what's happened in the last week with President Biden and his team dumping more equipment in there, I don't think this is a winnable.
Colonization. LOL.
Man, it's worked out well enough for us. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
War, if you define winning by President Zelensky's old standard, which is retake and restore
Lauren
territorial...
Southern is such a moron.
Yeah, racist, lying moron. Indeed. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Like again, I don't know how this guy can have this opinion. Russia is on the brink of fucking collapsing. Like, yeah. Ukraine absolutely can reclaim all the territory they lost. They just need enough time to fight and let Russia fucking collapse.
Integrity, take back Crimea, and make Russia pay for this war. If that's the definition of victory, there's not a chance that Zelensky...
Orgasm donated $2. The hen got revenge via the egg. Let me see. She probably microwaved that. That's what it seems like. Hopefully she went blind. Thanks for the donation, Orgasm.
Can win this war.
And before I go to the others, this argument, which I know some of them will put forward, that basically Ukraine brought this on themselves and that it was the encroachment, as Russia saw it, the encroachment of NATO, which was then going to include Ukraine, and that they had no choice but to defend themselves against this NATO encroachment. What do you say to that argument?
Well, what I'd say is that's been the great debate over NATO enlargement since 1991. At that time, when Secretary James Baker agreed with Genscher that there would not be any eastward expansion. We must understand that...
Oh my god, he's spreading that fucking lie. That was with regards to East Germany.
That Russia has as much paranoia about foreign forces creeping up to their borders as the United States does. The only difference is that we've had that doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine, since 1807, that we will not allow another country to encroach into our hemisphere. So I think it's
Like, what sense does this make?
When did my son Dodo start donating to you? If you had to make a supercut of all of his donations, how long do you think the video would be?
Oh, fuck, that'd be hours. It's got to be at least 4 years now, right? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo's mother. Appreciate it. How exactly would a foreign entity encroach on U.S. territory? Do you know where you live? Like there's nothing but ocean around the U.S. What he's saying just makes no fucking sense. And if he's going to use this as an argument to legitimize Russia's invasion, well, they completely fucking failed. More countries have joined NATO, and now they have more NATO members around their fucking border. Like, this is just retarded.
reasonable concern that the Russians had that NATO would put military forces in Ukraine, and that unfortunately gave a lot of heartburn and heartache and stomach ache to Russia. Don't think they
No, it didn't. NATO had nothing to do with their invasion.
needed to attack, but it's unfortunate that they did.
Benny Johnson, welcome back to Uncensored. Always great to have you. You and I don't agree about this, but explain to me, I mean, your position, I'm going to miscategorize it, but I think your position is the kind of making America great theme means that America should put itself and its own interests first, and those interests do not include racing to the defense of a country thousands of miles away that's already had a lot of billions of American money poured into it and can't defeat the enemy anyway. Is that broadly where you sit?
Yes. And if you go talk to the progressive left, or if you go talk to...
This is so stupid. Dodo Donate Tellers. That was an excellent takedown of Peterson's rambling about Cain and Abel in the stream earlier, by the way. I was going to say that earlier, but I went to sleep. That was hilarious. Peterson needs a tall glass of shut-up juice. That's what Jenk needs to tell him. Yeah, that... What a weird thing to say. Peterson is fucking crazy. Like, he's actually insane. He's being diagnosed with schizophrenia. He probably has schizophrenia if he thinks Cain and Abel is a brilliant story. It's fucking stupid. It is just horseshit nonsense. It's not even a story. It's just inane rambling. And then, like, this is something that you typically see in schizophrenics, like Adam Gugamos. He'll turn COVID into some, like, weird, deep psyop about how everybody should go vegan. Like, schizophrenics do that, where they think they're getting some hidden information from things, and it's part of their, like, delusional, you know, way of thinking. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
To anyone at a MAGA rally, they'll tell you the exact same thing. This is one of the most unifying issues in America right now, is that Americans are done having our greatest treasure, which is the lives of Americans, poured into countries that are not our own, defending territories and borders.
What do you mean, lives of Americans? Tell me how many American troops have died in the Ukraine war? It's been exactly 0.
That are not our own. And then other treasures of Americans, like our national debt, our actual monies being spent to the tune of $35 trillion in debt. What is that going?
If you're going to complain about the national debt, then you can blame Trump.
To leave our children. It certainly hasn't made the world a safer place, Piers. And I'll say this, it is suicidal for Joe Biden on his way out to sabotage a peace.
What a fucking idiot. Jake Bro's gonna destroy this guy. Dodo Donate Tellers, he looks extremely sick and frail.
If you're in pain,
every budding beauty, so ashamed of her breasts that she lets a Machiavellian psychopath cut them off.
you have no idea how many people that's killing. You have no idea. I see people everywhere, all over the world. They're so demoralized, especially young people with a conscience, because they've been told since they were little that there's nothing to them but corruption and power. It's like, how the hell do you expect them to react? You know, well, I shouldn't do anything then, you know. The most fundamental reality is pain. Yes. Is there anything more fundamental than pain? Love.
Gay.
Really? If you're in pain, love and truth, that's what you got. And you know, if they're more powerful than pain.
Good God, you're right, he really needs to eat more.
Well, he's on the carnivore diet, so he's just gonna wither away slowly. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Maybe they're the most real things. Even in the revelation of their triumph, the initial depth of their despair, So I wouldn't change that. But it's not nothing. And it's certainly not just happiness. It's better than happiness, but it's almost unbearable. Well, I think you really...
It's hilarious how this guy is a male role model. And he, like, cries when he watches Pinocchio.
Want to know what I think? I think it's revenge against God for the crime of being. That's really what I think. It's Cain and Abel. It's like, oh, Abel's your guy, eh, God? How about if I take him out in the field and beat him to death?
Yes, the guy who raises chickens that God really likes. And Cain only made vegetables. It was probably something like zucchini or some shit. Oh, you like chickens, do ya? Well, death to the chicken farmer. You're just gonna get zucchinis, God. Like,
how do you feel about that? All my sacrifices went unrewarded. Yeah, it's like...
Dude, he looks like he's on fucking meth. Who would listen to this wacko?
Yeah, that's what it is at the bottom of the hell of things.
Look at his fucking... Like, he has corn niblets for teeth. Oh my God.
And I have my tendency to feel a hell of a lot more sorry for a set of confused, isolated, and lonely pubescent girls who have no one to love them enough to help them appreciate who they are than I do for one overprivileged and unfortunately confused narcissistic Hollywood star.
What a fucking clown.
That's just because he wishes he was a real boy.
Yeah, really. Oh my God. Ugh. He's got, like, the reverse Michael Jackson syndrome. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Peace that President Trump has promised to bring to this region, and I hope he does, because an ugly peace is better than a hot war. For Joe Biden to say that American missiles should be lobbed into the heart of Russia, would you stand for it?
So, what, they've increased the engagement range up to 300 or 350 kilometers into Russia? That's nowhere near Moscow. Like, what does he mean, the heart of Russia?
If Russian missiles were being lobbed into the Midwest, I certainly wouldn't.
Thanks for the membership, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Well, Russian missiles. Well, hang on. Russian missiles are being lobbed indiscriminately into.
Yeah, like they're being shot at. So Russia can shoot into Kyiv, but yeah, Russia. So Russia can shoot missiles into Kyiv, but Ukraine can't shoot missiles into Russia. Like, these people are just fucked, man.
To a European sovereign democratic country. They've also just recruited 10,000 North Korean soldiers to join the war. And I'm just curious, Betty, genuinely curious. I hear you.
Dodo and $8. Imagine for a second you could vote for president in Canada and it wasn't a parliamentary system. You have Justin Trudeau running against Jordan Peterson. Who are you voting for? Oh, boy. That's a tough one. Like, from my perspective, the worst thing Jordan Peterson would do would be he would try to repeal trans rights, which is kind of a big deal. I don't know if he could do it because it's already been codified into the Canadian Human Rights Code. I don't see any realistic avenue in which he could get trans identities removed from the Human Rights Code. He is in favor of industrialization, which Canada really fucking needs badly. Trudeau's running the economy into the fucking ground, and basically most of our GDP is coming from the fucking housing market, which is completely unproductive. So I might vote for Peterson just because Trudeau is just such a fucking retarded fuck up. Like, he's ruining Canada bad. He's even gone as far recently as having a temporary removal of GST from like most goods, like groceries, clothing, shit like that, because he knows like so many people are having issues with affordability. So yeah, I think I'd have to vote for fucking Peterson, just because I think his like economic strategies just make more fucking sense than Trudeau, and I know he is a regressive retard, but I don't see him being able to do too much damage at this point. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Really, man, Jordan is a Nazi.
I mean, Trudeau is not that much better when you really think about it. He's a fucking asshole. I actually think he's a psychopath. Jordan Peterson's just a, like, bigot, but, like, Trudeau is just a fucking cunt. So, I don't know. That's a really tough choice, but I see Jordan Peterson probably doing more good than harm versus Trudeau. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I respect your opinion. Genuinely curious, if you went back 25, 30 years, the idea that Republicans would be happy for a Russian dictator helped by North Korea to invade a sovereign democratic European country and actually want Putin to keep what he's stolen would be unthinkable. I mean, I think, for example, well, hang
I'm
on.
not going to allow
I think,
Piers,
well, okay, you can answer, but I'll add this to
you, man, but I'm not going to allow you to categorize
Well, let me add this to it.
I'm not going to allow you to categorize it that way. Nobody's happy about this.
I will, but
Vladimir Putin's an
let me finish.
He's a dictator.
Let me finish.
And nobody likes this war. I don't want this war to happen.
But let me
I
finish.
don't want this war to be won by. I don't want this war to be happening at all. I want there to be peace. I want people to.
Like, this is just kindergarten level geopolitical commentary. Like, imagine if this is World War II and you're saying, well, I don't want this war to happen at all. Like, okay, well, you don't get to decide that, dipshit. Like, why is he even saying that?
Stop dying.
Yeah.
Much like Israel and Gaza, I want peace. I do not want this to drag on so that it creates a nuclear conflict that might draft my children or.
Yeah, nuclear conflict. How many times has Russia threatened the use of nuclear weapons, but they just didn't?
Your children into another war. You have military-age sons. Piers, would you want them to fight in Ukraine?
Dodo Donatillers, you wouldn't be worried about Peterson pushing his carnivore agenda or religious agenda. Mikhaila Peterson for health minister, by the way. It's funny, if Trump removes term limits, Bill Clinton can run against him.
2 days ago, I turned 70.
I don't think Bill Clinton would run again, and I think if he did, he probably wouldn't really be a viable candidate, especially considering all the, like, his relationship with Epstein, the amount of women he raped. I don't see him being a viable candidate. Like, Trump can get away with stuff like that because he just has a cult sycophant following. Bill Clinton doesn't. He was a really great U.S. president. Terrific economic policies, but he's a terrible person. And I don't know. It would kind of depend on who would run for the Republicans. But I don't know if he'd really be a viable candidate at this point.
78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations.
I don't know about, I don't know if Peterson would promote the carnivore diet if he was prime minister. I guess he probably would. I don't think he could. Could he make his daughter health minister? I guess he'd try.
And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. 2 days.
Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
But the point I was going to make before you interrupted me was...
Would you?
Hang on.
By the way, the Benny Johnson guy was one of the people busted in the Tenet media indictment, and he has all the same excuses as Lauren Boohoo. I'm a victim. How was I supposed to know Russia was compensating me, etc.?
Yeah. These people are all retarded fucking clowns. Like, humanity really is just a bunch of fucking chimps, man. It's just shocking how fucking stupid people are. I just have no faith in humanity whatsoever. There's no limit to how stupid and delusional people can be. Literally no fucking limit whatsoever. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Dodo donated $2. I'm just saying Bill Clinton is younger than Trump, even though he left office nearly 25 years ago. Like, what the fuck? Middle-aged. And older black people love Bill Clinton. Watch this amazing.
Back to Harlem, Mr. President. Thanks, man.
They don't play Hail to the Chief when President Bill Clinton shows up anymore.
Hey, guys.
But there's an equally welcome sound he still hears all the time.
Give my love to Hillary, too.
Thank you.
How's it been being in Harlem?
I love it.
How you doing?
Hey, man.
Here in Harlem.
Well, again, he had the best economic planning.
Here we go again, Richard. Stop with the R word. 7 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
All right, well, thank you for that R word, please. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, Bill Clinton had the best economic planning of any president, so...
A walk through the streets with...
Years ahead, I will never... The thing I'm most proud of is that I proved that you can make a big difference as a private citizen.
Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Did it skip Dono? That's weird. Dodo donated $2. Agreed VG to quote Scar from The Lion King. I'm surrounded by idiots. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Vegan Gains first Jordan Peterson moment. This shit had me dying Lamau. Clip from 0:23 to 1:18.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I got so fucking high. Is there any difference between being smart and stupid? Incompetence and competence. One driving to destruction. One driving to creation. And both require the other. And so it was made by the thoughts of its future. And that is what created your universe. I don't even know what the fuck I was like thinking. I got so high off those edibles, dude. Thanks for the donation, Casey. Dodo donated $2. I encourage you to watch the whole video because I actually think he has gotten even smarter and he really thinks about his words before he speaks and even talks about how Democrats need to debate positions more often. We got a lot of shit to get through, Dodo, so I'm not going to watch the whole video, but I'm not going to deny, like, Clinton's a very smart guy. And he was one of the best U.S. presidents in history, certainly. You could even make an argument for being the very best. It's just that due to his age and due to his sexual misconduct, I don't know if he's a viable candidate anymore. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Let's say you're a judge, and you have the option to sentence an innocent person to prison, where you know they will be murdered. But in doing this, you somehow save 3 innocent lives. What do you choose? Assume everyone involved has the same moral value.
Well, I wouldn't sentence the person. Because, like, if you could say... It's kind of like the trolley problem, right? Like, if there was a trolley that was going to run over 3 people, but you could stop it by pushing somebody in front of it, just a random person, would you would you murder the innocent person to stop the trolley to save 3 people? Is that ethical? Probably not. Like, probably the best example that I think illustrates this best is, let's say there are 2 people who are dying of kidney failure and they need a replacement kidney. And there's one person who happens to be a matching donor for both of those people. Do you kill... and we could also add there's another person with liver failure. Do you kill one person and extract his liver and both of his kidneys to save those 3 people? Like, would you be in favor of living in a society where any random person, including yourself, could be murdered and have their organs harvested to save a greater number of individuals? You probably wouldn't want to live in a society like that. So, that sort of rights violation, to save the lives of, 3 people, it's it doesn't reach a threshold where I'd be comfortable murdering an innocent person just to save 3 people. If I needed to murder somebody to like save the lives of everybody, then sure, that would cross that threshold, but no, just to save 3 people, no. Thanks for the donation though, Clitoris.
You have military?
Or Dodo, I mean.
Vegan Gains first Jordan Peterson moment. This shit had me dying Lamau. Clip from 023 to 118.
Yeah, that was Clitoris. Is the Streamlabs thing not updating again? Wait, where the fuck? Oh no, that Dono played twice for some reason. Okay, never mind.
Age sons, you want them to go fight in Ukraine?
I will answer that question in a moment. But what I will say to you first of all, I was trying to say before you jumped in, which was, what is the difference, just ideologically, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait? Kuwait wasn't a NATO country. Why did Desert Storm happen? Why did General Norman Schwarzkopf, encouraged by every Republican I've ever met in my life, encourage the removal of Saddam Hussein from Kuwait? What is the difference? You were basically supporting Kuwait's right to defend itself and to have freedom from a rampaging dictator from Iraq. Why are the different rules now? What change?
There's so much that's changed, especially in the policy of the Republican Party, which is where I thought you were going with this, Piers, which is why I cracked a smile, because the Republican Party itself has now taken a stance against neocons. I would argue probably the worst decision Kamala Harris made on the campaign trail. That's a long list. Piers, I wonder if you'd agree with me on this, is to bring Liz Cheney on the trail with
Totally agree.
And to say, Liz Cheney is going to be my Secretary of Defense.
Totally agree.
You go and say that to Arab communities in Michigan, and you wonder why you lose Michigan.
Yeah.
I think it's suicidal. I think people are done with neocon ideology.
Yeah.
To your point about Saddam Hussein, I'll say the same thing that I'll say about Putin. I'll say the exact same thing. These are dictators. They're bloodthirsty. I don't think they're to be trusted. I don't like these actions. But let me tell you, I am an American first. I was born on this soil. This is my country. I am a Native American. I'm born here. My grandparents were born here. I do not want my children, and I have 4, Piers, to die for Iraq. I don't want my children to die for Afghanistan or die fighting ISIS or Russia in Ukraine.
Again, this is like literal toddler level geopolitics. It's like this retarded isolationist idea where, oh, why should Americans like die for other countries? Like, you understand that we have like military alliances, we have trade with these countries. Like if China invaded Taiwan, it's like, oh, well, why would American troops want to die for Taiwan? I care about America. Well, we trade with Taiwan. All of the world's semiconductors come from Taiwan. You want a fascist dictatorship that wants to control the entire world, to have control over all the world's semiconductors? Like, that's the kind of fucking kindergarten level fucking geopolitics this guy has. You can't have the stupid isolationist fucking policy. We trade with these other fucking countries. It's in our best interest to have a stable world where people aren't invading each other and people are on good relations. And yet, the United States has to act as like the world police sometimes.
Ukrainian soil. I think that is antithetical to the founding of this nation and antithetical to our great founding father, George Washington, who warned in his last declaration to the American people as he was leaving office, do not get embroiled in foreign entanglements. It's the destroyer of nations.
Okay,
and we've seen it with the British Empire. Piers, sorry. We've
Yeah.
seen it with the British Empire. We've seen it with every empire
Yeah.
that has existed, with the Roman Empire, all the way through. And I think,
Well, British Empire, like, that's a really... They tried to colonize other nations, so what is he fucking talking about?
we should follow these wise words.
And one final point to you before I go to the others, which is, if a deal was done and Putin got to keep the land he's stolen, along with Crimea, and his next action is to go and invade Poland, just as Nazi Germany did in 1939, what should America do in that position, given that Poland's part of NATO?
Again, that would be suicidal for Russia because Poland is part of NATO, and then they would...
what should America do?
Well, Article 5 would be enacted.
What do you think morally America should do in that eventuality?
I will have to leave it up to the military mind. Some of them are on this panel. I'll say this, and this...
Okay, this guy's just pro-fascism.
This is my stance permanently, Piers, which is that an ugly peace in the Ukrainian war, an ugly peace.
What is the categorical imperative? In simple terms.
Categorical imperative for what? You'd have to elaborate. Thanks for the donation, though, penis glands.
And virtually in all situations, an ugly peace is better than a hot war.
Okay, I find it strange that you wouldn't say, obviously, you've got to kick him out of Poland. Let me go to Jake Bro, US...
Well, that's what Article 5 would be. Article 5 would be an attack.
No, I know what would happen. I know what's supposed to happen. I'm just curious what your moral view of it is, given what you said earlier. Jake Bro, US Air Force veteran, thank you for your service. Obviously, I know you don't agree here. I am genuinely, it is very surprising how the politics of this kind of thing have changed so dramatically. It would have been unthinkable 30 years ago to have a conversation with conservatives on the airways where they would talk this way, I think, about this. I'm not saying, by the way, that Benny's wrong, and I'm not saying he's not right, that a lot of Americans agree with him. But how do you feel about it?
Conservatives really had their act together in the George W. Bush years, right, everybody?
Right. Yeah, I mean, what's your view of this?
They were really great back then. So, Piers, I'm going to defer to your former UK Prime Minister, who stated this week that there's this segment of the Republican Party that has a weird homoerotic fixation on Putin. They love his tough guy image. They love his tough guy politics. It doesn't appeal to me, but it does appeal to a certain segment of the Republican Party. And to bring up the neocons and what happened 20, 25 years ago, I didn't support the Iraq War. I was 19 in 2003. And I'm firmly in support of this war, supporting Ukraine, because this is a generational fight. History is repeating itself. All the claims that Putin is making about Russian speakers in the Donbass region and past territorial claims, it's the exact same argument that Hitler made in World War II, going into the Rhineland and then Czechoslovakia and, of course, Poland. And the other panel member talking about America First, we had an America First movement in 1938, 1939, 1940 to keep the United States out of World War II. I don't want to go to war. I don't like war. But sometimes democratic nations aren't given a choice. What is happening today has never happened since the advent of nuclear weapons. A nuclear-powered state has said, this territory used to belong to us, we want it back, give it to us because...
Serious question. Would you rather have this character for president, or Donald Trump? Answer seriously.
President of America! President Camacho! Shut up! Sit your monkey ass down. Chill out. Shit. I know she's down with all that starving bullshit and the dust storms and we running out of french fries and burrito coverings.
Yeah.
But I got a solution.
That's what you said last time, dipshit. I got a solution. You're a dick. South Carolina, what's up?
That's what I thought.
Is there a difference? Like, I mean, he'd probably be funnier because he's a big jack black dude, but I don't think there's a difference between Camacho and Trump. Thanks for the donation, though, Didi.
Because we have nuclear weapons. This is not something the Western Alliance or the international community can...
Would I cull vegans who consume fish? Well, by definition, they wouldn't be vegan, and yeah, I'd be fine with culling them.
...tolerate. Nuclear states talking about historical claims, saying, give us back territory that once belonged to us, otherwise we're going to nuke you. Day 2 of this full-scale invasion, and we just went over 1,000 days. Day 2, Putin raised the equivalent of his DEFCON, saying, don't help Kyiv. Don't give any assistance, otherwise we might use nukes. And for 1,000 days, they haven't used nukes, because they can't. I can lay out the arguments why, but this is not tolerable because it'll never end. If this works, it will embolden dictators around the world, the first group who already have nukes, to start talking about historical claims because they know the international community is not going to stop them. And any dictators that want to go and get back historical territory, they're going to want nukes. And for any smaller country who doesn't feel defended by the international community, they're also going to want nukes now because the United States, France, UK, the democratic countries that have nuclear weapons are not going to help them. Okay. They're not going to defend them.
Okay, let me go to Scott, because you've literally written a book about this. Provoked, How Washington Started the New Cold War with Russia and the Catastrophe in Ukraine. There's no doubt, when you look at the full history going back to the start of the 90s, it's complicated. There's no doubt. It is a complicated history. It's not clear-cut. It's not simple, I don't think. A bit of American meddling in there, a bit of Russian meddling. Everyone's meddling around in Ukraine. I think the theme of your book, though, is that very much that Russia was provoked into waging this war. Why do you say that?
Well, of course, it was. It was American meddling, as you say, going back really to the end of the last Cold War, as I document in the book. And I would object to sort of the way that you paraphrase it earlier in the show that I think you're implying that I would argue that Kiev brought this on themselves. As the subtitle there says, Washington is the one who brought this on.
I wasn't talking about you directly there, sorry.
Yeah, right. It's okay. I just want to clarify. And
yeah.
I'm not arguing either that they gave the Russians no choice, because I think they had lots of choices to do this. That still doesn't absolve the responsibility of the Americans. And basically, to sum it up, it's broken promises on NATO expansion. It's missile defense systems installed in Romania and Poland.
There was no promise to not allow NATO to expand into Ukraine.
In violation of the Founding Act of 1997. And it's essentially an American-backed side in a long-term civil war that's going on in the country after America overthrew the government twice.
Oh, here we go. He's calling this a civil war. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, no. Oh no. Okay, I'm really hoping this was another video I was watching. Piers Morgan might have copyrighted his content. I'm not sure though.
In 10 years, in the Orange Revolution of 04 and the Maidan Revolution
No, I'm not dieting still.
in 2014, because the wrong guy kept winning the election. And as the Americans said over and over again, and I document it as thoroughly as could be, we are taking Ukraine away from Russia. This is not allowing Ukraine to be independent. This is America forcing the issue, and as everyone on this panel knows, the status
No, America's not forcing Ukraine to be independent.
quo in Crimea held from 1991 all the way through 2014, until America overthrew the government there for the second time, and the new government...
America didn't overthrow the government. Ukraine pushed out the pro-Russian separatists who were just Russian agents.
America did not overthrow the government. You can look at the crowds.
Oh, shut up, man. You know what? We heard your piece. They immediately threatened to kick the Russians out of the Sevastopol naval base. Only then did the Russians change the status quo on the Crimean Peninsula, which, by the way, belonged to Russia since the 1780s, since before the American Constitution.
So did Alaska. Should we...
Oh my god, this guy is like actually fucking retarded. Russia recognized Ukrainian independence.
Give Alaska back?
Anyway, this guy's an idiot, but if you want me to keep talking with you, Piers...
Nothing to say.
Finish your point.
You know, this guy sounds... I'll tell you what. With this guy talking about, oh, we just have to help them win. That's what they said for 20 years in Afghanistan. We just have to help the Tajiks and the Hazaras and the Uzbeks crush the Pashtuns. And once we're done, it'll be great. We can't sell them out now. We can't leave now. And then what happened? Hundreds of thousands of people killed, and they lost anyway. And everyone knows it's in the Wall Street Journal. It's in the Council on Foreign Relations Journal, Foreign Affairs. Even Richard Haas, the former president of the CFR, has a new piece in Foreign Affairs saying, give it up. We know that there's nothing America can do to help Ukraine retake the Donbass, Zaporozhye, Kherson, Crimea. They can't, unless you want to call in the B-2s and the B-52s and the U.S. Navy, at which point we have a general war. So the war is lost. So this guy can bloviate all he wants about how, no, it would be wrong to turn our back now. The Russians haven't even launched a full-scale mobilization in their country. This is a police action to them, while the Ukrainians are already running out of men, and Jake Sullivan is demanding that they increase conscription. That is slavery. On behalf of a war, we're looking at antiwar.com today. We have the
Russia
headline.
has
The
conscription.
majority
Is
of
that slavery?
Ukrainians want to negotiate. There's your democracy for you. The majority of Ukrainians know that what I just said is true. Even Yulia Tymoshenko a year ago said it's time to negotiate.
Okay.
This guy's a fool.
Okay, well, before I go to General Kim, again, I want to just get Jake to just respond to that, because you're a fool, apparently.
Well, according to this guy, democratic revolutions are never possible. We had one in this country in 1776.
What are you talking about? I didn't say that. Why don't you argue with something I said, you dumb bastard?
Wow. Okay. You got some
I
anger
didn't say it was
issues, man.
never possible. America spent $100 million to overthrow the government in
These
Ukraine.
guys on this
That's not a
panel are
democratic
arguing that the
revolution.
people of the former
That's
Soviet
Barack
republics
Obama
have
and
no
Joe
right to
Biden overthrowing
self-determination.
the government
They're
there.
saying that as soon as
Give me a
Putin installs
break.
a strong man in any of these countries that remains corrupt and loyal to him, change is never possible. Viktor Yanukovych was not killed. He was not imprisoned. He fled. He fled back to Russia. He fled back to his masters. And in my opinion,
So
when
what
you're the
does that
president of
do
the
with
country
anything?
and you
Because
flee the
America
country,
spent $100
you
million
gave up your power.
overthrowing him. Look, man.
Okay, so I'm being serious here. I genuinely want to understand the conspiracy that the United States is behind the color revolutions of these Soviet
you've never heard of
republics.
the National Endowment for
Because
Democracy, huh?
when Russia invaded, why did we offer them a ride? Why the delay in tanks? Why the delay in HIMARS? Why the delay in Patriot systems? Why the delay in F-16s? Why are we just giving approval for ATACMS this week after 1,000 days of the war if the conspiracy always was the United States was trying to separate Ukraine from Russia, that we're trying to install a CIA-backed government or whatever? I don't understand this conspiracy when we haven't done everything to fully support Ukraine.
Okay,
Can you explain this to me? Because I don't understand.
Okay, let me just time out for a second. I want to bring in General Kim. I'll come back to you, Scott.
Well,
I
you
promise
asked
you.
me something, Piers, so let me answer it. Look, you're completely mixing up what I said about 2014 with then questions about 22. Clearly, as everyone on this panel knows, they announced repeatedly in the New York Times and the Washington Post in March and April of 22 that the purpose of the war now is to prolong it for the strategic weakening of Russia. So no amount of the weapons...
Yes.
Can stop this war at any time. Russia's
No
weakening
amount of the
themselves by
weapons you just
continuing
named.
this war.
No amount of the weapons you just named would have turned the tide at that point.
Okay, let me
But
bring
the
in...
Biden administration decided to trickle the weapons in, as you correctly described, in order to keep the war going.
All right, let me bring in General Kim in.
Russia.
I want to bring in General Kim in now. General Kim.
Like, this is just doublespeak. So, on one hand, he says the U.S. has planned on, like, attacking Russia and everything, but then Jake Bro said, okay, well, if this was their plan all along, then why is aid only trickled in and they haven't given Ukraine enough aid? Like this is...
Oh,
A lot of people have, hang on, Scott. Let me bring in the others.
That's the same reason they backed the Mujahideen in
Afghanistan
in the 80s.
Scott, let me bring in General Kim. He's been waiting very...
Bleed them to bankruptcy.
Scott,
Do you
I will come back
understand?
to you.
Have you seen Rambo 3?
There are
It's
four
the
of us
same
on the,
thing.
four people on the panel. All right, guys, please, time out.
Jesus
Time out,
Christ, you're so
please.
stupid. Give
General
me a
Kim,
break.
thank you for your patience.
There's
A lot
one
of
more
people are very
anti-communist
concerned, General
than you.
Kim, about the possibility of this...
Like, What was America supposed to do? Well, like, yeah, no shit. The U.S. gave weapons to and training to the Mujahideen. They were just supposed to let Russia invade?
Developing into a nuclear conflict. I've never understood that, because every red line that's been crossed in this war, of which there have been multiple Putin red lines crossed, he's not done anything, despite threatening to use nukes all the time, and his people threatening to use nukes all the time. I don't understand why anyone thinks he would use nuclear weapons, given the establishment of MAD, mutually assured destruction. Why would he press a button that leads to his instant death? Am I misguided? Am I naive? Or is that the military view too?
Well, let me give you the other side of the argument. It doesn't matter what I believe, but the other side of the argument to argue against your point would be that Soviet military tactics and their doctrine always permitted the use of tactical nuclear weapons, artillery-launched nuclear weapons on the battlefield if the country of Russia was invaded. There is a legitimate doctrinal...
It has been invaded. Like, what are you talking about? Ukraine invaded Kursk. The country has been invaded.
Purpose for using artillery-launched nuclear weapons once they went into Kursk. I mean, you're talking about a nuclear weapon that really isn't much more than about 5 or 6 155 rounds hitting the ground at the same time. So my view would be doctrinally...
Why haven't they used it?
Putin has an argument to make. This country has been invaded. His doctrine says use nukes if we're invaded. Now, whether he will or not, I think, is a different story. As has been mentioned a number of times so far, we've allowed ourselves to be self-deterred throughout this war. You ask... I don't believe that your guest that says we're doing this intentionally to bleed out the Russians by giving dribs and drabs of equipment to the Ukrainians so that we can go on a killing spree for 1,000 days at this point. I would simply say no administration is that smart and no administration is that stupid. I've sat in the National Security Council Situation Room and heard the arguments that are made between the State Department, the Defense Department, and the President and the National Security Advisor, and the notion that they would be sitting there in some Dr. Strangelove-like situation, wringing their hands or wrapping their hands and saying, let's bleed these guys out for a couple of years because that's good for America. I did not see that in my years in the Situation Room, and I'm surprised that anybody would think that this government is either that smart or that stupid.
Before we go back to... Hang on one sec. Hang on. Hang on.
Can I please address that?
No, I'm going to come to Benny in a second. I want to know before we go to Benny.
Well, but he was remarking on something I said.
I know, but everyone must get a fair chance to speak. Before I go to Benny, Benny's point is that everything has changed in America. That a lot of Republicans who would have endorsed a lot of those, as he put it, the neocon wars, and I opposed the Iraq war as editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper here very vociferously and helped lead a march for 2 million people through the streets of London. Tony Blair went against the will of the people, as far as I'm concerned. But his point that really Republicans are driving this movement in America are they're just sick and tired of fighting other people's wars, and that actually there is a real shift in will that is becoming much more insular in America. And I've heard it said that America's fought wars for the last 60, 70 years and barely won anything because what do you call a win? What do you call victory? And a lot of them have been a massive, gigantic mess. Whether it's Vietnam, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Afghanistan. So I can understand why people like Benny are like, we're done with this. What do you feel, General? Before I go to Benny, what do you feel about that from a military point of view?
Well, first of all, we do what our nation tells us, unless it's illegal or moral. But what I would say is let's not forget the Second Gulf War, 99 senators on both sides of the aisle out of a Congress of 100 senators voted for the use of force in Iraq. Now, they were clutching pearls and wringing their hands about 2 years later when it didn't turn out the way we thought it was going to. And one can argue about why that happened, whether it's poor intelligence, poor tactics, whatever. But it's not just the Americans that Republicans that either want to start war or stop war. It's really both sides of the aisle. And I think both sides of the aisle will say, look, America is willing to fight a war that's an existential threat to the United States of America. But these optional wars, we shouldn't be rushing to war just because there's somebody pointing a gun at either us or our allies. There ought to be a higher bar, the Brzezinski rules that we used to talk about before we start putting American sons and daughters into combat. And we seem to have lowered that bar ever since 1982 or 1983 when we valiantly parachuted into Grenada to stop that hotspot of red terrorism. But no, I just think that, look, anybody that says America should go to all wars or America should go to no wars is just being foolish. We just have to be more discriminate about the wars that we fight. We need to have a better conversation about going into war before we send the 82nd Airborne in.
Benny, I do think it's a really interesting.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it's a really interesting debate, and it's interesting to hear the General talk that way because it's not a million miles really from what you were saying.
Yes, thank you, General. That was very sound.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I thought
very reasonable, very reasonable.
And also, Benny, Trump did not go to war or didn't start a new war during his tenure as president. I've talked to him about this. He just sees it as bad business. I mean, it's good business for the people that build all the munitions, but it's bad business for America PLC. Wars are incredibly expensive, and as Trump put it, what do we get out of all this at the end of the day? And the answer is often a bigger mess than you started. You look at the Iraq War, for example. Out of that came ISIS, which caused merry hell around the world for years. So other than that and wrecking Iraq, I'm not quite sure what the purpose of that war was. It was revenge against a country which had nothing to do with 9/11, etc. So I don't want to go over each of the conflicts, but Trump
probably burns somewhere around 500 additional calories with exercise.
Definitely seems to be with you on this, right? And do you think that is becoming almost the mainstream now with Republicans?
The American people are with me, Piers, because the American people are grounded in reality. I have an article right here on my phone that I'm reading right now. It is breaking news at time of recording, Piers, that says that Joe Biden has forgiven the loan of up to the tune of $10 billion that was given to Ukrainian armed forces. So this is just money that will be carried on the debts in the backs of our grandchildren's grandchildren forever for a Ukrainian war that somebody has yet to, quite frankly, explain why we are funding or fighting. And this is something that is catastrophic to the American mind when they can't.
This guy, it's like, again, toddler level geopolitics.
Afford groceries. When a mother is standing in line wondering how she will feed her children or how she will fill up her gas tank or why there are so many massive potholes on her road with a house that she has to rent a single room in because she can't, God help her, afford a home. That's utterly out of reach and unfathomable in the current economy. And she's sitting here looking at Joe Biden.
Like, by the way, when they say this and you ask these conservatives, oh, so you're in favor of taking away this military spending and putting it towards welfare, socialized healthcare, paid leave, maternity leave. Oh, no. Why should my tax dollars go towards like handouts? It's just bullshit.
Biden forgiving the loans of Ukraine to go slaughter the flower of Russia and Ukraine, these young children that are fighting and dying.
By the way, he tried to forgive student loan debt, and the conservatives were all against that. So again, just more evidence that this moralizing about, oh, they're spending money on like a foreign country, but they're not giving Americans money. Well, he tried to forgive student loan debt, and you all opposed it. So much for, oh, if only Americans could get that money.
Dying in these trenches, and she's wondering, what the hell? I can't feed my kids. And Taylor Swift and Lizzo and Oprah and all these billionaires are out telling me this is great.
Again, it was the conservatives who wanted to, ban free school lunches. Oh, why should they get this handout?
Right. This is good. No, it's not good. It's how you lose an entire country. And it's a horrible thing to do to the American people. And I'm telling you, Piers, because I have a man on the street show and I go and I talk to both sides. You can go to the far left Palestinian protests. You can go to the far right Israel and or, all the way to the heart of MAGA. And they'll all say the same thing. And I ask them these questions, Piers, and I'm telling you, this has got to be a 90-10 issue in America. If any politician's listening, this is your 90-10 issue. Americans want money spent in America first to improve the lives of Americans first. And we have big hearts, I think the biggest hearts in the world to help out those in need. But we are sick and tired of being sold out for endless.
Yeah, right. That's why all Americans are opposed to socialized healthcare, because they have big hearts.
Wars, and you just listed many of them. For my generation, which is millennial, it's Iraq and Afghanistan. And how did we leave Afghanistan? With 13 body bags in an avoidable, chaotic, disastrous, nightmarish, suicidal mission that got us effing nothing, Piers. And we're sick of it.
Jake, your response to that?
America's not fighting this war. There's no American forces on the ground in Ukraine fighting this war for Ukraine. So to keep saying this is America's war, America shouldn't be fighting this war. American soldiers are not involved. Concerning all of the past wars that America has been involved in, we can't overlook the Cold War. Is the world better off today because of the collapse of the Soviet Union? Is the world better off today with the Kremlin and the Russians weakened? The 14 Soviet republics that broke away, some of them have gone through peaceful democratic revolutions. Look at the economic miracle of Eastern Europe and all these countries joining the EU, joining NATO. Do any of them want to return back to the Russian sphere of influence? What this war is about is, does Ukraine have the right of self-determination? And other people on this panel are saying no, because the Russians have nukes, because we don't want confrontation with Russia. If Russia wants to go into Kiev and install a puppet regime and basically absorb it back into their empire, like they've done with Belarus, they've got troops in Transnistria, they've got troops in Syria, they've got troops in Georgia. The pattern keeps repeating, and Putin's never going to stop. He's dictator for life. He could potentially live another 20 years. These wars are never going to end. When you look at the stuff they're teaching their kids in Russian schools, they're preparing them for war for the next 20 decades. Putin wants his empire back, and I'm going to continue arguing that is not in the best interest of America. A resurgent Soviet Russian empire dominating Central Asia, dominating the Caucasus, dominating Eastern Europe, committing acts of hybrid warfare all the time. The Russians, with impunity, are poisoning people, destroying underwater cables, conducting cyber attacks. When is America going to say is enough? We're not going to let Russia have their empire back. And it's pennies. The billions that we've sent in old equipment, we're spending the money here in the United States. Defense production is ramping up here to rebuild our industrial base, to keep the world safer. Peace through strength. That's the legacy of Ronald Reagan, and I don't know why I have to remind Republicans of what Ronald Reagan achieved, defeating the evil empire. And I don't understand the people on this panel who are saying, let Russia have it, let Russia obtain this population, these people, their resources, and then go to the next war. Okay. Poland, the Baltics, Finland, Moldova.
I agree with you, but others don't. And Scott Halton's one of them.
Wait a second. Russia blew up the pipeline. Hold on. Do you believe that Russia blew up the Nord Stream pipeline? Like, do you have better sourcing than the New York Times on this? Do you
I don't care about
the pipeline. Nord Stream pipeline? You just said that Russia blew up
I don't care about the pipeline.
But you just said that in your argument. So now you don't care about your own argument a minute ago?
How many people died with a pipeline blew up, dude? I don't care about this pipeline. I don't know why people keep talking about this pipeline.
So you don't care that Ukraine blew up the pipeline?
No. It's war.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
They're blowing up oil refineries. What's the difference between an oil refinery and a pipeline?
So you're okay with Ukraine blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, even though that went against
We don't have evidence that they did blow up the pipeline, but if they did, it's war. Russia is blowing up all their thermal power plants right now. They're blowing up coffee shops. They're blowing up supermarkets. They're blowing up hospitals, children's hospitals. Children's hospitals are being blown up by the Russians. I don't give a damn about the pipeline.
Okay, let me bring in Scott. Scott, final word to you.
He doesn't have shit to say. Literally does not have shit to say.
It to be this question really that you address. What do you want Donald Trump to do once he takes office in January? What do you want him to do about not just this war, but maybe widen it into, say, generally as a foreign policy in the next 4 years? Obviously, the Israel-Hamas war is still raging and so on. What doctrine do you want him to have?
Well, I prefer pure Ron Paulian non-interventionism and abandon all these alliances and come home. And people can make all their Hitler analogies all they want, but Hitler's long gone, and so is Joe Stalin. Putin is not a romantic. Putin is a bureaucrat. And the fact that, this claim that he wants to rebuild the whole Russian empire and all that is nonsense. This is a border dispute, and America forced the issue through our intervention in Ukraine over the last, especially 20 years, as I demonstrate in the book. That doesn't mean that he's coming for Poland and the Baltics and everybody else next. This is just essentially fantasy land. That's not what this war is about.
That's what they say on Kremlin State TV.
Long-term civil war going on since 2000 for 8 years. And it took 8 years before he rolled in a full-scale invasion to reverse the civil war that had already been raging since Obama overthrew the government in 2014. Okay, so it's just silly to say that this is all about preventing him from taking over the whole world and all these World War II fantasies. It just has nothing to do with that at all. But all other things being equal, what Donald Trump should do on this issue is he should just be honest with Ukraine. They already accept this. The last general in charge got fired, Zaluzny, for saying that, look, we have to negotiate. We're out of men. We're not in any position to make the change here. Now, you could argue that if France and Germany and Poland and the United States sent our NATO forces into Ukraine, we could liberate the Donbass, but that would be at the cost of thermonuclear war. And no, the sovereignty over Dnipropetrovsk over there is not worth it. Nobody in America has ever even heard of these oblasts before. And no, I'm not willing to trade Travis and Williamson County, Texas for Dnipropetrovsk and for Luhansk Oblast. I'm just not. And no one in America is. And as I said before, the majority of the people of Ukraine want to negotiate too. Even some of the radical writers have said, you know what, let's just let the Donbass go. We hate them anyway. It's not even a real country anyway. So let's just be rid of them and then we'll be happier and we can move west without their burden. Czechoslovakia broke up into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Nobody thought that was the world's greatest sin. And it's too late now anyway, Piers. If Barack Obama had given Kiev some H-bombs back in 2016, then Russia would have never been able to do this. But there's nothing you can do to reverse it now. So we need to negotiate. And the fact is, they're going to lose those 4 oblasts. Because even if, and I used to think maybe we can negotiate 2 out of 4, something like that. But the thing is, Kiev already cut off the fresh water to Crimea. And Russia has to control Zaporozhye and Kherson in order to guarantee those fresh water supplies. They're not going to give up that so-called land bridge. It's already over. The question now is whether they're going to lose Kharkiv and Odessa, or whether we can call it now and quit while they're only so far behind. And I want to address to the general's point real quickly here. And I show this in the book. And I had missed this before the war because I was doing something else and I missed it. But there are so many quotes of the American establishment, and including Admiral Stavridis and others, saying,
Don't know if I'd say I finished the cut. I got down to 207 pounds. I'm just gonna maintain my current body weight, and I'll see what I want to do later. But I'm not in the best of health right now. Like, obviously losing 70 pounds in 3 months. You're not going to be in the best of health, so I still have, like, fainting spells. I've been getting sick recently, so just want to stay at the current level I'm at, eat well, and then I'll see if I want to keep dieting later.
We don't know how to defeat an insurgency, but we sure know how to back one. And what we're going to do is we want to replicate the Afghanistan war. And they weren't talking about our Afghanistan war. They were talking about the 1980s Operation Cyclone. And they said, what we'll do is, see, they assumed that the Ukrainian military would be broken and that it would be an insurgency from the get-go, and that we would back this insurgency as long as it took to bankrupt the Russians and force them out the hard way, the same way that Osama bin Laden just got Bush and Obama to do to us in Afghanistan over the last generation. And they said, let's do that again. They said it over and over again. Right now, we're on plan B, where the Ukrainian military wasn't broken. They stood. And so America has been able to back them. If they were to finally be broken and Russia were to dominate the place, all other things being equal or status quo, our government would go back to plan A, backing the militias of Ukraine against the Russian occupation for the long term. And this is just crazy. And as the general said, we actually are backing Ukrainian forces inside Russia. We have crossed the line of their doctrine of nuclear use. Now, I'm not saying they're going to. I think they're going to hold their horses and negotiate here. I think the White House calculated that, well, now's the time to do this because Putin won't do anything crazy because he's going to wait on Trump. So now we can go ahead and bloody their nose a little bit more. But even the Reuters piece says they're just trying to get one peg ahead for a better position to negotiate because they know that the status quo is the absolute best that they could possibly hope for.
Okay, listen, I just want to say that's one of the best panels I've had in a long time. Right? I learned a lot of new stuff. I heard a lot of passionate views, argued extremely articulately. I thank you all. I thought that was really a meaningful discussion about a complex issue. And we'll have to hope and pray this gets resolved soon. But how that gets done is going to be very complicated.
These two guys are literally Kremlin propagandists. They're absolute fucking retards.
But I'll be fascinated to see what happens. Thank you to my panel. I appreciate it.
Total fucking tards.
Put forward to run different sectors of the government. He's suggesting them. They have to be signed off by the Senate, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we have a confirmation process here. So he nominates, and then they go through Senate hearings, and then we vote the nominees up or down.
And so how likely is it that somebody like RFK Jr. is actually going to be running these, or that Doge is going to exist, things like that?
Well, Doge is going to exist outside the government. So nothing else right there. Yeah, I mean, and I think it's interesting. Elon Musk, and he'll find people. He wants people with really high IQ, willing to work 80 hours a week. He'll probably make them work longer based on the book I read about him. He wants them to work for free. So because he's Elon Musk, he'll probably find people. That's outside of government. I've started contacting and talking to my Senate colleagues about Bobby's confirmation. I think most have a very open.
I'm consuming roughly around 2,000 calories per day right now.
Mind. I think they've got questions based on the lies being told about Bobby.
Yeah.
So I think
I might increase it once I get back to normal training. I haven't really been training like I was while dieting. Partly because I've been sick recently.
many, hopefully most, enough, will have the same reaction that I've had to Bobby Kennedy once I met him. Found, first of all, he's a really good person, and he's really smart. And what he's telling us is the truth. I mean, he's the one that got, really proved that Fauci was lying to us when he said, oh, we got all kinds of studies showing that, the childhood vaccines have been tested against a true placebo. No, not one. So if Fauci's willing to lie
so that's a lie
to us about that, the biodistribution of the injection throughout the body, Pfizer knew that. They had a biodistribution study that Japanese regulators uncovered with the lipid nanoparticle. By the way, the lipid nanoparticle is designed to permeate difficult to permeate barriers, like the blood-brain barrier, like the
obviously.
So they knew, but it's going to stay right in the arm. It's going to do its work and then dissolve. Well, it's not real mRNA. It's modified. It's modified to not dissolve. And so now we know it circulates through the body. The only studies so far.
This guy has no fucking clue what he's talking about, and he's speaking pure gibberish.
Length of time is at least 2 months, and possibly more. And again, that's circulating through the body, concentrating things like the ovaries, other organs, turning those organs into a little manufacturing site for something that's toxic to the body. So when you're doing that and you express a spike protein,
he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's mixing up a few things. The mRNA dissolves after about 2 weeks, but your body maintains antibody levels for a longer period of time. And we know that the spike protein can go to all areas of the body, but the mRNA they designed was designed to create a modified spike protein that wouldn't cause the same issues that the actual spike protein from the virus causes.
whether it's the heart, then the body attacks that. That's called inflammation. That's called myocarditis. If it's into your nerve cells, all the neurological symptoms we're seeing. We see DNA contamination could be causing some of these turbocancers.
No, it does not contaminate your DNA. There's no way to contaminate DNA. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So again, I'm not a doctor, not a medical expert, but the mechanism seems pretty straightforward in terms of exercising caution and really watching your safety surveillance systems, which they didn't do. They covered them up. They're still covering them up.
Ridiculous. I think a general rule for any new drug, particularly.
Mikhaila Peterson doesn't know any, why is she even talking about this? She has a guest on here who's a fucking retard. She's a fucking retard who doesn't know shit. Why would you have this interview?
Clearly something that's injected, but anything you're putting in your body is watch, right? If it just comes out immediately, they can't possibly have done long-term studies. There hasn't been enough time, period. It was at least be that careful, right?
So there's a different side of the coin here. Okay, part of the problem you have in drug manufacturers, it takes a dozen, 10, 13 years to approve a drug costs $1 billion. Okay, so that's a lot of money to develop a drug. That's why I champion right to try. So let individuals know, but that's why you need an honest broker. You need an agency that has high integrity. Okay, to do some initial safety studies. You don't necessarily have to prove efficacy before something that looks pretty promising could be made available on a right to try basis. Let people make the decision. But boy, you have to monitor that. I mean, anybody taking something on a right to try has got to be filling out and their doctors have to be filling out reports to the FDA. So track your disease, track any kind of reaction you might have to that drug. Again, in the information age, this shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah.
And by the way, it wasn't. You have the VSAFE system. Pretty darn good idea, quite honestly, if it would have been designed.
No, never debated Mikhaila. She was too afraid. She just kept coming up with stupid excuses.
Properly, and if they wouldn't have buried the results. But the VSAFE system was a voluntary app that 10 million Americans signed up for. And it reported any kind of adverse events. Now, it was very limited. They talked about any kind of medical intervention, if you had to seek medical care for an adverse event, or if you couldn't carry on with daily life, you had to miss work, you had to miss school, okay? And so 25% of the people that signed up
My BMR is probably around 700-800, like most people's.
for VSAFE missed work. They had an adverse event that was strong enough that something happened in their life. They missed school, they missed work, they couldn't carry on their normal daily life. Almost 8%, I think it was 7.8%, sought medical care. And Aaron Siri had to sue for the results of that VSAFE. Again, they set this up. You had VAERS, which was screaming at him. You set up VSAFE specifically for the COVID injection, and then they buried the results. So Aaron Siri had to sue them to reveal to the public what the VSAFE system was screaming at them. Again, 25% of people that took the shot, 25% of 10 million people, 2.5 million people basically, had a severe enough adverse event that they missed school or work. And 8%, almost 8% had to seek medical care.
So, by the way, VAERS is nothing. Anybody can report anything in VAERS. You'd expect most of the VAERS reports to be like some form of placebo or them just freaking out and attributing, like, I don't know, some problem they're getting to the vaccine when it wasn't the vaccine. And adverse events, like when you say adverse events, that can be fucking anything. That can be just little like pain in your shoulder, like, or numbness. Or it could be something like flu-like symptoms, like you're getting chills, fever, stuff like that. When I took the Moderna vaccine, I got a adverse reaction from it where I just had really, really bad chills and soreness. And it was bad enough that, yeah, I would have had to take a day off work. Like if I had a normal job. I think I did actually take the day off streaming because I did have like really, really bad chills and soreness. But like, is that a problem? Is that a big deal? No. Like, that's not a sign that, oh, the vaccine's dangerous. It just means, like, okay, it made you sore and you got chills for a day. It's just not a big deal. Ben Boy donated $2. Fans are leaking my location. I'm fucking famous.
No, I'm not. Those people are causing the situation. Stop fucking telling me, bitch! You're cursing me. Get out of my store. I'm not putting hands on you. I'm not putting hands on you. Try me. Try me. Try me. Try me. Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch. Try me, bitch. I will fucking murder you. I will fucking murder you, bitch.
Look at this crackhead.
I can go right fucking ahead. I can go right fucking ahead. Fans are leaking my location, bitch. Fans are leaking my location, bitch. 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 104.
You know, Daniel Larson is a very interesting case. Like, a lot of people give sympathy to, like, retards. And, you know, when they freak out like this and make a scene, like, everybody's like, well, they're retarded, you know, it's not their fault. I really, like, it's, with Daniel Larson, it's really hard to say. Because he is genuinely a piece of shit. And he knows exactly what he's doing a lot of the time. Like, he's a manipulative, lying dickhead. He's probably never gotten proper diagnoses for his medical conditions. Like, he's always being just arrested and then put in some, like, care facility. He probably has, like, a really severe case of narcissism. And, he's just remarkably fucking entitled. He dines and dashes all the fucking time, and when you talk to him about it, or he makes videos about it, the way he talks, it's like, yeah, like, they should have just given me that food. So he's a weird combination of retarded, and he's also just a complete fucking asshole, and he's not so crazy and retarded and delusional that he doesn't know exactly what he's doing. Like, you can tell he knows exactly what he's doing. It's just that these freakouts, like, the reason he freaks out like this is because he's retarded. But fundamentally, he's a fucking entitled narcissistic asshole. And a normal entitled narcissistic asshole would, you know, just talk calmly and, like, lie and, you know, but because he's retarded, he freaks out like this. I wouldn't blame his behavior entirely on him being retarded. It's like he's just a fucking asshole. It's just the retardation causes what would normally be just a situation where somebody tries to lie and manipulate to freaking out and screaming.
Fans are leaking my location. I'm in danger.
I've been recording.
Fans are leaking my location. I'm fucking famous.
Not that we know of. She's famous.
Obviously, trespass and other questions.
White.
Whoa.
I never assaulted you.
Step back right now.
I never assaulted you.
Step back right now.
I never assaulted you.
You do a table at
I never assaulted you.
You know, the only possible way for him to be close to normal is if you gave him, like, really heavy doses of sedatives. He needs to be on tranquilizers. Like, I don't even know if antipsychotics would do enough for him. Like, he needs to be on tranquilizers where he just doesn't have the energy to do this.
Just because those people are causing issues, you want to fucking blame me.
Bro, you should have never took the phone.
You know what would be the funniest experiment? If you just loaded Daniel Larson up with the, like, craziest doses of steroids, like, give him trenbolone, what's the other one? Halotestin. There's another one that makes you, like, super fucking angry and aggressive. It's on the tip of my... But just give him all the steroids. Like, imagine how fucking insane he'd be on steroids. I'd love to see that. Like, just how crazy can you make Daniel Larson?
I never did anything. Fucking press charges on me, nigger. I never did anything.
I got it all on video, like ever since. Like I've seen the
Anadrol. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, give him, like, trenbolone, Anadrol, tons of fucking testosterone. Yeah, dude, him on Tren and Anadrol, I'd love to see that. Oh my god, he'd be raging constantly.
You just want to fucking hate on me.
Oh nah. Oh, I'm like.
I know.
Please.
Why you just punch yourself in the... This don't make sense to you?
Yeah, Daniel Larson's cracked. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
And our government buried that. Our government also buried, by the way, I just have my most recent letter to the agencies. They buried the fact that they knew about myocarditis in youth very early in 2021, and rather than publish that information or warn the public, they produced a 17-page document of talking points to talk around it. Again, I think Aaron Siri got that from FOIA, but...
So he's lying about this. Myocarditis risk was published immediately when it became available, and it turns out you have about half the risk of developing myocarditis from the vaccine versus if you don't get vaccinated and you get infected.
those 17 pages are completely redacted. So I just sent an oversight letter demanding to see those pages, because now we know it exists, unredacted, because Congress is not subject.
Like, again, if he's so concerned with myocarditis, he would recommend people take the vaccine, because you're much less likely to get myocarditis if you take the vaccine. And on top of that, if you get myocarditis, you know immediately when you have it. Like, you're gonna have such bad chest pains, you're gonna go to the hospital immediately.
To those redactions. But at the same time, we've been battling for, I think, over 3 years, trying to get Fauci's emails, the final, I think, 50 pages of Fauci's emails unredacted. I've been trying to get that for 3 years.
That's wild. Okay, so then can you describe exactly what it is you do? You said the Senate Oversight Committee, you head that?
Yeah, so
is that correct?
I was chairman for 6 years of it's the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. So the governmental affairs, prior to 9/11, was strictly the Senate over. I timed out of that chairmanship. Now I'm ranking member of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. It's literally the most powerful investigatory body of the U.S. Senate. I have stronger subpoena power as chairman of this committee than I had as chairman of the full committee. Okay, so that again, I'm also on Finance Committee, I'm also on Budget Committee. So as U.S. Senator, you're involved in all kinds of different committees. But as it relates to this, I've got some real ability now to investigate and demand answers and demand documents. Now, the question is, are they going to be honest with you and actually turn over the documents? Mm-hmm. You never. Again, I'm not in the agencies. I have suggested that President Trump is going to need to appoint like a Secretary of Information Extraction.
That's ridiculous.
Somebody to get the deep state to be honest and provide these documents. President Trump, switching subjects here, President Trump has said he's going to release the JFK assassination documents. Yeah. Does anybody really think the CIA or whoever the powers would be, the intel community, is actually going to give them all up? I have my doubts. I don't trust government. By the way, our founders didn't trust government. That's why they put in place systems of checks and balances so that we would be kind of fighting between the branches so that no branch would get so powerful as would impact our freedom. Well, those constitutional constraints went out the window many, many decades ago, and now as government grows, our freedoms are definitely being trampled on, as you know, not only in America, but look what happened in Canada.
Yeah.
The Freedom Convoy, those brave truckers. I mean, what Pierre Trudeau did there, what was happening in Australia. I mean, this is a global phenomenon.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's an insane time. Hopefully things are trending in the right direction.
This guy is a whack job.
Did the results from the last election fill you with hope? Do you think he's actually going to be able to do what he says he's going to do? I know he wants to.
Right. Well, again, what gives me hope is literally the coalition that he and Bobby Kennedy helped assemble.
Just random vids, they're eating the dogs. Oh, what a nice little puppy sandwich. Oh, look at that little puppy. He looks so nice and cute in that sandwich. Oh, that's a nice little puppy. Oh my goodness.
Riz! I'll show you. Just have to bite your lip and rub your hands like this. Oh. No. More like this.
Alright, well that wasn't very funny. Oh, jeez, this is gonna be bad.
So I was telling him, but I got $10 as long as love speech. And Auzu Billah, we have Anne Frank's diary, which, let's be real, is this a real diary? Did she actually write this? Come on. She looks kind of funky. He was looking at Mark Zuckerberg. Thank you, bro.
I hate Sneeko, and I hope he dies in a plane crash. How is this guy allowed on any plane flights? Dude, he's so small and weak. It's just so weird to me. Like, why are people still willing to associate with this dipshit when he's a literal Nazi? Like, no one fucking cares. Well, thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
And what that demonstrates. But I mean, you take a look at Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, who I don't think is particularly politically active, probably more of the left in general. That's what we need in this country. We need people who love this country, understand how rare and precious it truly is, and how it's our duty to make sure we save and preserve it for future generations. That wasn't happening. Our country was going down the tubes, under radical leftist government, which is what the Obama and the Biden administration was. So this is, ship of state is big, it's unwieldy, it's difficult to turn around. What we've done is we've changed directions. we're charting a new course, but we need to stay in that direction. We can't be ping-ponging back and forth between radical leftism and what I would consider just a common sense approach to respecting people's freedoms, understanding what the federal government is really designed to do. It's not here to solve all our problems. It's here to guarantee our freedom. Now, there are other, commerce, you have to set the rules for the road. Again, I think it's a very legitimate activity of government to establish some high-integrity arbiters of science, of drug safety, food safety. I mean, that's a valuable role. But we don't need these agencies that are just massive, cranking out all these regulations that are crushing freedom. We need honest brokers.
Yeah, agreed. So you mentioned that Doge wasn't going to be a government institution. I didn't know that. I thought that he was building something new that was within the government. Doge is supposed to be an external organization that just...
Right.
How is it going to have any control over anything?
Well, it's the arena of ideas, right? If it comes up with good ideas, and by the way, we can't do anything here in Washington. I mean, you can jam some stuff through, but it's not going to last if he doesn't have the backing of the public. So you mentioned about my events. I mean, my events have always been designed. I've never proposed a piece of legislation after my events.
I have no idea why so many alt-right commentators are Canadian. Yeah, Gavin McGuinness, Lauren Southern, JF. You could include Jordan Peterson on that list. There's also Stefan Molyneux, Steven Crowder. I don't know why so many of them are fucking Canadian. It's weird. You got me. I have no idea. Yeah, there's a lot of conservative tards who come out of here.
Events have all been about exposing the truth, educating the public.
Isn't Matt Walsh Canadian? No, American. Yeah, he's from the US. What about Michael Knowles? New York.
Opening up people's eyes.
Yeah.
And that's what it's going to take. The beauty of what we found during COVID is once somebody's eyes have been opened to what is happening, to the capture, to the corruption, to the harm being caused by big government to individuals, they're not going to close their eyes. They just won't. So I think, I haven't really talked in detail to Bobby because he's been so darn busy, but I would love to really sit down and talk to him about surprised at how welcome he was to our side of the aisle. In that event, he said, I used to be a supervillain to him. Again, he listens to the news like most Americans do. And, guys like me are caricatured. We are marginalized, demonized, we're villainized, okay? So once Bobby actually met me and saw what I was trying to do, and he doesn't think I'm a supervillain anymore. So that's powerful. And again, Bobby Kennedy's right. Other Democrats have said this. I didn't leave the party.
RFK is a fucktard. Like, if you think otherwise, you're just an idiot.
On that leads people to back to that sort of weird point.
Do you want to get super conspiratorial? I have no evidence of any of this.
So full disclosure, intuition, conspiracy.
Yeah, and I haven't talked about this before. I was going to on my podcast. I think, and this could entirely be conspiratorial, I think China's trying to sow disruption in the US, and what we're experiencing now.
Okay, this is just...
early 20s, how good a relationship can be, what to look for, how to find it, quite frankly. What advice would you give them?
Ben Boyd, $8. What are your thoughts on crypto Bitcoin? Do you think it's a scam? I bought $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, but I might have just wasted my money. I don't know. Well, Bitcoin is high right now, so it'd be a really stupid time to buy. I really wouldn't be able to tell you how high it can go. I think some Bitcoins are a smart investment, but a lot of it's just a scam. And like, again, it's like buying any kind of stock or security, right? Like you're just taking a gamble and hoping it increases in value, and some people make a lot of money, but most people end up losing. So it's just a gamble, and you're more likely to lose than gain. Thanks for the donation though, Ben Boy.
I would say if you're young, like that young, you should probably work on yourself for a while. I was naive for a very long time, but I was extremely naive, I think, until I was 23.
Damn, you got you bought a $7,000 coin. That's a pretty good return, dude.
I think if I could have given myself advice, it would have been to work on myself, definitely sort out my health, because my health was a disaster. Read as much as I can, pursue opportunity, and try to learn enough so you're a little bit wiser. Get your exercise in check, like look into what your sleep schedule looks like.
She was asked for relationship advice, and she said exercise and sleep. By the way, this is the same chick who got knocked up by some random dude she met at a nightclub.
Like, get your drinking habits under control. So let's put that to the side for a second. Picture the person you want. And my dad really taught me this from a young age. Imagine your ideal person, just so you know what that looks like. And then I would say, try to build yourself into the person that matches who that person would be attracted to. That's probably what I would tell young people.
And what do you think about?
That has got to be the worst fucking advice for women in particular. Women have, like, especially young women, have no fucking clue what they want. And it's kind of paradoxical. Women like a certain amount of fucking problems in a relationship. So they'll say, oh man, I hate it when men do this and that. And I want a guy who will go shopping with me, won't complain. And then they date that guy and they fucking hate him. And then they'll date some dude who just says, no, not interested. No, I'm not going to give you money for that. No, we'll do this way. And then they'll complain about it, but that's the relationship they want to be in. Like, that's got to be the stupid advice for young women, especially.
About saving yourself for marriage. Is that advantageous? Is that disadvantageous? I'm so curious to see how hard the pendulum is going to swing back now.
I think it's a good idea, because I think having casual sex is incredibly hard on women.
Yes, coming from the woman who got knocked up by a random guy she met at a nightclub, ended up, I don't know, I'm not sure if they got married and then divorced, or if she ended up marrying some other guy and then divorced. But, like, yeah, right, sure. Uh-huh. Coming from the woman who had casual sex, and that's how her children were born. Right.
And I think the pendulum is swinging back. Like, when I was a teenager, it was...
Oh, right. Oh, my God. This is, like... What an idiot. What an idiot. She just has no fucking clue.
Really frowned upon if you weren't hooking up with people.
Whoa, frowned upon?
Oh my gosh. In Toronto, in an art school?
Really?
I think we knew the one... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that not what it was like when you were growing up? It was pretty hardcore, like, have babies when you're 40, sleep around now. That's when you find, like, that's how you... First of all, you'll like it. None of that is remotely true. So I think, like, saving yourself is definitely the way to go, and I think the pendulum is...
Oh, yeah, saving yourself is definitely the way to go. But, yeah, again, I got knocked up by a random dude I met at a nightclub. Uh-huh.
Swinging back towards that.
Do you think there's any sense of sexual compatibility is a real thing? You brought that up, but how will you know if you're sexually compatible if you wait until you're married?
I think if you're actually in love with somebody, even if you guys have no idea what you're doing, you'll figure it out. Like,
that is... So here's the thing. Most women who are not sexually compatible with their male partner, they'll be fine with that. Men who are not sexually compatible with their partner will not be fine with that. So have fun getting cheated on. Have fun with your husband watching porn on his free time. Have fun having the relationship end because you're a fucking wet blanket and you don't want to fucking do some of the freaky shit he wants to do. Like, this is just fucking retarded.
For humans. It's not like, oh, it's not good now. It's going to be not good forever. It's like, that is very unlikely if you're madly in love with each other.
So going back, just so there's context for this.
Cool story. Again, this is coming from the chick who has been divorced, got knocked up by a random dude in a fucking nightclub, and traded up for a guy who makes more money, right? She's being divorced. She had sex outside of marriage, had kids outside of marriage, has been divorced and remarried. She's on her second marriage right now. And she's saying this. She's the one saying this. It's so absurd.
This question, you talked about the truth as being in alignment with what God wants for you. Do you think the line for God is marriage, and that's going to be the thing that's optimal for, now I'm using my words, human thriving? Or is it, because to me there's a huge difference between casual sex and sex with a long-term committed partner with whom you are both wildly in love, but you're not married?
I mean, I agree there's a difference.
So is there...
I think the ideal situation is you find somebody.
Oh yeah, there's a difference. The difference is I get to take half your fucking money if the relationship doesn't work out. That's the fucking difference. So yeah, if you're a woman, a relationship where you're married is a lot different than a relationship where you're not married, because you can't steal the fucking guy's money, cut and run when it doesn't work out for you.
You're madly in love with, and you get married. I think that's the ideal situation. Yeah, I do think.
Oh yeah, ideal for you because you get to cut and run and take a bunch of money when it doesn't work out.
That,
but I know anybody who did that?
Yeah, I do actually. Okay. I've met people who've done that, so I do. And the reason, part of the reason I think that is because of the Bible and how it talks about it. I would say, I guess, from my rational perspective.
By the way, according to the Bible, a man can have multiple fucking wives, can have concubines with his wife, and there's arranged marriages in the Bible. So, yeah, right. The Bible talks about a loving marriage between a man and a woman, right? When there's arranged marriages, a man can have multiple fucking wives and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Perspective.
Like the idea people 2,000 years ago had the same concept of marriage as we do now, it's just insane. I don't even think she's read the fucking Bible. Like that's just such a bizarre fucking thing to say. Most marriages back then were fucking arranged. And again, men could have multiple fucking wives. They could even have fucking sex slaves.
If you guys are together and you're fully committed and you plan on getting married, I don't know. I'm having a hard time here because from a Christian...
Do you think women who take care of the household and bear children should have some spousal/child support? Well, that's a complicated question, and I will give you a complicated answer. We live in a society now where women can have a fucking career. It's not like we're living in the fucking 1800s where, oh, yeah, you can clean clothes and make like 10 cents an hour. Or like in the 1960s or something, oh, well, the highest aspiration you can get as a woman is being like an airline stewardess. You can be a doctor, lawyer, actuary, like whatever the fuck you want, okay? You have no boundaries when it comes to your career as a fucking woman. And on top of that, having kids doesn't mean you can't work. Especially once your kids are at a certain age, they're going to fucking school. They're in a place where about, 6 to 8 hours a day, they're in a fucking classroom getting taken care of by somebody else. And most women who have kids work while they have kids. So the idea that a woman has to stay at home, not do jack shit to make fucking money, and they need to be taken care of by their husband, and they need to clean all the knickknacks all day and do dusting, and oh, I also got to do the laundry, and oh, I got to vacuum that one spot, as if that's fucking work. So there are situations where child support or spousal support should be provided. So say if you have multiple kids, there was like some sort of implicit or explicit agreement that, like, yeah, you stay home, take care of the kids. We have like 3 kids. They're all young. And then the relationship kind of ends there. Yeah, that would probably deserve a higher amount of spousal support or alimony. If you only have 1 kid, you have joint custody, and maybe the kid's a bit older, like let's say 6, 7, 8 years old, so he's going to school. Exactly what is the argument for, like, giving a woman half your fucking money and then paying like $500 or $1,000 or $1,500 a month in child support? Like, what's the argument? And it infinitely scales. So if you marry a rich dude who makes like $1 million a year, you're going to have to end up paying like 10, 15, 20, 30,000 in child support monthly payments. What is the argument for that? What exactly is that fucking kid doing where he needs like 10, 15, 20, $30,000 a month in child support? Like, that's clearly all going into the woman's pocket so she can buy a new fucking car or go on a vacation or some shit. So there needs to be a much more sensible way to handle child support and alimony. Because women are making up the stupid excuse that, oh, I need to stay home and take care of the kids and do housework. When no, they don't. You could get a fucking job. You can make money. You don't need to rely on your partner for fucking spousal support and child support. You can make money. Like, exactly what is stopping you from getting a fucking job? And why does it infinitely fucking scale? Like, even in cases where there's 50-50 joint custody, they still receive the same amount of fucking money. So, the whole child support thing and alimony, it's an extraordinarily antiquated system that is based on a time when women literally, like, weren't allowed to fucking work and couldn't make money. But just because societal standards have fucking changed, we still just pay out money to women who are just too fucking lazy to work and get a job. Wilma Dickfit donated $2. I didn't realize how friendly neo-Nazis are to people from Korea.
White power.
White power.
Oh.
Like this. Yeah! Cheekwaffin! Let's go! Let's fucking go, Cheekwaffin. That's what I'm talking about. Korea, #1. We make Korea superpower of Asia. White power.
Yeah, thank you very much. I like the America, really.
Nice.
I'm going to assume this guy does not understand what this dude is doing. He doesn't seem to speak English, really. This guy is a fucking asshole, though. Thanks for the donation, Wilma Dickfit.
Perspective, you're supposed to wait till marriage. From a rational perspective, I think God would forgive you, but I'm not God. So that, like, I don't know. I think, like, try your hardest. I think the casual sex thing is a really bad idea. I think if you're committed to one another and there's no, like, wiggle room of maybe there's someone better out there, you know, your eyes aren't kind of, like, half looking in one direction, then that's the ideal place to be. And I think marriage solidifies that.
Let me run an idea.
Women who have this idea that I'm going to be single until I get married, they either completely and utterly fail because they end up realizing the only fucking way they can possibly lock down a man that they're actually interested in is if they have sex, or they're just, you know, they're just promiscuous by nature, and they end up just fucking, and the whole I'm saving myself for marriage, it's just a ruse. The women who actually do the whole I save myself for marriage thing, they either end up single for the rest of their fucking lives, or they end up marrying these fucking loser cucks. What fucking dude is gonna waste their time with a woman who won't have sex with them? Like, you're talking about the most loser, bitch, weak, beta male fucking dudes. Like, it's the kind of guy who can't get a fucking date, but your mom says, oh, he's a really nice boy, and I'm friends with his mom. Do you want to go out on a date with him? He's Christian too. He's saving himself for marriage just like you. He's a really nice boy. And again, then you end up fucking cheating on him with some, like, the dude that you actually wanted to fucking be with, or you're actually attracted to, and then the marriage fails, or you're really good at keeping it a secret, and then I guess it holds together. Like this idea that women should save themselves for marriage, like, it's just a losing fucking game. Yeah, right. As soon as you meet a guy who you're actually attracted to, you're gonna fucking realize, okay, that type of dude can probably has options, can get whatever other girls he wants, so I'm gonna have to have sex with him to lock it down. Otherwise, yeah, some other chick who's gonna actually be able to satisfy him will, you know, snatch him up.
Mikhaila Peterson is hot. I bet she loves sucking a big fat hard cock. I would blow my load all over her plump lips.
I don't think so, and, like, at this point, the amount of plastic surgery she's had, she just looks fake, and her face looks kind of frozen. Thanks for the donation, though. Richard is gay.
By you. Tell me what you think.
Okay.
There's always somebody better. And if you are foolish enough to chase the somebody better, then you're going to end up in a really dark place, because the reality is there's somebody better than you. And so the way I think people ought to think of it, but I don't come from a religious perspective, so the Christian God may hate this, but the way that I think about it is, you want to share a life with somebody, and to share a life with somebody, you need to be committed. You need to let them know, even though there will certainly, right now today, there's people that are more attractive than you, and there will be people that are more attractive than you for sure as you get older, and I don't care. And that's not why I'm with you. Yeah, I think that will serve people more than trying to shut that eye off. It's like, you're always going to find people attractive. Again, I'm not speaking to what the Bible says. But for me, there would be no friction in, oh, my neighbor's wife is hot.
This guy does look like he has a rat head. He's just some idiot conservative podcaster. I love how this fucking weird looking dork is talking about relationship advice and saving yourself for marriage, buddy, you don't even have to try to save yourself for marriage. What fucking girls are trying to like do anything with you? Are you fucking kidding me? Like again, this is the type of guy who ends up saving himself for marriage. When's the last time you ever were given an opportunity to dip it in? Give me a fucking break.
I'm not going to sleep with her because there's no universe in which I would want to throw away sharing my life with my wife.
Oh, right. Yeah. All these women, they want to try to... Yeah, right. Like, give me a fucking break.
But for me, that was like an unlock. When I told Lisa, I was like, look, you're always going to find other men attractive. That's okay. I'm going to find other women attractive. That's okay. And as long as we're both in this together and we want to share a life and we want to grow old together, I'm here for it. But if you want me to lie to you and say, I'll never find anybody attractive again and I only have eyes for you.
This guy looks like Paul Saladino's brother. By the way, do you think Frank died?
In the short term, the only way he'd die is if he commits suicide, which is actually plausible because he is an alcoholic who's addicted to drugs, and he's super depressed and anxious and erratic from the botched cosmetic surgery he had. I don't think he killed himself yet because his website is still going. He just said he isn't posting right now because he's too upset about how he looks. But there's a very high likelihood he's going to end up committing suicide. Like, there's just too many things going on. He probably has schizophrenia. He's addicted to alcohol. He also seems to be addicted to that plant extract. What's the fucking thing called? He's also clearly super ultra fucking depressed about that eye surgery he got. He keeps complaining about losing money with his businesses. I don't know how honest he's being with the money he's losing because he keeps spending his money in really stupid ways, but he's an idiot, so maybe he's just really bad with money or something. He also isn't living close to his family anymore. He has no friends. Yeah, kratom. He's addicted to kratom. He has no family, no friends. He's single. He's also a closeted homosexual, and he's ashamed of his sexuality. So there's so many things that are like that would push him towards committing suicide. I would say in the next few months or few years, that would probably be the most likely way he dies. Thanks for the donation, though. Richard loves cock.
I think it deranges, personally.
You know what? This might be from the conversion too and being saved. I don't have that perspective. I don't. I thought I would, but I don't. And I'm not lying about that either, because there are very attractive people out there. But I don't think I have that perspective.
Meaning you don't find other people attractive?
No. I know what looks good, for sure, on women and men. But I wouldn't say attractive for me.
Very interesting. All right. I will read that as 100% accurate to your experience. You are the first person I've met that made that claim. I will say that. So that doesn't feel super common to me. But what do you think it is about being saved that has made it such that you only find your husband attractive? And can you define attractive? I have a feeling that we're using that word to mean different.
That is pure cap. Pure fucking cap.
Things.
Not really. I mean,
because you said I know what looks
humor,
good.
looks, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Pure fucking cap. Again, this is the same woman who got knocked up by some random dude she met in a nightclub. Oh, I only find my husband attractive. Right. I guess that dude who came inside you, I guess you saw like a future marrying him. Like, fuck you. What a load of shit.
I had Sarah Hill on my podcast. She was really good. She's a researcher about the detrimental effects of birth control. So a lot of it is from what I've read and what I've learned on that podcast. But I think almost everybody who takes it gets depressed. I think most people are prescribed around the age of 14 for like heavy periods or acne, and they're not even developed.
I don't even know if that's true. I know birth control can cause depression, but that's usually progesterone.
Bro, you judge
based.
everyone but you are useless. He can't have sex so he's shit. You got the first random fat ugly fangirl you could and cried in the woods. People can't change but vegan ate meat and change. You're proud for no accomplishment in 35 yo.
Thanks for that donation, eat shit.
This girl is kind of gross I think, but she has a nice ass.
Yeah, so all forms of hormonal contraception were associated with increased risk of developing depression, with higher risk associated with the progesterone-only forms, including the IUD. Risk was higher in teens, age 15 to 19, which isn't surprising. Approximately 2.2 out of 100 women who use hormonal birth control develop depression, compared to 1.7 out of 100 who did not. So you're talking about less than a 1% increase risk in depression with women who take hormonal birth control. And Mikhaila's claiming most, which would suggest over 50% of women who take hormonal birth control experience depression. So she's completely and utterly full of shit and doesn't know what she's talking about. Let me take a look. She does have a nice ass. She is gross though. Yeah, she does have a nice ass. Thanks for the donation, Richard Loves Cock.
Enough to recognize that the pill is causing depression because they haven't even lived enough life to be like, this is what it feels like to be a healthy teenager. They're just, as soon as they're a teenager, it's like, oh, I'm depressed, but that's because I'm hormonal, when really it's this little innocuous pill that isn't supposed to be bad for you that you're taking. One of the shocking things I learned was when women go through menopause, they're given bioidentical hormones to help symptoms through menopause. Those are bioidentical, which means your body, you inject them or you swallow them and your body thinks they're the hormone you're being given that's already in your body. In birth control, it's called like progesterone or something like that. It's actually not bioidentical, so it ends up working.
There's estrogen-based and there's progesterone-based birth control, hormonal birth control, and some use a mix. So it's not just progesterone. Like, again, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, but then she's making these claims.
Working on testosterone and working on other neurotransmitters, other parts of your body that it wasn't supposed to work on. So even the way it's marketed isn't quite true. So I think the side effects are extremely detrimental. There's evidence that it shows mate attraction differences.
No, there's no evidence whatsoever, and there's a huge logical problem with that theory too, because women aren't constantly fucking ovulating, so it's stupid.
So
that's crazy.
It's crazy. So if you're a woman,
there's literally no evidence that it actually alters mate preference. None whatsoever. No study has ever found a link. And again, there's a huge logical problem with that hypothesis to begin with, because again, women cannot even get pregnant for the majority of the time. So, like, these people are just stupid.
End up being more attracted to more feminine men. So, like, what do you think that does to a society if, I don't know what it is, 60 or 70%. It's a large percentage, I don't know the numbers, of women who are going to be mating with other people or being attracted to more feminine men unnaturally. It'd be a disaster.
So, let's see. If she's right and women are becoming more and more attractive to the more feminine men, please explain to me why the most popular and like attractive male celebrities, like fucking guy who played Superman, Henry Cavill, like Henry Cavill, Thor, what's his fucking name? Chris Hemsworth, his brother Liam Hemsworth, Hugh Jackman. Why are all the women who like love these celebrities, who think they're the hottest guys on the fucking planet, they're the biggest shit, like they're like the big shit, why are like these masculine looking men who, like, I know at least one of them is on steroids. Henry Cavill's probably natural, but these are big jack dudes, work out, big, thick, like, you know, jaw. They look really masculine. Why are they the biggest male celebrities? Like, why aren't some femboy, like, bitch fucking homos? Why aren't they like, oh my God, he's so cute. I love how he wears high heels and he has no muscle and he has a weak little bitch chin. Like, why aren't those guys, you know, the biggest male celebrities if women are becoming more attractive to feminine men? But no, the male celebrities that women find the most fucking attractive, they're very masculine looking men with big hairy chests, big muscles, big, like, thick fucking jaw. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Makes absolutely no fucking sense. And like when you look at male celebrities over time, like the biggest male celebrities, when I was growing up, like, you know, you had Brad Pitt, who was the... You have Brad Pitt. He was the, like, hot shit. You know, when I was a kid, like, all the girls, like, especially younger women... Oh my God, he's so attractive. Look at this little bitch. Look at him. You could, like, fuck him in the ass or something. Like, he does not look particularly masculine. Even at the time, when he actually bulked up and got more muscular for Troy, I remember women especially ended up finding him more attractive than when he was his normal, skinny, like, fucking twink, you know, self. And then you have Brad Pitt, who was the biggest, you know, male celebrity at the time. Now Henry Cavill is the biggest male celebrity. Henry Cavill's older, he has a wider, like, face and jawline, way, way more fucking muscular than Brad Pitt ever fucking was. Like, look at Henry Cavill versus fucking Brad Pitt, like, even comparing him, like, with Troy. Like, if anything... Beauty standards that women find the most attractive, like, they've gotten more masculine if we go by, like, the biggest celebrities. It just doesn't add up. Gummy just took a fucking fat shit.
For relationships.
Oh my God.
And, I mean, a disastrous society.
Gummy, what the fuck are you doing? Like, Barry, he just shits and then he leaves his shit at the top of the litter box. And then it just... fumigates everywhere.
Italy. And I think the main problem just in with couples is I think it makes most women really unhappy and miserable. And so they're depressed and whoever they're with is like, I'm with a psycho. And
what do you think about women though that would protest pretty hard?
Okay, well that was nice and stupid.
Hey, quiet.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum.
Segregation's not oppression.
Oh, wow. Well, y'all are definitely ignorant. Definitely. Really.
All right.
badly.
I say we bring back normalizing the word we need to shame again. We need to put them back in the closet. I miss those days when people wouldn't tell anyone that they're gay because it was not celebrated. Now it's like people are becoming gay because they want to be celebrated. They're weird. They're outcasts. They just want to feel like they can fit in and have a bunch of people support them for nothing. Like if you're ugly in 2024, just become a and then boom, you're popular magically. It's become a trend. Let's make it a trend to shame them again. Who's with me?
So here's what I'm wondering. Your daughter's gonna grow up. We'll also show in the intro the clip of also joking, I'm sure, of your daughter being ready for a guy when she's 18. You know that one?
Yes, of course.
Of course. You really, this is gonna be out there. You really want your daughter seeing this?
Yes.
Just spewing hatred all
It's not spewing hatred. It's not. I mean,
what is your fixation? Just okay, other people can live their life. I thought that was what conservatives liked before.
Here's the thing, bro. Nobody was fixated on it until it got shoved down our throat. There's not a TV show we can watch without a homosexual. Like there's
not even
gays.
true,
And, name a show.
Name a show.
Like a new show that's come out and there's.
I don't watch any new shows.
Exactly. So you don't even know, dude. There are so many gays.
Okay.
But like, bro, if you're a Christian and you know that that's wrong and you see them just normalizing this lifestyle, obviously, it's science 101, right? Like every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Like there's going to be a reaction to the action of just shoving this down our
and
throats.
Pride Month, hello, it's everywhere. We get the gay flag everywhere. You see it in Target for the kids. And yes, what I said in that video is precisely true. Like if you're like weird.
Gum. Why are you taking big stinky cat shits and then you don't bury your shit? Makes the whole basement stink. What are you doing? You gotta bury your cat shits. Stop making stinky cat shits in here. The hell do you think this is? Gum. Mwah. I love you, though. No matter how much you poop, no matter how stinky your cat shits are, I'm always going to love you. Love you so much, Gum. You're a good boy. Richard Loves Corn donated $2. Let me see.
Let's see. We got some soy protein isolate right here. I eat this every day. We got lentils. This is the bulk of my diet. Got oats here. Got nutritional yeast. Tell me, which of these fucking products contain corn, dude? Huh? I eat corn?
Hey, go get the rest of it.
Really? Okay, sure. I'll get my entire fucking kitchen. My entire.
Calm down.
Here's some yellow. Oh no, this is brown rice. Does brown rice contain fucking corn? Let's see what else. We got a sack of potatoes here. Do potatoes contain corn? Yellow split peas. Is this fucking corn? Oh, I got green peas. Is this corn? Where's the goddamn corn, dude? Tell me where the fucking corn is.
There's some more back.
Oh, that was good. Where's the fucking corn? Oh, and Prismo. I love that portion of the debate.
Like we are. Tomato is sentient, or if the cat has any more sentience than the tomato? Is that what you're saying?
Here's one small issue right here.
Is that what you just fucking said? Yes or no?
No, it's not what I said. What I'm telling you right now is that.
Say?
Are you listening to me? Listen, kitty.
All right. So, just so we know what cats
we
and
could use
tomatoes
positive
are.
stimulus if you like. Pet.
Okay, so look, we got a cat here, right? Cat.
We have a kitty.
And we got a tomato. Okay, so you're saying we can not be sure if the cat or the tomato is sentient, or if the cat has any more sentience than the tomato? Is that what you're saying?
Here's one small issue right here.
Is that what you just fucking said? Yes or no?
No, it's not what I said. What I'm telling you right now is that. Are you listening to me? Listen, the tomato is not a whole plant anyway. It's a part of a plant.
Yes.
That guy was a fucking retard.
And ugly, and you're like, oh, I'm transgender now. All of a sudden, you have this whole community praising you for just
like when it
being
was
unique.
the most looked down upon, there were still lots and lots of gay people. Clearly, it's not just a societal trend.
It is trending upwards.
We see it in nature.
Oh my god, like penguins being gay or whatever.
I'm just saying, clearly, even when it was the worst thing you could do societally, still people were gay. So it's not like people are just doing it because.
Worst thing you could do societally? What about like killing people?
Well, they would get killed for it. Yeah.
Not necessarily. I mean,
still in countries
abortion.
where you get killed for it, there are still gay people.
Right.
Which, of course, it debunks the idea that this is some media-driven.
Well, just
phenomenon.
just because it happens in nature doesn't mean it's correct. We come from a Christian point of view.
And you can have your views. My point is, though, our argument is that everyone can have their views and live their life. And then.
Is that what you guys think? Because I'm pretty sure cancel culture comes from the left. Like, the reason why I'm so, like, flagrant about this stuff.
Cancel culture comes from the right. They're the ones that are in favor of restricting people's freedoms due to weird, like, religious beliefs. like the list is fucking endless. They've tried to ban certain songs, certain bands. They've tried to, like, pornography for the longest time. The right wing has tried to get pornography banned. Certain movies. I remember there was a horror movie. It was a Christmas-themed horror movie that, like, some right-wing mothers group tried to get banned from fucking theaters. Cancel culture originated from the right wing.
And like aggressive about it online is because people are constantly like, you can't say that, cancel. Like, I remember I started off on TikTok, and I always say the crazy rabid feminist on TikTok created the anti-feminist monster that I am today, because if I just said one thing, oh, women should be in the kitchen, oh my gosh, this internalized misogyny, they're freaking out, they're literally, did you see the feminists after Trump just won? They're literally screaming.
But there it is
These
again,
people?
so much of your ideology, and I agree, if someone were stepping over and saying, you have to live your life this way, you can't stay home if you want to, that would be strange, I would be against that. But your argument so often necessitates saying what other people should be doing, which we're not saying. We can say, or we do believe that you can live the life however you want.
Other people should be doing it, yes, because there's good and there's evil.
Started having sexual attractions to teachers when I was 5. Is that normal? I don't know. I remember my 3rd grade teacher was fucking sexy as fuck, dude. She was a really fucking tall blonde woman. She was 6 feet tall. And she would wear these, like, really fucking sexy, like, they were like evening dresses, and she wore these, and it had like a super short skirt, and if she bent over, I could see her panties.
We know what good is, we know what evil is, and therefore people should be living good lifestyles. They should be living virtuous, moral lifestyles. And we as a society, we can pressure the other people within our society.
No, cancel culture did not move to the left. So who was involved with the whole campaign to harass and threaten Target to remove any LGBTQ merchandise from their store? There were bomb threats getting called into Target. There were people harassing store employees. I think there were a few locations that got shot at. There was a mass online campaign to boycott Target because they had LGBTQ merchandise. It's never moved to the left.
To be walking with good morals, with good virtues.
And that's, I guess, what I find crazy is that you think this sort of content is pushing people in that direction.
Like pushing people to live more.
You think
it's emboldening
playing into
people.
the caricature that the only reason you have the views you have is because you're obsessed with like this hate-filled fixation with other people's lifestyles? That's what you play into.
I just want to clarify, this isn't hate-filled. I'm not like fuming behind my phone like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that there's gay people in this world. I think it's funny. It's very lighthearted. And I personally don't care about moving people to what I think. Like, I'm a woman online. I think many women, especially in conservative politics, I call them the conservative feminists. They think that they're going to go make the change. And oh my gosh.
Yeah, the Budweiser boycott. There you go. Another example of cancel culture. Literally just because one single influencer that they hired to promote Budweiser was trans. They paid a number of influencers to have that Budweiser campaign thing because one single influencer was trans. They had a complete boycott of Budweiser. And again, they were going into stores, smashing bottles, committing vandalism. Oh, the right wing doesn't believe in cancel culture. Like, yeah, give me a break.
So great, and I'm going to be the next president one day, which I've literally heard a certain conservative feminist say. I don't take myself seriously.
Well, then why are you justifying the rhetoric by saying we could create a society that pressures people into your framework? When I'm saying you could have the views that you have, and people could choose to associate or not associate with you because of them. But to go out and purposefully do what a lot of other people, if you're saying you don't believe this, most people perceive what we're going through in this in the show as hateful rhetoric. And your justification is because it could impact people, which is crazy because it's only going to push people further away. I've heard people who are Christians, who have pretty traditional Christian views, but come at it from a place of compassion and empathy. And explain
way more mature.
Their views.
And it's respectful.
And it actually could move people.
Yeah.
Whereas
I'm not debunking your point, but you're basically saying, hey, stop being so violent and
I'm asking why you're doing it.
Right. Yeah. And it's because you, or not you, but let's just say leftists, they don't like this, and they want to put us in the closet. And they want to say, you go in the closet, you be shamed, you don't get on social media and say, that is the F slur, you don't say these words, you don't act this way, you go back in the closet for being a hateful bigot.
And you'll get fired from your job, we'll dig up your old tweets, and we will do everything to take down your entire livelihood.
Okay. So, Isabella O'Reilly, this individual, is an ambassador to Turning Point USA.
No, she's not.
No, I'm
has
not.
apparently been seen at Kerry Lake fundraisers, taking photos with top staffers or whatever. This is an influencer who's been allowed into organizations. And to be very clear, while I think that tweet by itself is pretty bad, it's not the only time they've drawn people's attention. Take a look at this montage.
If you have stage 4 cancer, there's a reason why no man wants you, because he wants to put your hair. I feel like to young women, ironically,
that's
they
a
need to find
brutal
a
one.
man that's
I have a lot to say on that one.
very misogynistic.
I think Malcolm X is based. I'm Malcolm X.
Cool
guy, yeah.
I would say he's based if he wasn't black.
Hey, speaking of getting a job.
It's a joke. 10 out of 10 racist right here. My husband's texting me, and he said that he wanted me to tell you that we will have our daughter ready for you as a virgin.
It's clearly a joke. I just want to make one point about the cancer comment, which was a complete joke, and a lot of people got mad at me about this. It was in response to Dixie D'Amelio like shaving her head. And I just want to say I was vindicated because after this election, all the feminists now shaved their head bald because they don't want men to find them attractive. So they actually proved my point.
And then what happened? Like the cancer patients came out and they were like offended.
Now women with alopecia and who have cancer are like, I'm not part of this movement. Like, you guys are crazy and entitled. I was making a joke that these crazy feminists just proved my point. Shout out to these rabid feminists.
Screaming about someone not being appealing when they have cancer is very different than your thoughts about a feminist thing.
It was a joke.
I've met a lot of bald women who are pretty hot. Like, usually if a girl just has a really pretty face, they still look really good bald. Like, look at Will Smith's wife. Jada Pinkett Smith. Like, she has alopecia and she's gone bald. Like, she just has a really... Like, she does have a really pretty face. Doesn't really matter when, like, if you have a good-looking face, if you're bald.
That was a set. That's like 4 seconds of the entire video.
And you know I've watched your full videos. The context doesn't help.
Okay, first of all, that's like that video of her. That's from like 2.5 years ago.
Okay, all right, cool. So then you back off
she's adapting a little bit, changing a little bit more.
And I've definitely become more like empathetic towards people ever since having my daughter.
And G.I. Jane. Who's the fucking woman who played her? Gum Gum. She's whacking at me. Yeah, G.I. Jane, that chick, she looked really pretty bald, too. Yeah, she had again, she has just a really pretty face. Usually girls, when they have, like, a really pretty face, they look fine bald.
But now it's been a year since she's been born, and I'm back to being a apparently.
But no, I would say you've adapted and you've learned and you've changed a lot and become way more empathetic.
Oh, yeah, Charlize Theron, Mad Max, she's really pretty. Stop whacking me. Gum Gum, stop pressing things on my keyboard. Stop. Yeah, like she looked good bald too.
Totally.
Just radically empathetic from what I can tell.
Yeah.
It's just,
Natalie
we're not saying that
Portman
she's
looks good
radically
bald.
empathetic. We're saying that she's taking steps more towards empathy than before.
Not even taking steps, like it
So
just
then you
came
agree.
naturally.
Yeah. Well, then you agree that a lot of the stuff that you've gone most viral for is not a good representation of your views of Christianity.
Yeah, because I like to be like funny and outrageous online.
Hey, quiet.
Oh, sorry, can't talk.
I wouldn't say that it's a bad view of Christianity.
What? Really? Show me when Jesus was talking about putting people back in the closet.
Why would Jesus put people? Were there even closets at the time?
Yeah.
There. Oh yeah. So and there was the saying
Walk-ins.
of get back into the closet. Like this is the thing,
No.
bro. You're like autistically analyzing this. Like, what did Jesus say? In
Let's talk about the verse about shame.
In Matthew 14, Jesus says, "Hey, homo, get back in the closet." Never happened.
No, I'm saying look at the principle. Have you actually read the Bible?
Yes.
Like 7 times.
Okay, so you know that every Jesus-related story was not him convincing people to follow God by spitting on them or hating them. It was actually him going to those who were the outcasts of the time. It was him going to the outcasts of the time and showing the ability to love people through even lifestyles that Christianity would say are wrong.
No, you're wrong, because what does Jesus say in the Bible? He says, "Go and let the dead bury the dead." This man wanted to follow Jesus, and he said, "I have to go give a funeral to my father. He just died." And he said, "No, let the dead bury the dead. Come and follow me." He told
That doesn't refute what I'm saying. I'm saying don't ignore all the
trying to say
stories of
this was
Jesus
this was
being,
all love and this was
being
everything.
woke for the time.
Wait, what?
Jesus was the biggest wokester of the time.
No, he was loving. He was a
So where's
servant.
that publicly? Why can't I see y'all talking about the importance of loving? Do you actually believe this election would be so much better if women couldn't vote?
I think every
Or
election.
is that a joke?
No, women should not be voting.
Even women in the 1920s largely didn't want.
When you look at the
to
women's
vote.
suffrage movement and what they did, there were 2 sides. Women were advocating for women not to get into politics. But see, people.
I'm sure some women were.
No, not some. There were a lot.
like her.
No, there were a lot of people.
Okay, I'm not that old. Okay, people like to talk about my age online. I'm not that old. Gosh, what a misogynistic thing to say.
Hey,
Ageist.
take it back. Take it back.
I'm sorry.
The use of the
Okay,
day.
okay.
The use of the day. I'm saying.
But there were literally women who did not want women to get into politics.
I'm sure. But there are a lot of really.
But do you
incorrect women
explore
in
and
the
do you
world.
read about them? Do you read about why? Would you guess as
They
to why?
probably had similar views to y'all.
But guess why they didn't want women to go into politics?
I don't know, the self-hating, something like that.
Self-hating.
Yeah.
No, it's because they love their families. They love having
Oh,
children.
please.
They want to
There it
focus.
is again. Then be with your family. That's your choice. But why do you insist on making other people's choices for them?
Do you know that there's a mass
freedom, baby?
Do you know that women voting is not freedom, bro?
But by saying women shouldn't vote, and I know this is what you believe, and I don't know if I would ever change your view on this, but
like they're clearly authoritarians and they don't believe in any of these freedom principles they espouse. They're just authoritarians.
it's like the biggest, most simple way to put men and women on such a different value. You're valuing them wildly different,
and it's still equality.
Where in reality, of course, women who are part of society, who are equal citizens, who are equal people, should be having a say in their democracy.
Democracy is cringe.
It's mob rule. The majority of people in this country used to think slavery. The majority of people in this country used to think slavery.
Trump got the popular vote. It's true. Trump is the democracy king at the moment, so that's great. But at the end of the day, like if there were a room full of people that thought like me and Isabella, you would hate democracy too, wouldn't you?
There have been majorities, and we worked through our democracy
Yes or no?
to convince people. No, I want to hate democracy.
Really?
That's how things were before, and then we used our democracy to make the country better.
What's better?
A bunch of metrics are better off now than probably when y'all loved it.
I don't know if you can name a single dictatorship in history that didn't have slavery. So it's very strange how they claim to be pro-freedom, but then they're also anti-democracy.
1800, 1700, when do y'all like it? 1950s. Oh, the time to be alive.
Yeah.
Come on.
Seriously.
Including the oppression of black people and stuff?
Oh, segregation's not oppression.
Oh, wow.
Malcolm X, the reason why I wore the Malcolm X t-shirt is because Malcolm X wanted black communities.
I know.
Black government, black politics.
Who stance?
That's what he wanted. And
I agree with more, not Malcolm X's.
MLK?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
of course.
Martin
Or
Luther
a
King.
bunch of the civil rights advocates of the day who understood segregation, the whole separate but equal fallacy is just that, a fallacy. That's just a way to allow for less resources, less rights to go to certain communities. You first have to isolate them and then you oppress them.
But that's very anti-democracy of you. If black people came together and they had decided that they wanted black communities, they had decided that that's what they wanted.
And they didn't though.
No, whites got together.
And who were they unifying with? There we go.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. Americans. And if you have black people who
So they're also racist and they're pro-segregation.
choose to associate with one another, and for example, their whole friend group is black. That's very different than, as
I
you
agree.
mentioned,
I agree.
lawful segregation.
I think lawful segregation.
Or even advocating segregation.
They do choose to segregate.
Right.
This is something that they choose to
As
do.
time has gone on, people have been less and less segregated.
There's segregated months, gay pride month,
This is the
African
thing.
American month.
That's not
People tend to get with people who...
Yes. No, I'm just saying, I disagree with governments like
Pride Month,
segregation.
you don't understand even the thing that you're so upset about. Pride is saying that your straight, more traditional, I don't even like saying that because I feel like that's disrespectful to traditional Christians, but
Being
your
straight?
version of traditional conservatism and Christianity, that, is yours to live, and then other people's lives are ours to live, and that's the beauty of freedom.
So
That's
where's
what
our white
Pride's about.
pride month? Where's our Christian pride month? I don't even want it. I don't even care. But you only see it as the supposed oppressed groups.
Right.
And
So whenever those start because people are saying for too long we've been pushed down, so we're going to do a month to say that we are proud of who we are. No longer are we going to be shameful.
it's so
Shame.
gay.
It is literally gay. on
Literally.
Pride Month,
But
yeah.
every month that is like that is also gay. Not even just gay pride month. Also African
What does that
American.
mean to you?
I'm just cringe.
Gay equals cringe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're having sex and you can't reproduce. The best part about having sex is reproduction. Seriously. I don't value sex because of an orgasm. I value sex because I know that I am going to reproduce and have another baby.
Well, he must not have a lot of sex, because it doesn't look like he has 30 children.
Orgasms aren't good enough. Kidding. Sorry.
Pain. I mean, seriously though, the best part of it's why as soon as we got together, she's off birth control. As soon
We
as
got married, yeah.
as soon as we're together, it's no birth control, nothing, because I'm not gonna have gay sex. And gay sex is more than just another man and a man. It's just the idea of looking at sex as such a materialistic thing and just oh well, we just have an orgasm.
He's literally claiming it's gay to have sex with a woman without the intention of procreation.
And that's fun or whatever. No, dude, sex is about having children. It's about having babies. You pump yourself full of birth control and then you have sex with your wife and there's no purpose there except just pleasure. That's the only purpose.
Should people
pleasure.
who are born infertile have sex?
It depends. Listen, I am pro like people committing to celibacy for the rest of their life. I am pro like that. And if that was something that they couldn't have babies, I believe that they should have that choice there.
Well, they have a choice.
Yeah.
I'm saying
so
what you believe is correct. Infertile people, no sex for you.
I think that it's crazy. Infertile people don't think. I don't see anybody really saying that. Hey, I'm infertile, so I'm going to be celibate for the rest of my life. I'm not going to touch sex. I'm not going to have sex.
You think crazy people?
By the way, how would you find out you're infertile without like first having sex?
Don't say that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that would be very honorable.
No gay sex with women, guys.
Very true. I agree. What I'm advocating for is for men to take responsibility, specifically with protection and with provision. And she's advocating for women to submit and to serve their husbands. And we're both, you know, that's what we agreed on. Like our vows, it was like I vow to protect and support, protect and provide, and to love you. And she vowed to love me and support me always, and to serve me.
Yeah. But I'm not going to go saying we need to figure out how to prevent couples like this. Instead, I'll just say people have the freedom to live it the way they want to. And that's my point about this sort of one-way street.
Yeah, but it's kind of like lukewarm.
Yeah, you're just giving a softer delivery, but you're still letting the public know your stance, what you think is better.
I think equality is better for sure.
We take a more harsh.
Your view of equality is just it's.
What do you think equality is?
Listen, are men and women equal?
Yes.
In what way?
They're equal people, individuals, and they have the same individual rights.
Okay, so basically they're equal because the government says they're equal?
Because people through democracy have made the government say they're equal.
So the government basically gets to say that these people are equal because we give them rights.
Because people
our rights
set
are
up an
from God,
institution,
not from the government.
And then if you stop engaging with our government, you very quickly
it
have a world
wasn't
you don't love.
Men and women were created equal. It wasn't that like our God-given rights were like for equality for men and women. That wasn't the point. Equality implies the same.
The same rights, yeah.
Dude, it's no. Look up what equality is, or being equal.
Oh, the state of being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities.
Look at all more definitions.
But
just click on it.
Maybe it further vindicates you.
A symbolic expression of the fact that two quantities are equal in equation. That's obviously not helpful. That's math.
You're big on welfare and things like that.
Programs that are effective to help people.
And you think that those are effective programs?
Like Social Security cutting senior poverty by gargantuous
sure, but
margins.
The government taking care of women who are pregnant.
Yeah.
You like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's much better to not have welfare so that we could have pigeon children who literally have parents that make no money for food so that they can go out and beg on the streets and eat out of the garbage or fight the pigeons in the park for pieces of bread that old people throw on the ground.
Really? That's very peculiar to me.
Why?
So she's pregnant, like not right now, but she's pregnant, and now I'm married man. We're living God-fearing lives. Now I have to go pay the hospital $12,000. So now Brittany over here, Bethany, she decides that she just got knocked up by her boyfriend, and she doesn't like him, so she's going to separate from the family. It was premarital sex. There's no marriage. There's no stability. There's no guarantee that the father is going to be around or try his best to be around. And the government says, man, that sucks. That sucks that your boyfriend bailed on you. We're going to step in and we're going to pay for this. We're going to reward this.
What do you mean? What are they paying for?
It's because she's a single mother. Like the government.
I hear what you're saying. I think, Vice President Harris actually ran on a bunch of pro-family policies, like the enhanced child tax credit for people such as yourself.
I don't want tax credits, bro. If there's a woman who is literally getting like everything is.
Oh, he's against tax credits. So what does he think about like billionaires and corporations getting like massive tax breaks, and corporations like Tesla and Elon Musk getting huge government cutbacks?
Is getting taken care of by the government for having a baby, but it's through premarital sex.
Without a father in the
Why is that
home?
not for Christian families?
Wait, that's what I'm saying. If you have a family for each of the children that you have as a couple, then you have to pay less taxes.
But that's not what is happening.
That's what Kamala wanted, but you voted against her.
What's happening?
Shame on you.
I couldn't vote in 2020.
Kamala.
There's a child tax credit. What the fuck is he talking about?
2024, this last election, just now.
Oh yeah, no, because she's a liar.
What are you saying? I'm saying let's support families.
No.
And then when people
let's support families. Yes.
Okay.
Man and woman getting married.
Man and man, yeah, like a families.
No, man and woman getting married and having babies. That's family. This is not family. This is not family. A woman has premarital sex, gets knocked up on a one-night stand, and then the government pays for it.
They don't pay for it.
They do.
They give support to people who are
What does giving
coming on
support
hard
mean?
times.
What does give support mean? Paying for it.
If
they pay for it.
What's the definition of giving support here?
Wait, you're acting like everything's covered and you're living this.
If you're a single mother, you get free like baby care, like in the hospital delivery.
You get a lot of support because I believe, just like Jesus did, that we should help people who are in tough situations.
Right, but when the government
often when
incentivizes
someone is a single mother trying to raise children, those kids are going to be malnourished if we don't give them some support.
It's such bullshit. They're not going to be malnourished.
Have you met people?
Have you met
any single
mother
mothers?
was a single mother.
Okay, so maybe she was like really successful or something.
No.
Then how did she support?
Yeah, she has
got
boobs.
support.
She has boobs, and she eats, and then you get breast milk right there.
So kids only live
malnourished.
Kids
What?
only wait. That was the most psychotic thing I've ever heard. What are you still sucking on her? I'm saying that.
What's funny is this guy looks really short too. Like he looks like he's maybe 5'6" or something. Like, you think maybe the reason you're so small and short might be because you were malnourished as a kid?
I'm saying that.
Where's the video of me draining her breast milk? Get that one up.
He did.
Wait,
Jamie, pull that one up.
First of all, you have to. That's the crazy thing I've ever heard. You have to be nourished as a mother to give good nourishment to your babies, and then the babies grow out of the sucking phase, and then you still have to feed
And they
them
eat food. Yeah.
Yeah. So then that's what I'm talking about.
Are we acting like people are not getting food?
A lot of people, a large percentage of the U.S. population is food insecure. Yeah, meaning they get some food but not enough to have a healthy, nutritious diet because most of them are in poor environments.
Really, in America? I see a lot
America.
of fat people. I don't know.
In America.
Very interesting. Yeah, I'm curious what these communities are.
I think the point that he's
all
trying
sorts of communities.
I'm saying where they are. Like
it's worse in red states because red states by almost every metric are worse.
Really?
Like
but at least they're gonna go to heaven.
What about the cities? What about the liberal cities? All
Health
homelessness,
outcomes.
LA, like come on.
Yeah, so red states have disproportionately worse violent crime, worse poverty, etc., worse infrastructure, worse education.
I would say the cities probably have.
No, this is
You're just looking at
debatable,
states? Okay.
Well, because state governments structurally, systemically have a lot more to say.
I think the point that we're trying to make is that when the government
Wait,
incentivizes
you know
bad
there's like
behavior,
really poor rural red areas, right, where they're food insecure?
course.
Yeah.
Okay. So if a mother, if the husband, for example, runs off, let's say it's a happy couple, and all of a sudden the husband runs off, and then this wife who was living the lifestyle you wanted her to live, so she's not trained on anything, she can't go get a job easily, she needs to raise the kids, is all of a sudden trying to figure out how to get a really low wage job because she's a single mother now, or her husband dies.
Okay.
she should join a church community and get help there.
Okay, or the community, like our governments, could step in and support. But we should also be supporting families where people are together, which is a big part of what Vice President Harris proposed, which I probably didn't even know, which is why I call people who vote for Trump so often misinformed.
Just a nice way of saying stupid.
No, not stupid. I think you could be really smart and then just not take the time to go inform yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From being ignorant or stupid.
Well, y'all are definitely ignorant. Definitely. Really.
All right.
Badly. There's less of an issue with hunger in this country compared to other countries, right? You'd agree?
Yeah, and you're saying it's because of socialism programs.
Sure.
And I would agree with you.
And so I'm asking, when you talk about these different issues, I agree we could.
I'm sorry he agrees, then why is he arguing?
Changes to welfare to make it as ideal as possible. One of them is more universal programs.
Dude, these people are fucking insane.
I'm asking what your prescription is then. Do you rip them away, the programs altogether, and then you're just like, I don't know, if you can't eat, you can't eat?
No, it's not really about if you can't eat, you can't eat. It's about you removing and not incentivizing bad behavior and saying, hey, you are going to have a tough life because you decided that you were just going to have sex and you didn't really understand the responsibilities of it, and we're not going to come bail you out. You
What
know
about
what?
the children? Even if you feel that way, why are we
but what
punishing
they
the
gonna do?
children?
It's a survival instinct. What are they going to do? They're going to get in touch with their community.
Yeah.
They're going to get in touch with their neighbors. Bro, we have no sense of
And
community.
that's why there's no starving in the countries I just referred
we
to.
have,
They
we
don't
have
the
no
programs
sense.
have.
We have no sense
there
of
is.
community. We have no
Of
sense of
course.
community.
I
How many
agree
people
we
knock
should
on your door for Halloween?
I agree we should. I live in an apartment, but
people just don't go outside. Like they don't know their neighbors.
I agree.
You used to go and knock on your neighbor's door and say, hey, you have some brown sugar?
I want more community. I'm with you.
Yeah.
But the answer's not always the government. It doesn't
Of
always
course,
have to be
of course,
the government. It can be
but
going to
we're
the
not going to
community.
solve the reason why we even created the programs that feed people like SNAP, the food stamps, is because before clearly we didn't solve the issue with community. So we're going to have programs to provide a basic standard of living for people, and then I agree we should work to strengthen communities.
See, the thing is, I'm going to be honest, I don't know how we were necessarily right before we got all these programs. I would like to see that and then come back to you because I'm not, it's kind of, I should just take your word for it that things were so much worse before SNAP and welfare?
As we've solved poverty, not completely.
Favorite tricep exercises, barbell overhead extensions, skull crushers, dumbbell skull crushers, and dumbbell tricep rollovers, and JM press. I'd say those are my favorite.
But as we've minimized it, as we've implemented some of these programs, our country just keeps becoming more capitalistically dominant still, even with the socialism.
Really? Because when there's a cap to how much money you can get from the government, you actually don't want to make more. So it actually incentivizes people to stay underneath this like tax bracket.
Cap? What cap?
That's not true. That's totally false.
It's a thing
Just
where
when
you
you get taxed more? Yeah, people are going to find ways always.
We're talking about
they
welfare,
abolish
really.
taxes.
Anyways.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the... Why did you vote for Trump?
Okay, well,
Good evening.
they're fucking stupid.
It's Ryan Borgward. Today, hello, Matt. Today is November 11th. It's approximately 10 a.m. by you guys. I'm in my apartment. I am safe, secure, no problem.
There was a lot of concern, and the information that the Green Lake County has at this point leads us to an obstructing charge. What he did on the lake, staging his death. I cannot comment on the federal charges that may or may not be filed. through our federal partners. Regarding the amount that Green Lake County will be seeking for restitution, it's in the area of $35,000 to $40,000. These costs do not include what Bruce's legacy did, or our divers, Charlie DeGroot.
That's hilarious. This guy faked his own death and fled to Europe. Just abandoned his family. Let's see.
Every good nerd knows that
Jack has a new video.
What's your name, man? My name's Jake. You said you're a radio host? I'm a radio host and a podcaster at Jake the Adventurer 215 on Instagram. I'm trying to spread a really positive message. What's your positive message? Mental health, recovery, addiction, helping the little voices put their voice out there. You know, that's people that are struggling with drug abuse or recovery or anything like that. Hit me up, I'll chat to you, man. Like, I'll help you get your story out, and really, that's what the platform's all about. I'm just trying to build it from the ground up.
Wilma, Dickfit, Donatillers, what would you choose? Let me see. Oh my god, is this just another racist video?
An honest question,
Go.
If in a room there's a rock and a black person, what are you choosing?
A rock or a black person?
Yeah.
The Rock.
I'll choose the rock.
I would personally choose the rock because it has a purpose, but that's my opinion.
That's pretty
Oh, it totally has a purpose. That's based, son. I like it.
Nice, dude. White bear.
That's right. You can make something out of a rock. You can't make something out of a nigger, can you?
Oh, Hitler.
No. Oh.
That's right.
Why is this allowed on Twitter? Like, this is what, like, Elon Musk wonders why advertisers won't advertise on Twitter, and then you have channels like this. Okay, stop sending me this guy. Like, it's kind of gross, and I get the idea, okay? Thanks for the donation, Wilma. Gum Gum, what are you doing? No jumping on my keyboard, okay? Look how big he is. Look at this big kitty. You're so big and strong. My goodness, you're so big and strong. Yeah, you're so big and strong. I love you, Gum Gum. Mwah. My little baby.
You know, that's awesome. I'm actually really glad to hear that, and people should check that out. Absolutely. But you said mental health.
Yeah.
I'm here for the mental and physical health of these animals.
Yeah.
Now, I want to understand. I'm guessing you're not vegan.
I am not vegan. I've tried it and I ended up actually very sick. So,
all right, we'll get on to the.
Yes, I couldn't be vegan for health reasons, says the morbidly obese guy who looks like he's going to have a heart attack in the next 3 months.
The sick part, but you tried it. I would like to know why you tried it, but I just want to understand, because you're for the mental health and obviously physical health of other humans.
Yeah, of course.
I'm for the physical and mental health of all sentient beings.
Yeah, no, I do get that.
You get that?
I do get that.
Yeah, so you did once go vegan.
Yes.
What was the reason for that?
The reason for that was my situation, man. I was pretty broke, so I could really only afford like tins of chickpeas and stuff like that.
So he was never vegan.
You know, to be able to survive, like sleeping on these streets and shit, man, it's not easy.
So you went plant-based?
I went plant-based because that's the only option I had.
I just will correct you for the sake of the audience.
Yeah, of course.
It sounds like
No, he's morbidly obese.
you didn't ever go vegan.
I did go vegan, and I lasted about 2 weeks, and I felt a lot of stuff come through. I was actually pretty sick in the stomach. I was very, very tired and drained, so that just says a lot about being vegan. And
He said he was broke, could barely afford food, and he was only eating tins of chickpeas. Oh my god. I fucking can't with these people. Sorry, you're retarded. Interview over.
You know, that's my comment on that.
The reason I said you weren't vegan is because you did it for financial reasons. So veganism is a ethical stance and a
cult.
And a cult, okay. Not that part. You're actually leaving a cult. So it's not a personal reason, and you did it for a personal reason, financial reason. So that is going plant-based. It's not called going vegan. So you never did go vegan. I just want to make that clear because when you said I went sick as a vegan...
I went plant-based, all right.
Yeah.
I went plant-based.
Yeah, and when you said you got sick...
For the sake of the content, I went plant-based. All right, cool.
Not for that, just for factual reasons. Yeah. But when you said you got sick as a vegan, that's why I wanted to make it clear, because you didn't get sick as a vegan, you got sick because you were struggling and you probably weren't eating enough. Now, plants are higher in volume and you probably weren't getting enough calories, and therefore you were probably feeling absolutely shit, and I can understand why.
Yeah, fully.
So will you just clarify that you didn't get sick because you went vegan, it's because you weren't eating enough nutrition?
Well, yeah, I guess for the content, yeah, but still, you know, I was seeing all this propaganda they share and stuff. I was seeing that, and that sort of sparked an interest as well. But like I said, you know, Jack and Tashi, they ain't never been through shit apart from all these court proceedings. Shout out John Mountain at fucking Fire, yeah. But yeah. So the goal is that I tried it, didn't like it, got over it, didn't need to feel the need to go out in the streets and tell people, hey, go plant-based, you know, you're going to be really healthy and whatnot.
Multiple things there. So we've already clarified.
Sir, you are the shape of a cheeseburger.
That you went plant-based, you're struggling financially.
Yeah,
I don't like hearing that, but you obviously weren't eating enough food. It's got nothing to do with veganism. It's got nothing to do with being against the exploitation of animals.
I will
It's got
disagree there.
well, okay. It is just a fact. It's because you can be completely healthy as a vegan. You just got to eat enough food, as with all diets.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. And then you called this, yeah. And you said propaganda here. We're out here spreading propaganda. What do you mean by that, man? I'm literally out here.
I feel sorry for Jack that he has to live in Australia. Australians are clearly retarded.
Showing what happens inside of slaughterhouses, what people pay for.
Yeah.
It's called transparency.
No, I do get what you mean, and you've got the whole set yourself free with the Watch Dominion when...
Not set yourself free, set animals free.
Yeah, well, set animals free, set yourself free, whatever. It's trying to set people free and turn them vegan. You're never going to become set free from being vegan. There's only one way you can be set free. If you know, you know. There's only one way you can be set free.
It's got nothing to do with setting humans free. It's got everything to do with not exploiting animals and setting them free.
But the thing is...
It sounds like you just don't understand veganism, bro.
No, I don't as a whole. It's a cult. But anyway...
You obviously don't understand it if you think it's a cult.
But yeah, can I ask a question about it? So, I mean, I know you'd never do it because you're pretty much a pussy and stuff, and you'd probably never have a hard day's work in your life and, you know, make an impact on people and stuff. But if you were a farmer, and that was, you know, I know farmers that have been farming since they're knee-high to a grasshopper, you know? That's all they know. If you were a farmer trying to put food on your family's plate and that was your only means of work, would you quit your job because you're murdering animals to be able to provide for your families, to be able to pay your house off, or, you know, put food in your children's mouth, or get your kid into that really good uni or whatever? Would you throw it all away just to be a vegan, you know, and just say, oh, you know?
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Tommy Sotomayor. Why do black women have no problem walking around looking like ghetto-ass sex worker Power Rangers? Seriously, then actually stealing from places looking like the Powerpuff Pussy peddling girls, but claiming they are the blueprint and everyone wants to be like them. Who is trying to mimic this in everyday life? I guess on Halloween they decide to take the clown suits off. Oh my god, dude. He is so fucking racist, especially to black women. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Maybe I won't go and sell these sheep today to keep a roof over my head. Maybe I'll just go homeless and live out on these streets of Perth, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't exploit and murder animals. I would just get a different job. Now, you do realize that there are plant-based farmers. In fact, most food produced in the world is plant-based.
That is the thing about, you know, plant-based farming as well. You guys think you're doing no damage, but it actually does a whole lot of damage before you do take the knife and cut in again. Literally, it takes, 4 or 5 litres of water to make 1 litre of almond milk, if I'm correct, if I've got the maths correct and stuff.
It takes double that to produce cow's milk.
Yeah, and anyway, getting back.
Yes, let me just ignore the fact that refutes my argument.
Back to that, there's things like Beyond Meat and all these crappy tasting, shitty, vegan substitutes. What do you mean substitutes? You don't want to eat meat, but you'll eat a fake version of meat.
We don't want to pay for murder.
Yeah, well, you don't want to pay for murder, but you're still vegan meat is shit, Tashi, right? But you know, you don't want to pay for actual meat, but you're happy to go out and buy a fake chicken schnitzel because you miss the feeling of meat. Like, bro, just have some meat. It's okay.
Don't miss the feeling of meat. I like the texture and I like the flavor, and you can get all of that without exploiting and abusing and murdering somebody. Would you eat human meat, mate?
Would I eat human meat?
Because you're all for human mental health, which I respect, but I'm just going to assume you wouldn't go and abuse and exploit another human, would you? Or would you contradict yourself there?
Well, if the rapture came and it was a life or death situation, or I was, you know, stuck in the middle of nowhere, or man, I've done some shit to feed myself, man. So yeah, I probably would if it was survival. Yeah, 100%.
So if you had like no other choice, you would?
No other option, I would, like, yeah, I'd do it. I would do it, you know, let's say the rapture came tomorrow, or an apocalypse, or whatever you choose to believe in, came tomorrow, and, you know, there's 2 humans left on Earth, all the shops are gone. What else can you do, man? You got to eat that human to survive.
Okay, so what you're saying is in this dire situation where you really have no choice and it's a life or death thing, potentially then you would consider doing that. But really, we're talking about a situation where it's likely not going to happen, or if it did happen, it's a very, very horrible situation.
It is coming. It is.
Okay,
coming.
You could say it's coming. Okay, but right now, would you murder and consume a human?
Not right now.
No, why would you not?
Because I love my fellow human beings. Obviously, that's what I'm doing with the potty, trying to spread awareness and actually make an impact instead of going out in the street and telling people go vegan.
Yeah, and what is it about humans that makes you care about them?
The struggle, man.
Just the struggle.
Well, obviously, you guys have never been through a struggle or probably had to sleep.
Let's
bend over and I'd tell her his love. How we have people like Tommy as a real-life version of this law.
No, I don't think we should use the word, and I'll tell you why. Because niggas have gotten used to it, that's why. Hell, they like it now. It's like when you growing crops and you strip the soil of its nutrients and goodness, and then you can't grow nothing. You gotta rotate your race of sludge. Now, I know it's hard, cause nigga just rolled off the tongue the way sweat rolls off a nigga's forehead. But we cannot let that be a crutch, especially when there are so many other fine substitutes. Spade, porch monkey, jigaboo. I say next time you gonna call a darky a nigga, call that coon a jungle bunny instead.
Yeah, he's literally the real-life Uncle Ruckus. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Look at this struggle.
Let's look at that struggle.
Is that struggle to you?
I don't think it is.
Okay, so when you see an animal, like a pig in a gas chamber, literally thrashing for their life, or this pig getting a knife in the throat and thrashing for their life, that's not struggle to you?
Yeah, no, because at the end of the day, you know, it took 7 days and 7 nights, all the animals and stuff were put on Earth and whatnot.
So that's not struggle?
Well, a cow, like...
retard alert.
Our friend here, or a pig, I'm pretty sure they know what they're born for, right? We as humans are the only people that don't know what we're born for. We wander around working aimless and pointless jobs, you know, and stuff like that. Whereas a cow, he's like, oh, cool, I'm born, I'm going to die in a couple of weeks, and that's all good.
You really think a cow is thinking that?
Yes, he's going through. Yeah, of course, man. Like, they know what they're being born. Either they're wool, or their flesh, or their milk, or whatever. It's
so when human slavery existed, they knew what they were. They knew that they were being exploited too.
Yeah.
Does that make it okay?
Yeah. Well, that's humans, isn't it? Humans weren't born to.
They were.
You know?
Yeah.
This guy sounds like he's still addicted to drugs.
Once upon a time, and still existing today in certain parts of the world, humans are born to become slaves in certain periods of time and certain locations still today. Does that justify it?
Does that justify slavery? I'd say no.
That's your logic.
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Yeah. I need to like install an app on my phone or something that says retard alert just in case I ever deal with like some stupid asshole like this in public. I can just like press the button and it'll say retard alert. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Well,
you just said because they're born for it, it's okay. Now when I apply it in the human context, they're born for it, and now you say, well, no, that's not okay. That's a contradiction.
It's not really a contradiction because we're not born for, like, can you imagine being born and being like, oh, yeah, boy, I'm going to be a steak tomorrow, yeah. But, you know, it's Delulu, man. And just to finish, because I actually have a job where I make an impact and stuff and I'm heading to work, I'm not going to do it now because, like I said, I don't have much time. I'm about to bounce. But from the bottom of my heart, Jack and Tash, I hope the enemy loses his grip very, very soon. And I hope you guys find the light, read your Bible, say some prayers. Catch you later, brother.
There's no light in a slaughterhouse that you pay for animals.
Well, that guy's retard and he's also fucking obese. While claiming veganism was unhealthy for him.
Today
In a move that is both consequential and yet perhaps not that surprising, a hacker has now gained access to a file containing the sworn depositions of 2 women involved in the investigation into Matt Gaetz. According to NBC News, that file included the testimony of the woman who alleges she had sex with Gaetz when she was 17 years old in 2017, as well as the testimony of a second woman who said she witnessed the encounter, and the information is unredacted according to the source. The hack was then confirmed by John Clune, the attorney representing the girl who alleges that Gaetz had sex with her when she was 17, who said, "We were informed last night by another law..."
7 days and 7 fucks donated $2. Dude, imagine how fucking sick in the head you have to be to look at a slaughterhouse footage or gas chamber footage of innocent animals suffering to death and say, dumb shit like God created that, LMFAO, this is why aliens don't visit Earth, confirmed.
Much love, VG. I always appreciate your streams, bro.
Well, thanks, Kenny. Appreciate the support, dude. Thanks for the donation. I actually have what I think is a really good idea for a skit video. I was going to title the video, If Aliens Came, and I'm going to do the BBC News report, and aliens come to Earth, and they're giant space crabs. And the giant space crabs explain that they put all of their retarded children that they don't really want to deal with on Earth, where they thought they'd be safe, like under the ocean. And then they just recently found out that humans have been getting nets to catch crabs and eat them. So they're coming down to Earth to avenge their retarded crab children. And they're going to kill everyone except vegans and Jews, because vegans don't eat meat of any kind and Jews don't eat crustaceans. I think it might be funny. Thanks for the donation, though. 7 days, 7 fucks.
firm that an unauthorized user accessed a shared file with a number of confidential documents. Now, notably, the House Ethics Committee will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, November 20th, to determine the next steps here. The committee was supposed to meet on Friday of last week, but opted not to in the face of heavy pressure by Republicans who, surprise, surprise, have suddenly shifted their stance on alleged sex crimes against children being disqualifying in government. These people have spent years and years and years calling Democrats groomers and pedophiles and pretending that we were running child sex trafficking rings in non-existent pizza place basements, all of it completely made up. And yet now, when there is credible accusations of sexual misconduct involving a minor, not only are Republicans not concerned about it, not only is it not disqualifying for them, but the party is complicit in trying to bury a report that would expose it. Are you kidding me? I get called a groomer every day for the crime of thinking that everybody should have health care. But this guy, Matt Gaetz, literally resigned expressly from Congress to prevent the Ethics Committee from releasing a report that would literally outline his criminal behavior. And suddenly silence from all these children defenders on the right. Where is everybody who is worried about the children? Where is everybody who spent the last 5 years calling Democrats groomers and pedophiles? Where is everybody who believed the Pizzagate conspiracy theory? Do the accusations have to only exist in non-existent pizza place basements for you to believe them? And that's why you're unmoved by this ethics committee report? Or was it never actually about the children and more just about having any tenuous excuse to criticize the Democrats? Take all the time you need with that one. By the way, here's my Legal Breakdown co-host Glenn Kirshner discussing that exact point. Given what you know about this Republican Party, a party that has so much of its identity steeped in this idea that they have to push back against, the pedophile Democrats who are running underhanded sex trafficking rings under pizza places in their basement where there existed no basements, and how you can't log on to Twitter without, being called a pedophile if you're a Democrat, and, the list goes on, right? For them to then line up behind a guy who is credibly accused of sexual misconduct with a minor, it almost feels like a joke to just yell hypocrisy. But does it not blow your mind that this is a party whose identity, again, is so steeped in this idea of protecting children, who is now not only fine with, but figuring out ways to bury a report that may show him guilty of doing the exact thing that they predicated their identity on blocking?
Yeah, Brian.
They have no moral standards whatsoever. Conservatives are just scumbags.
Projection, thy name is the Republican Party.
Yeah, really.
And everybody sees right through it. Listen, I am always hoping that Senate Republicans will, if not grow an entire spine, maybe sprout a vertebra or two, and begin standing up for who? For their constituents, for the American people, rather than laying down for their dear leader, Donald Trump. And, if the reporting can be credited, at least there are, reportedly 30 Republicans, as many as 30 Republicans who, behind closed doors, quietly, without attribution, are apparently saying, yeah, Matt Gaetz, no way. Now, when push comes to shove and Trump starts, turning the screws to them and applying pressure, do they fold? Do they cave? We would expect them to, given their track records and given who they are. But here's what I will say, Brian. I am hoping that now that the senators, are comfortably in their newly elected positions and they don't have to face an election, at least for a couple of years, maybe 4, maybe 6 years, maybe they can begin standing up for their own constituents and the American people just a little bit by standing against unqualified, ill-suited, and frankly downright dangerous nominees like Matt Gaetz, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, for gosh sakes, as the Secretary of Defense. They should want to protect the country and at least have minimally qualified people in Trump's cabinet, conservative though they might be. Let them, push all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the iconic Regency Village Theater in beautiful Westwood, California. Today is June 16th, Sunday, 2024. It's Father's Day, and we want to thank all of you for being here and sharing this.
and a number of other issues on his social media channels. Mossab Hassan Youssef. I have a question, often a yes or no question, and whoever I ask the question of will have 2 minutes to respond. Vita is over here, and she'll have a clock here to remind you. And after your 2 minutes are done, the next person gets to speak for 2 minutes, and then we'll have a rebuttal for 2 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next question. So I'd like to start off by asking, and I'd like to ask you first, Mr. Doyle, what aspect of your personal life brought you to be an activist for the pro-Palestinian encampment on campus and worldwide, I'm assuming, and what things in your life do you think brought you to this point?
Sure, well, so, yeah. For years, I've wanted to be a political commentator, and a part of being a political commentator is understanding and researching domestic and foreign politics, and in about August of...
Plan. So even the Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir was considered Palestinian with a Palestinian passport issued by the colonial authority, the British Mandate of Palestine at that time. So if we are talking about ethnicity, then it's the Arabs. That makes a lot more sense. They have the language, they have distinct language. They have a religion, they have a culture. Druze are ethnic group. Jewish people are ethnic group. But Palestinian, this is an ideology.
Time's up, sorry. Thank you. Am I allowed to respond to that?
Yes, you are.
So the categorization of Arabs as an ethnicity is not entirely correct, because an ethnicity is not just based on genetics. But even if it was, well, Palestinians are not genetically identical to Lebanese. They're not genetically identical to Saudi Arabians. They're certainly not genetically identical to Arabs in Oman or Yemen. There's actually distinct genetic differences between all these people. But even...
I don't know what he really means by that. Like, he'd have to be far more fucking specific.
If there wasn't, it's important to understand that a nation, upon its conception, is not based on ethnic boundaries. Instead, a nation is created, whether it be through administrative lines, the allegiance to the same leader, whatever. An ethnic base is then realized on top of that. So whether Palestinians are identical to Saudi Arabians or Jordanians, it's not really relevant. What's relevant?
Like what he's saying here, it just doesn't make any sense scientifically. Within countries in Africa, you will find different tribes, and you will find some like small genetic differences between tribes. Like, you know, they might have a higher average height. They might have slightly different toned skin. Like, okay, does that mean they're a different ethnicity? Like, it's just a stupid throwaway statement that just doesn't mean anything. I don't know what he really means by that. Like, they're Arab.
Relevant is that a Palestinian national identity, of which nobody can deny, has formed. It started forming in the early 1900s, and it has been prevalent ever since then. And it is more powerful now maybe than it has ever.
There's never any Palestinian identity in the 1900s.
Ever been. But then to say that because a Palestinian national identity formed only in the early 1900s and that people didn't call themselves Palestinian before then, again, is irrelevant, because we don't say that Germans aren't German because people called themselves Prussian before 1871. Likewise, we don't say that Israelis aren't Israeli because Ashkenazi Jews in the Middle Ages didn't call themselves Israeli. It's kind of an irrelevant distinction, especially considering that a national identity, especially in terms of the nation state, only began, as an ideology only began, 200 years ago? So to say that because Palestinians didn't call themselves Palestinian in the 1500s, it doesn't have anything to do with the Palestinian nationality.
I'm going to ask this.
What's your favorite type of rice, not including any variety of white rice? I have no idea.
Mr. Youssef, if Hamas engages in actions that are considered violent or fatal, such as shooting rockets into Israel, breaching the Gaza border with Israel on October 7th to massacre Israeli civilians, launching rockets from areas of Gaza densely populated with Palestinian civilians, such as the recent 5-rocket launch from a humanitarian area in Gaza that was supposed to be off limits from the war. If they do that and then call their own civilians victims of genocide when Israel responds with bombs and military action that kill Hamas militants as well as Palestinian civilians surrounding them, who are the Palestinian civilians the genocide victims of?
Hamas' strategy is to sacrifice civilians. This is how they got the world's sympathy during the first, second, third, and fourth Gaza wars. And it paid off because it delegitimized Israel. It made Hamas lots of money. It gave them power. And they became a recognized authority on a regional level, also on a global level. as a legitimate resistance movement. So since then, Hamas knew when they built the tunnels beneath one of the most populated areas in the region. You think they did not have an idea that civilians will pay the price? They knew that. And also, who said that only Israel is killing civilians in Gaza? In the confrontation, in the shootouts, in the booby traps, Hamas is responsible, number one, for the atrocities of Gaza. And I think this is the problem with the anti-Israel, pro-Palestine movement, that they are in denial. They don't want to condemn Hamas for actually operating from populated areas and putting the civilians in the ways of harm. What are we expecting from any army trying to remove a bunch of savages from power? And there is no other way but to send foot soldiers. There is no other way but to confront, while the savages hide behind their own children. In the morning, they kill Jewish children for revenge, and in the evening, they kill their own children for propaganda. And this is how they brought the world to its knees, by harming civilians. This is the weapon in Hamas' hands.
Could you repeat the question?
I'll just repeat the last part of the question. Who are those Palestinian civilians that Mr. Youssef was just speaking about and I described as being, for example, in the humanitarian area of Gaza where rockets were launched from recently? And who are those Palestinian civilians, the genocide victims of, when we hear the word genocide used by many pro-Palestinian demonstrators?
In a scenario where Hamas militants are putting children on the rooftops of military command centers, well, then those specific deaths are the responsibility of Hamas. But the deaths of the people in Tel Asatan, right, the 40 innocent civilians who were killed by an IDF strike with no Hamas military center anywhere near, that is the responsibility of Israel. In Karim al-Sharif, back in the early couple months of the war, where 106 civilians were killed, again with no military center anywhere near, those deaths are the responsibility of Israel. And in any hospital that Israel bombs, in any safe zone, in any evacuation route, all of which
Israel's never bombed a hospital.
Which Israel has bombed not only a few times, but repeatedly throughout the conflict. That is not only unjustifiable, not only illegal under international law because of, well, a lack of proportionality, oftentimes the negligence of...
I don't know what he means by proportionality here.
Dropping leaflets, which is actually the bare minimum according to international law, but also because it is asymmetrical civilian targeted warfare, which has been Israel's strategy since 2006, which constitutes a genocide. But it's not only the killing of innocent civilians directly by with their 2,000-pound bombs in Gaza.
Oh, here we go. Armchair military expert here who plays Call of Duty.
And the targeting of civilian centers, whether Hamas is there or not. The genocide really precedes this, or at least the evidence of genocide precedes this. And even in the past few years, when Israel would deliberately target Hamas commanders' houses, but they would deliberately target Hamas commanders' houses not when only the Hamas commander was at home, but when the entire family was home. And keep in mind, Israel knew, because of their artificial intelligence and their advanced sophistication.
Yeah, so the only way to make sure that they're in their home is going to be at a time when they're going home to sleep, when the rest of their family is also there. Please explain to me, would you rather them target Hamas members when they're out in public in more crowded areas? Does that make more sense to you?
Weaponry, when the entire family would be home, they decided to destroy the house when the entire family was home, when they had the option not to. And so the deliberate targeting of innocent civilians by Israel is evident. But it's not just that; it is also the starvation of the Gazan people. And time's up, but we can probably
no, there's no starvation.
We get into the evidence for the starvation and for the targeting of innocent civilians.
So just to be clear, your position is that Israel is intentionally targeting civilians in Gaza.
Yeah.
Okay. Your response? Nope. We're not doing that.
We'll probably get to that though.
We will, and you're.
Similar to Frank, I recently developed a bit of a kratom addiction. Except it's like a kratom extract called 7-0. I've only been using for a month but realized I need to cut back. The withdrawals are hell, dude. Guys, don't underestimate this shit.
Well, a lot of the fucktards in the kratom community will claim, oh, well, your body makes, it develops a tolerance to kratom very quickly, so you're less likely to get addicted. Because you develop a tolerance so quickly, that's what makes it so addictive. And yeah, a lot of people don't talk about the withdrawal issues because they never withdraw. They just keep taking it. So yeah, the withdrawals are absolutely fucking horrible. Like, there's a lot of people when they withdraw, they have literally no energy. They can't think. They sleep like 20 hours a day, can barely move, no motivation, feel sick and feel like shit constantly. And apparently it can last for a very fucking long time. It can take months to get over kratom withdrawals. So yeah, kratom's fucking stupid. Don't ever take it. And if you feel like you need some kind of medication for some sort of problem, you're probably better off taking standard medications or even just like marijuana or marijuana extracts. But thanks for the donation, yo. Appreciate it.
We're going to get to it too when you have your chance. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Yusuf.
Look, I don't think Israel would target civilians intentionally. That's not possible. First of all, it would be totally idiotic. Why Israel would...
Due to their chain of command, it would be impossible for them to deliberately target civilians. Literally impossible. They have lawyers present whenever they make any of these strikes. So it would be literally impossible for them to deliberately target civilians. There's just no chance.
Would want to target civilians to create so much enemies around the globe. I was part of the Israeli operation for about 10 years. And many times there were civilians involved and we canceled the operation. But the gravity of the situation in Gaza is completely different. When we have Hamas high-profile, dangerous terrorists who would hide in the tunnel for a long period of time, then Israel would have a shot. And now this Hamas top leaders go hiding behind civilians. Does that...
Gum, what are you doing? Why are you meowing up there?
Make them immune? This is a war. And in war, there are red lines that nobody should ever cross. But is there a war without collateral damage, without civilians dying in it, especially when the terrorists deliberately hiding among civilians, using hospitals, schools as operation rooms? I've been in those hospitals and in the schools right beneath in the tunnels. If I wasn't there myself, I wouldn't even speak about it. It's mind-blowing how Hamas constructed their entire operation beneath the most vulnerable areas on a purpose. Because they wanted to drag Israel into such a dirty war to delegitimize Israel, to show that Israel is killing civilians. And what you are doing and the pro-Palestine doing here in the United States, you are falling into Hamas trap. There is no way Israel want to harm any civilian on a purpose.
So Goku Johnny Tiller's more Trump lulz. Let me see.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Said many times that the U.S. is doing far better than any other country when it comes to testing.
Yes.
Why does that matter? Why is this a global competition to you if everyday Americans are still losing their lives and we're still seeing more cases every day?
Well, they're losing their lives everywhere in the world. And maybe that's a question you should ask China. Don't ask me, ask China that question, okay? When you ask them that question, you may get a very unusual answer. Yes, behind you, please.
What, sir, why are you saying that to me specifically?
I'm telling you, I'm not saying it specifically.
Oh, yes.
To anybody. I'm saying it to anybody that would ask a nasty question like that.
That's not a nasty question.
Please go ahead.
Why does it matter?
Okay, anybody else? Please, go ahead in the back, please.
I have two questions.
No, it's okay.
But
We'll
you
go
pointed
here.
to me. I have two questions, Mr.
Next,
President.
please.
But you called on me.
I did, and you didn't respond, and now I'm calling on
Sorry, I just
the
wanted
young
to,
lady in the back, please.
I just wanted to let my colleague
Okay.
finish. But can I ask you a
Ladies and
question?
gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Despite the nearly 1.8 million tests that you say the United States has done, the Inspector General for the Department of Health and Human Services released a report today, a survey of more than 300 hospitals across the country, and the number one complaint from those hospitals were severe shortages of testing supplies and
Well,
a
it's
really
just wrong.
long wait time. I mean,
It's
a
just
week
wrong.
or longer.
And did I hear the word Inspector General? Really? It's wrong. And they'll talk to you about it. It's wrong.
Your own government.
Well, where did he come from, the Inspector General? What's his name?
It came from the Inspector
No,
General
what's his name?
report.
What's
I
his
don't
name?
know his name
Well,
off the top
find me
of
his
my
name.
head.
Let me know, okay? If
But-
you find me his name, I'd appreciate it.
But sir, these are hospitals
All I can tell
that
you
do
is
not-
this: we
sir,
put up on the board. You're going to ask the Admiral, but
these are
we are
hospitals
doing.
who say that they're waiting a week or longer
Fine.
to get
We'll
their
speak to
test
the Admiral.
results. Why
But
is
we've
it
done
still
more
taking so
testing
long?
and had more results than any country anywhere in the world. They're doing an incredible job. Now they're all calling us. They want our testing. What are we doing? How do you do the 5-minute test? How do you do the
He's just a massive bullshitter. Thanks for that donation, though, Son Goku. I'm just gonna go take a piss and get a drink. I'll be right back. Ugh. Gum gum. What you doing there, gum gum? Hmm? Why are you meowing, gum gum? Here, you big baby. Yeah, come here, big baby. There you go. I love my Gum Gum so much. He's the best Gum Gum.
Trump's responses reminds me of this, except he's not drunk when saying BS so confidently lol stuff.
Let me see, Ben. Oh.
Mr. President, why do you think the American public has continued to support you throughout these impeachment proceedings?
Probably because you're so fat.
Yeah. Literally. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Purpose. But Israel, do you think, is not aware that civilians being harmed? And it's a tragedy for Israel, what's happening.
I can respond to that if...
You'll probably have a chance in the next question. Go ahead.
Well, sure. The proposition that Mossad has put forth is that Israel is not intentionally targeting civilians. Unfortunately, that goes against the Israeli strategy in the region. Now, keep in mind that the whole idea behind Zionism, behind a Jewish state, is...
Do you think it's weird for a 22 years old to date or hook up with a 34-year-old?
I mean, it's weird in the sense that it's kind of unusual. But, you know, people can have whatever relationships they want. Thanks for the donation, meow meow.
Is a Jewish majority. So I actually don't think that genocide is necessarily always going to be the conclusion of Zionism, because most of the time it's going to be something along the lines of ethnic cleansing. But if Israel wants to actually fulfill their goals of a Jewish state in the land, in the Holy Land, then ethnic cleansing is necessary for that goal. Unfortunately for Israel, and certainly unfortunately for the Gazans, is that creating a refugee crisis, which was the intention of Zionists like Jabotinsky and Theodore Herzl, and of course David Ben-Gurion.
They've had every opportunity to exterminate Palestinians since 1948. I mean, why haven't they done it yet if they have genocidal intentions? This guy's just a lying fucking retard.
And many of the early prime ministers, and certainly Benjamin Netanyahu right now, creating a refugee crisis is impossible because of the refusal of the Arab states around them to actually take in refugees. The result is that the only way to perform ethnic cleansing is through deliberate murder of civilians, which is what Israel is doing right now. And the evidence for that, I've already outlined, that they target buildings where there are no Hamas military centers, but also they target buildings, whether there are Hamas militants in there or not, that the targeting of which is illegal under international law. It is the targeting of a population center, regardless of whether there's a military target.
He doesn't understand international law. You can destroy any structure if it's a valid military target. So if there's militants, if it's being used as a command center, military base, warehouse, or storage for weapons, munitions, if it has tactical importance, then you can destroy any structure you want.
Without regard to proportionality. We could probably get into proportionality at some point later in the discussion, but again, there's no excuse for the deliberate starvation of the population, which is one of the things that constitutes genocide, which nobody can defend and nobody can say it's because they don't want.
Deliberate starvation. That's why there's more food entering Gaza now than pre-war.
Hamas to survive or to thrive, because bread and water and cookies don't do anything for Hamas. They only allow the Palestinian population to not starve to death.
I'm going to, since we're going off schedule here, you can respond to that in a couple minutes.
So you say that you have evidence. How can you explain the 2 million Arabs who live in Israel? And if there was ethnic cleansing, where did they come from?
Well,
you got your opportunity. And do you think that the ethnic cleansing started on October 7th? You know, what was prior to that? Israel allowed the Gazans to come work into Israel, give them job opportunity in the tens of thousands, and give them all the rights of any manpower in the country. And
like, by the way, what absolutely defeats this retarded fucking idea is Israel provides healthcare coverage for Palestinians. So if you have a medical issue, say you have cancer and you live in Gaza, and you're not able to get treatment for that cancer in Gaza, you can go to Israel and get that medical treatment in Israel. And Israel is so generous with this, in fact, that after Sinwar was released from prison after, I think, 14 years, he returned to Gaza. He ended up getting a diagnosis where he had a brain tumor. He traveled to Israel to get the brain tumor removed, and they removed his brain tumor, and he was able to return back to Gaza. So if they have this intention of ethnic cleansing, why are they even willing to treat fucking Sinwar, a Hamas leader, and treat his cancer? Like it's just ridiculous. What this guy's saying is just so fucking stupid.
That includes the West Bank. We have 2 million Gazans, but also we have 3.5 million West Bankers. And do you think Israel needed October 7th to happen so they can start the process of ethnic cleansing through bombing the shit out of people in Gaza? If there was an ethnic cleansing, it would have taken place over 70 years, and today you wouldn't find any Arab in the region. The ethnic cleansing actually took place in the Arab countries. Show me how many Jewish people are in the West Bank or in Gaza. Show me how many Arabs are in any Jewish in the Arab countries.
There are 400,000
Absolute fucking dunk.
Jewish people in the West Bank right now. They're settlers.
Hold on.
No, there's 400,000 in the West Bank.
Hold on. No. Aiden, no, no interruption. Let him finish. You'll have your chance. You're gonna have plenty of chances.
He's talking about the Samaritans.
The settlers.
Yes, those are in Shechem. Well, those are under the protection and the authority of the Israeli defense forces. Okay, they have their own community. They are on the top of a mountain. They don't go into the Palestinian territories. I'm talking about any Jewish person in Ramallah, in Hebron, in Jenin. If any Jewish person go into these areas, they would be killed mercilessly. And also, I'm talking about the Arab countries. I'm talking about where are the Jews in Jordan? Where are the synagogues? The Jewish people left the synagogues erected when they evacuated Gaza. You know what the Gazans did to the synagogues? They demolished them. First, they burnt them. They demolished them to erase every Jewish trace in the region. So when we talk about ethnic cleansing, we need to be very careful, because if your house of glass, don't throw stones on other people's houses.
Yeah, so we have to answer the question then. Was the removal of Jewish people from Gaza, was that a result of the IDF removing them in 2005, or is that a result of Hamas pushing them out? It was a result of the IDF pushing them out in 2005. Then you asked...
It's a little bit of both, buddy. Sengoku donate $2, skip to 16, same vid.
Admiral, but we are doing the fact that he's lying about the President of the United States and as to what the President says. You know, I believe it or not, I watch my words very carefully. There are those that think I'm a very stable genius, okay? I watch my words very, very closely. And to have somebody get up and to totally fabricate a conversation that I had with another leader and make it sound so bad, it was so evil. If you look at what he said, okay? And he brought it up. I think he brought up the name Rudy Giuliani. What I want is the following, and I've said this loud and clear. We have our ambassadors here. We have Mike Pence here. Why are we the only ones that give the big money to the Ukraine?
What did you want about Biden? What did you want him to look into on Biden?
Look, Biden and his son are stone cold crooked, and you know it. His son walks out with millions of dollars. The kid knows nothing. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, it was just a follow-up of what I just asked you, sir.
Listen, you ready? We have the president of Finland. Ask him a question.
I have one for him. I just wanted to follow up on the one that I asked you, which
did
was,
you hear
what
me?
did you want
Did you hear me?
Yes,
ask
sir.
him a question.
I will.
I've given you a long answer. Ask this gentleman a question. Don't be rude.
Just constantly fucking combative with reporters for no fucking reason.
No, sir, I don't want to be rude. I just wanted you to have a chance to answer the question that I asked you.
I've answered everything. It's a whole hoax. And you know who's playing into the hoax? People like you and the fake news media that we have in.
It's so weird. He like almost blends into this yellow background. It's like he's posterized in Photoshop. The way the light is reflecting off of his makeup, it's so weird.
This country, and I say in many cases the corrupt media, because you're corrupt. Much of the media in this country is not just fake, it's corrupt. And just so you know.
Yeah, we're gonna have 4 more years of that. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Asked the question about are there Jewish people in the West Bank. Well, Area C is a part of the West Bank. It is an occupied territory, and there are 400,000 Jewish settlers there. I don't know why anybody would dispute that. That's just a fact. But then you talk about why there's still 2 million Israeli Arabs living in Israel right now. Well, it's important to understand what the goal of Zionism was, because the goal of Zionism has never been to eliminate every single Arab ever. It's never been to even ethnically cleanse every single Arab from Palestine. The whole goal of Zionism, having a Jewish state, was to just have a Jewish majority state. And if you actually understand the roots of Zionism, you'll understand that it was totally acceptable for the early Zionists to have, say, 2 million Arabs living in Israel, as long as there were many, many, many more Jewish people. So Zionism is both conducive to ethnic cleansing and to the reality of the situation, which is, of course, ethnic cleansing, which is that 2 million Arabs have been allowed to remain in Israel.
What he's saying is just so remarkably ahistorical. The original plan for Israel was to have a 40% Palestinian minority. They weren't going to displace any fucking Arabs, and the only reason right now there's only 2 million Arabs living in Israel is because Arabs decided to go to war with the fucking Jews and start the Israeli War of fucking independence, and yeah, the fucking dipshits who went to war with Israel got driven out because they started the fucking war. There'd be way more fucking Palestinians living in Israel otherwise, and it may have ended up being a majority. And none of Israel's policies, at least within Israel, have anything to do with ethnic cleansing. There's no ethnic cleansing policy within Israel. There's no policy preventing Palestinians from being able to marry or have kids with Jews. There's no policies preventing them from getting married or having kids with each other. There's no policies preventing them from living in certain areas of Israel. What this guy is saying is just complete and utter fucking horseshit. Mike donated $2. If Donald Trump actually got assassinated at that rally, how much civil unrest would that have caused? Probably not that much, because, like, again, the guy was a conservative, and it was clear that he was planning on originally assassinating Joe Biden. It's just that Trump had the rally right near his hometown. So I don't think it would have really led to much. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
It's not about getting every last Arab out of Israel. It's more about maintaining racial supremacy over Arabs in order so that the interests of the state of Israel and the Jewish people are maintained. It bears complete disregard to the Arab people in Israel and all the Palestinians. All the Palestinians in Palestine. But even then, and I'm sure we only have 30 seconds, so we can't get into all the evidence, we'll probably get into it later, but there's currently a covert ethnic cleansing campaign going on in Israel through discriminatory land policies, through things like the absentee property law in 1948, things like the admissions committee law, which don't allow Palestinians, Israeli Arabs in Israel to live in Jewish neighborhoods. We'll probably get into the evidence of all that later. There's ample evidence that
yeah, that's not true.
Israel is slowly but surely discriminating against the Israeli Arab population in Israel in order to either force them out or in order to stop the population growth.
We're going to talk.
Yeah, so none of that's true.
In order to give this a little more back and forth, I'm going to ask a question that does deal with Zionism, since you just brought that up. It was interesting to me that you said, I don't remember the exact word, but it sounded like you said there's lack of...
Oh, yeah, it's insane. There's a billion Muslim countries, and the sky is a huge issue with one Jewish country existing. It's not about protecting Arabs. It's just about hating Jews. Old crusty catnips donated $2. Vegan trying to convince AI Piers Morgan to support veganism starts at 125.
So I guess now Morgan to go vegan. So let's see what he had to say. Hello, Piers.
Hello there, and how can I help you today?
Listen, I've been watching a lot of videos of you on YouTube being mean to vegans, and I just don't get it.
I understand that it may seem that way, but it's not my intention to be mean to vegans. I have a different perspective on the issue, and I disagree with some aspects of the vegan lifestyle and ideology. I also find some vegan advocates to be unreasonable, so I'm simply expressing my opinions and engaging in debates.
Okay, I have a simple question to ask you, because it seems you are conflating veganism with a diet. Veganism is not a diet, it's a principle that humans should live without exploiting animals. So let me ask you, are you against exploiting animals?
Of course, I don't support animal cruelty or unethical treatment of animals, but I believe that humans and animals have a symbiotic relationship. Animals provide us with food, clothing, and other resources that are...
Yeah, this isn't interesting. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Consideration of the Palestinians. Is that accurate, what you said?
Well, yeah, I mean, in Israel, they're called Israeli Arabs, but most of them identify as Palestinians.
Yeah, okay. So how do you, Mr. Youssef, define this term that is used a lot, which is settler colonial state? Israel, as to Israel.
Well, I think if there is any colonizer, there are the Palestinians. Those are the ones who identify with a colonial entity, and those are the ones who want the ethnic cleansing of the Jewish people from the land. This is the ideology of the real.
Like, again, who are the ones chanting from the river to the sea? You don't hear this, like, there's no big political movement within Israel where they're talking about pushing all Arabs out into the Mediterranean Sea. It's just stupid. The people that are pro ethnic cleansing and genocide are the fucking Palestinians.
Colonizers. It's actually made up by colonial power. This is where Palestine came from. And this is what attracted Yasser Arafat and what has been attracting many fanatics to identify as Palestinians. But in Israel, I see all type of ethnic groups. They have equal rights. In fact, the Arabs in Israel have equal rights with less responsibility because they don't defend the country. Not all of them volunteer in the IDF, and it's not mandatory for the Arabs to serve in the IDF. And that's the riskiest job any ethnicity in Israel is doing. So the allegations of apartheid and ethnic cleansing, I think they are baseless. Decent citizens have equal rights. Those who show loyalty to the country, to the constitution, to the major interest of the country, not the ones who are troublemakers who belong to foreign entities and they serve the interest of any outside authority. So we can have stories about people who violate the Israeli laws, and therefore they are not treated like decent citizens. Basically, they are criminals or terrorists.
Well, there's a lot to respond to there. The first is the idea that for whatever reason, the Palestinian farmers and shepherds and early on in the 1900s are somehow settlers, or that they're descended from settlers, which is absurd because, well, if it was whatever Arab dynasties in the 600s that colonized Palestine, and therefore the Palestinians are descended from Arabs that colonized the land. Well, it's absurd because that doesn't allow you to take away their human rights, but it's also absurd because 80% of Palestinian DNA is actually Levantine. So it makes no sense whatsoever to call them colonizers because in no sense of the word are they. But now to talk about the whether Israel is a settler colonial state, well, to colonize a land means, and this is just a definition, it means of a people to go to a land and colonize it. To go to land and to settle there. Whether Jewish people are indigenous to the land or not, and whether Palestinians are indigenous to the land or not, that does not actually preclude them from being colonizers because they are of the Jewish people who went to Palestine and settled there. And you don't have to listen to me, you can listen to the early Zionists who use the same verbiage of colonize, settle, colonialist. It's written there in their own words.
I have a couple questions I just want to ask you right now in response to what you just said. Wasn't it true that the word colonial or colonist had a different sort of meaning back in the early 1900s, and it's taken on in recent decades with this idea of settler colonialism, which has been defined, as I've read, as agents of a mother country or sponsor that are coming to a foreign land to settle it, and not just that, that's just the first part, and the second part being, and to remove the indigenous population. So can you explain how you think Israel or Zionism really, or Israel is a settler colonial state with that definition?
Sure. So first of all, I actually forgot to mention something in Massad's previous statement, which is that Israeli Arabs live with equal rights in Israel. Well, this is just patently untrue, and we can get into why that's untrue in a second.
But let's keep on that.
Sure, because I'm sure we'll get to why Israeli Arabs are being discriminated against systematically in Israel. But to define Israel as a settler colonial state based on people who are foreign to the land, coming to the land and removing the native population, well, none of us, we all know what the Nakba is, which is the removal of 700,000 ethnically Palestinian people from the land of Palestine.
Yeah, why was that, dipshit? Why was that? Oh, right. They were trying to kill Jews.
Forcing them out into either Lebanon or Jordan or the West Bank, which became Jordan, or Gaza, which became Egypt. So that absolutely did happen. And if you're talking about foreign to the land,
I didn't just say foreign land. I said mother country sponsor.
Oh, yeah. So,
yes.
If you look at the definition of to colonize, which any of you can do right now, it's of a people to go to a land and settle it. You don't actually need a mother country to colonize. You only need a mother country to become a colony, and nobody calls Israel a colony. So in that sense, just definitionally, it was and still is a colonialist entity. But in terms of being foreign to the land, it doesn't really matter how far back you can trace your ancestry to the land. I'm not indigenous to Africa, even though all people came to Africa. It's kind of a ridiculous statement.
Have you ever been to Israel?
No. No, but I'll say. What is happening in Israel and Palestine doesn't care whether I've been there or not. It's the reality, whether you like it or not. No, you can say what you want. You can say what you want. The evidence speaks for itself. The evidence speaks for itself because when you murder innocent civilians, it doesn't care whether Eden political excuse.
There's literally Palestinian people in the audience like laughing at him. It's just insane. Like he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Death of Rabbit donators, the leg curl / extension machine I got is total dog shit. It's literally impossible to get into a stretched position with it. The only comfortable way to use it is when the force curve is most heavy on the contracted position. What a waste of $250. Well, you ordered a machine from Amazon, so, that'll happen. I'd just return it. say it's defective or something. And you could probably get most of your money back. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit.
Or not. It cares whether innocent civilians are murdered or not. It doesn't care whether Mossad was born in Palestine. It cares whether innocent civilians were murdered or not. That's the reality. It doesn't matter where I come from or where Mossad comes from.
Please, people. So, I have to ask you. Sorry, Mr. Youssef. There's nobody's dying in this room by hearing some words. So let's just take a breath, and we'll let them.
Half the
speak.
people in Israel don't know the history of their own country. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
Okay. No. Okay. Please.
No. You have to understand that.
Stop.
You have to understand that the actual reality. It doesn't matter where you come from. You can still understand what is happening. Because it doesn't care. Because it doesn't care. It doesn't care who. Whether somebody dies or not. If I'm born in the United States, it doesn't affect whether somebody dies in Palestine. You don't understand that. You don't understand that.
You're gonna get to ask him whatever you want afterwards.
We will have Q&As, guys, after.
Facts matter. Facts do matter. Facts matter. Facts don't change if I was born in Palestine or born in the United States. They don't change. They don't change.
Okay, and what's the source of your information? What's the source of your information?
Is Benny Morris okay? Is that a good source?
Give me a legitimate book, and I would like to know an author that has the legitimacy, that they have studied, and they have the authority to speak on the topic. Name 3 books as source of your information.
Yeah, sure. The Nation Forum by Rashida Khalidi. Rashida Khalidi.
Who is that? I never heard of this woman.
He was actually he was part of the peace process in the 90s.
Can you watch?
The driver.
What the fuck?
The driver.
Whoa. The checkout fucking person shot at them?
Had just picked up his pregnant wife and 6-year-old daughter from the airport. The employee hands over a bag of food, but the driver complains that an order of curly fries is missing. When she comes back empty-handed, the argument continues. She closes the window for a second time, reaches into her back pocket, and pulls out a gun. The argument becomes more intense before throwing a handful of condiments in his face. The worked-up employee paces back and grabs in her back pocket. As she moves towards the window, we see she's holding the gun in her right hand. She opens the window and points the gun at the man, who immediately takes off. She leans out and fires at the vehicle. The next
I don't think there was any reason for her to do that. Dude, she had to have been arrested.
car to pull up is a Houston police squad
Yeah, there we go.
car. And they're not here for a burger and fries. They're here for some answers. 28-year-old Alania Ford was arrested and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The customer and his vehicle were not struck by the gunfire.
Holy fucking shit, dude. There are some unhinged fucking people. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Okay.
But you don't know about him. That's fine. I still respect your opinion. It doesn't mean that you're wrong just because you don't know a single author, okay? That's fine. I can go on. Benny Morris, The Righteous Victims, 1948. Both of those books. Does that satisfy you, or do you want me to keep on going?
Keep going.
Or do the facts change depending on how many books I've read? I could also talk about things called Creating a Nation by Eddie and Balabar, or we talk about Shlomo Sand, a Tel Aviv author who wrote The Invention of the Jewish People, an Israeli Tel Aviv author. If your point is that what I'm saying is not right because I haven't read enough books, well, you're wrong on both counts.
Yeah. First of all the books that you read looks like going only in one direction, to delegitimize Israel.
Do you know who Benny Morris is?
I don't need to know. I think you're just making up stuff.
Or the making of the Israeli nation.
And I think
Making of the Israeli Nation. Do you know that book?
That shocks me that he had mentioned Benny Morris. It makes me think he's completely full of shit, because I'm pretty goddamn sure Benny Morris has never said anything to that effect. Death of a Rabbit donated $2. Do you have any leg accessories or recommendations that I could buy? I really want to take my legs to the next level. Well, like a leg press would be good. I don't know what your budget is. I'm trying to figure out what a good leg press would be for the money. I don't really want to spend like $8,000 on an Atlantis leg press, so yeah, if you can find a decent leg press for okay money, usually those home leg press machines are a hack press leg press combo. So you get 2 machines in one. Might be something you want to invest in. Thanks for the donation though, Death of Rabbit.
Do you are just uneducated?
Look,
like, what's the answer?
Listen. What did I tell you from the beginning of this conversation? I don't need to read books to know my.
Oh, you don't need to read books, but
I don't
do.
need. I write the books. I write them. I live the experience. I am the author.
All the credibility you gained.
I am not a second-hand knowledge.
All of the credibility that you gained by living in Palestine was taken away from you when Israel put you on their paycheck.
Okay, all right. We're gonna.
Okay. Do you have evidence that I have a paycheck from Israel?
You worked for Israel for 6 years. It's in your biography.
What's your evidence?
So you weren't paid to work for Israel. You just did it willingly.
Well.
Exactly.
Okay. First of all, if you want to take personal aim, I can take you on a rabbit hole that you will never get out of it.
Go ahead.
I have been patient and respecting you. You know why? Because you're just an arrogant student with no knowledge, with no life experience, advocating on a very dangerous cause, being a useful idiot in the hands of terrorists. Creating trouble, putting encampment, breaking the law, advocating on behalf of a terrorist organization designated by the American law as a terrorist organization makes you a terrorist. So if you want to talk about personal things, you challenge me for doing a legitimate work for a democracy to save human lives, and you want to reduce my effort to say that I got paid 10 years fighting and chasing after terrorists who blow up, killed Americans, Israelis, Arabs, Muslims, all type of people indiscriminately. Do you think you can sit here and judge me and tell me
when
something you did for money?
When you say you're fighting for Israel, would you say that you're advocating for them?
I told you I only represent myself.
So you're not fighting for Israel.
And you don't have the authority to sit there and judge, tell me I took money or I did not take money. This is not your business.
No, you did take money. That's a fact, and that's fine.
This is not your business.
You took money from Israel, and that's okay. You're a propagandist for Israel. That's just a fact, and it's the reality of the situation. But again, I don't know how many times. I don't know how many times I have to say.
This guy's literally fucking retarded. He was helping Israel work in anti-terrorism. Like, yeah, he's a paid informant. What's the issue exactly?
I don't know how many times I have to say. I can speak from my own authority. I can speak from the authority of historians. I can speak from the authority of the thousands of Palestinians who live in Palestine who are actually living there right now. Because at the end of the day, the reality of the situation doesn't care about Aden Doyle or Mossab Youssef. Whether there's a genocide going on, which there is, it doesn't matter whether I was born in the United States or not. It is simply the reality. And you can check all my sources. You can go read.
Define a genocide. Define a genocide. You speak of what is genocide?
Oh, sure, the killing of a whole or a part of a population with intent. Well, are you happy? Do you not think I'd?
This is not what a genocide is.
That is the definition of a genocide. I'm sorry that you don't know what the definition of a genocide is, but that is the reality.
Let me ask you something.
With intent based on what? Based on their ethnicity, based on their religion, based on their culture,
based on their national identity as Palestinians.
Well, Palestine is
but you can talk about intent. I mean, we can start naming names. We can go back to Emily Eliyahu, who wanted to nuke Gaza. We can go back to Theodore Herzl, who wanted to remove all of the Gazans from all the Palestinians from Palestine. We could go back to the Mowing the Lawn initiative, which is high-frequency, civilian-targeted, asymmetrical warfare that targets civilian infrastructure.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you go.
Do you think?
It doesn't matter where you go. There is intent.
One moment. Do you think you are smarter than the judge of the ICC, who just said that what happens in Gaza is not a genocide?
Do you mean the ICJ?
The ICJ, yeah. Do you think you are smarter than the judge?
Absolutely not. Do you think you're smarter than the judge?
I'm not smarter than the judge. And the judge said what's happening in Gaza is not a genocide.
No, actually, that's not true. What they said, well, for one, the determination as to whether genocide is going on actually hasn't been deliberated, so you're just spreading misinformation. What they said was that the rights of the Palestinian people, especially the rights of the people of Gaza, are at risk of, the rights to not be genocided are at risk of being infringed. And they said that in order for Israel to comply with international law in all three resolutions that they've released, they had to do a number of things. They had to stop targeting civilian population centers. They had to stop starving the population, which includes arresting the people who were stopping the aid from getting to Gaza, which they haven't done. And they also had to not invade Rafah. None of those three things they have done. And so when Mossab says that that the ICJ has said that Israel's not going to genocide, they made no such determination. The actual determination will come out in probably 2 or 3 years.
You talked about Herzl as one of your people, as Zionist and founding people of Israel, as intentionally removing Arabs from the area. And there's I was reading about this because Mark Lamont Hill at the Berkeley debate brought up the same point. And I looked it up, and I read that Theodore Herzl had a famous letter to an Arab notable, Yusuf Zia al-Khalidi, and he wrote, quote, "Who would think of sending Palestinian Arabs away? It is their well-being, their individual wealth that we would increase in bringing our own." So how do you jibe that with that he was an intentional, ethnic cleansing or genocide?
So if you actually read other letters, what he said was, and look, it wasn't actually as bad as what's happening, to be fair to Theodore Herzl. He was actually what's known as he was a political Zionist. He was fairly liberal for the time. He believed that, he said in other letters that we need to stop giving them jobs. We need to make sure that they don't have a livelihood here, and that we need to make sure that in other Arab countries that they do have a livelihood in order to convince them to leave. So it was a sort of soft ethnic cleansing, if that makes you feel any better. But then you also mentioned how Theodore Herzl said that we would bring civilization to the Palestinians. Well, this is reminiscent of Christian missionaries who talked about Africans as if they were savages, as if they were uneducated, as if they needed Christianity and Western civilization to be brought to them so that they could tame them. Is an extremely racist ideology, that one that was inherent to Zionism, as they believed that they would be bringing civilization to the Palestinians, that they would be improving their lives. And when in actuality they removed them, they killed them en masse, and they put them in concentration camps.
Okay, so how do you, and I want to hear what you say, but how do you reconcile that statement with the Nakba claim, and it's not a claim, it's a word that is used as a catastrophe by the Palestinians when they left the land of what is now Israel at the Declaration of Independence of Israel, and they were largely in camps in Jordan, refugee camps in Jordan, and I think Gaza, and now those are villages. What do you make of the fact that Israel was attacked immediately upon the declaration of its independence, and that it's pretty clear in the record that these Palestinian Arabs were told by these Arab countries surrounding them to leave lest they be harmed during the attack? What do you make of that?
Well, yeah, so the countries of Egypt, the countries of Jordan, the countries of Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, the countries that attacked during 1948, they're not Palestine. They're actually different countries. But then the assertion that Palestinians left during the Nakba willingly, well, some left willingly because they were being harassed and terrorized in the streets by the Irgun, the Lehi, and the Haganah. But over 400 villages were destroyed, hundreds of thousands were forced out. But it wasn't just through force and through brutal terrorism that these groups inflicted upon Palestinians living in Palestine at the time. It was also through legal means, with the absentee law, declaring any house that was empty to be declared the state of Israel, and that they then moved Jewish denizens, or through the cancellation of the Ottoman Empire, the permits that were given during the Ottoman Empire, most of which were Palestinian homes. When this happened, the Palestinians were evicted and Jewish tenants moved in. So, I mean, sure, some left willingly, but you have to ask, was it willing or were they being terrorized and then they decided to leave? Now, then also the claim that the Arab leaders told Palestinians to leave because they'd be able to return later. Well, that's true, but it accounts for a couple thousand, maybe 20,000, as compared to like 700,000.
Where are you getting that fact from?
What were your numbers?
Well, no, I'm asking you, where were you getting that fact from?
It's just general knowledge.
Well, I mean, it's important. It's okay.
If you have more accurate numbers.
I'm not. This is not my. I'm not debating here. I'm just asking questions.
Oh, sure. So, well, the number is 700,000. Do you agree with that number?
I do agree with that.
The number of a couple thousand, if not tens or 20,000s.
You do agree, right? You do agree that it's really, really important when we're saying these things. Well, let me finish. Because we've been listening to you. And it's really, really important when you make these statements which are affecting people's lives in the world that we are accurate in our facts. And so I'm not criticizing you right now. I'm just asking you where your source is. I really want to know.
No, if you have a more accurate number.
Okay, thank you. It's okay.
How much is it? How much is it? Because was it 700,000? I were told by the Arab population.
Mr. Yusuf might be able to tell, and an academic in the audience or somebody who knows might be able to tell. But
no, because it's important to recognize that just because I don't remember a source from research that I did 8 or 9 months ago doesn't mean that the reality isn't the case.
Okay,
But if it was 10,000, well, that's important. That means that only 690,000 Palestinians were forced out of their homes. It doesn't make a big difference.
These are hypothetical situations, but we really want to deal with facts when we're dealing with human lives. So let's, Mr. Yusuf, do you have a response to what he's been saying? Yeah. You'll ask him that afterwards, right? Yeah. Keep your questions. Remember your questions. Write them down.
Look, people who are in the territory, they have ownership to their property. Nobody's coming to take their property from them. My father is a Hamas leader. Israel never came and said, "Oh, you Hamas, give me your house." Our neighbors, our entire town, people own their property. They've been there before I was born. They're still in their households. Nobody's forcing them out of their houses. Prior to the Palestinian Intifada in 1987, we were able to move freely, travel outside the country, go to Tel Aviv, go to the beach, go everywhere. We did not have even one checkpoint. Things only changed when Yasser Arafat pushed the indoctrination of Palestine on the kids, shutting down the schools, exactly what you are doing here on campus. Shutting down the school and building encampment to disturb the student life for the sake of Palestine, a foreign entity that you don't understand, that you've never been there, that you think that it ever existed, that you think that there is occupation, that you think you know better than the judge.
I think Maui is broken. He'll be in the process of eating, but if he hears something, a package opening, he'll come over and pester me. He forgets there's food in his own plate. I wish he'd forget about food more often because he weighs about 19 pounds now.
Well, can you blame him? Vegan cat food tastes pretty goddamn good. Thanks for the donation, though, Ethan. Appreciate it.
You say that there's a genocide, that the verdict is going to come sometime in the future. God knows when. So you created this narrative in your head based on YouTube and TikTok videos. Then you claim that you educated yourself from legitimate resources. But I tell you, we as the people, the Arabs who live in that land, nobody ever took my house, even though we are Hamas. And nobody has the right to take your property. You have your name to it, then it's yours. And there are millions of people like this. So all your claims are baseless. And I invite you to visit the place to begin with, so you can have a direct experience.
I'm going to move on.
Can respond to that.
You can respond to everything. You are Einstein.
What are you doing? Come.
Such an arrogant generation.
You know, I don't think that helps. I think that.
I think it does.
I don't think it does.
I think just an idiot.
And
This is what it is.
he's not an idiot. He's obviously a very intelligent guy.
So you can call me TikTok watcher, you can call me Gen Z, you can call me arrogant. What you can't do is respond to the facts. That's
What
you can't
facts?
do.
Well, you know,
What facts?
to be fair, we need facts, and that's what I was kind of asking you about. So,
Oh, well,
The fact that I was born there and you weren't? The fact that you have a second-hand knowledge?
No, the fact that
you think saving human life is treason?
No, not the fact that where either of us were born. I don't think the reality would change if I was born in Zimbabwe. The reality would change. The reality would change. If I was born in a different country, that's nonsense. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No. What the facts that you can't respond to are the deliberate targeting of hospitals that do not, excuse me.
There has not been a single hospital that was attacked by Israel. There's never been any direct strike on a hospital.
Do not have military centers in them, like Karim al-Sharif, like Tal al-Satan, like the evacuation routes that were bombed by Israel. And this is not according to me. This is according to you.
All right, listen, Mr. Doyle. Let me just take control here for a second. You made your point. I don't know if you had something to say just quickly in response to that, because we gotta move on.
Okay, targeting hospitals. It's evident. And I told him that I have a first-hand experience, but it looks like no matter what I say, he's going to say, you are paid. You're on a payroll. You're advocating on behalf of the Zionists. And he will continue to be in his denial for eternity. This is a phenomenon of useful idiots that they're advocating on behalf of a dangerous organization. They're bringing chaos, intifada to the United States of America because the government is not taking care of this business. Naturally, the Department of Homeland Security would persecute anyone who's given a material support to a terrorist organization. This is the natural environment. But now it looks like it grows so wild that people like him has the audacity to talk to someone who risks his life on a regular basis to save human lives. This is what we did. I lost my entire family, the wealth of Hamas. Did you know that I managed Hamas money? Do you know how much money is that? You would sell your mother for that kind of money. Hamas money was under my authority. If I wanted the money, I would have stayed there. You tell me about a paycheck coming from Israel. You're totally mistaken, son. At the beginning, I respected you and I gave you the opportunity because we have to build a dialogue, but it looks like you only have accusations and you contradict in yourself. And
Gum, what are you up to? Hey, I see your big kitty paws there. Gum. What the hell are you doing, Gum? He tends to get really rowdy and have zoomies at night. He has a nocturnal circadian rhythm, it seems.
When an eyewitness come to you, you don't have even facts, and you're very disrespectful to some of the hostages in the audience.
Look,
you're very disrespectful.
I'm very sorry for calling you a TikTok user.
Don't whack my mouse. What the hell are you doing? Stop whacking things.
They're arrogant and idiot. No, that's what you called me. I'm sorry.
Because
that was actually the personal insult.
This is what you are.
I haven't used any personal insults towards you.
All right, let's just take a breath right now. So I'd like to go a little bit off script here before we get into question and answer, and I would like to invite up her, if she will, Moran Stella Yanai, who was released by Hamas as a hostage in Gaza in November, I believe it was. Stella, I want you to sit here. I'm going to go over there, okay? Because I'd like you to sit with Mr. Doyle and Mr. Youssef. And you can take my microphone for right now.
You just made me take a huge breath before that, because I really want to talk to you from an eye level, you know? No, it's okay. It was only for him. It was not for you.
I guess I just would ask you the simple question of what do you want the world to know? What do you want Mr. Doyle to know about what happened to you and what maybe things that people are not aware of?
So first of all, I want to ask you, please do not clap your hands and do not react to anything I'll say now. I really ask that. I don't know, the vast majority here seems to be us against one agenda, and I want it to be very, very clear between us, because I really, really want to talk to you in an eye level, and I want to tell you a story if you want to hear it. I was kidnapped. First of all, I want you to know that I didn't watch the news for 11 years, because I don't believe the news can bring you positivity in life, really. I choose the context that I watch for 11 years. I'm an artist. I served the army 22 years ago. I served Givati, which is a unit that held the Gaza line 22 years ago during the war of Chomat Magen, if you heard about that. After a few years, I chose to be kind and better to myself. Therefore, I left the dream that I had to become Shabak or a soldier again or this and that, and chose to become an artist. I have all the signs on me. I had an Arabic necklace on me. I had the Indian Ganesh tattoo on me. I had Pharaoh on my fingers because I'm half Egyptian and half Moroccan, but I'm Jewish, okay? And I have the letter I got on my hand. You know why? Because I believe in coexisting. Did you know that the vast majority of the hostages believes in coexisting? So I'm an artist, and on October 7th, I went to fulfill my dream. I went to make my dream come true. I've worked on that dream many, many years, but I didn't went through with it. I didn't believe that my dream will come out. I want to tell you that my best friend, she's Jewish, and she's married to an Arab person. She lives the front door, on my front door. She's my neighbor. I want you to know that my suppliers, my jewelry suppliers, are Egyptian and Arabs. I want you to know that half of my friends believe in coexisting, and we do have Arab friends between us. That's how I lived my entire life. I live in Beersheba, which is a coexisting city. Many people in Beersheba are Arabs. I don't know where you are talking about, and I invite you, seriously, I invite you to come to my country, and I promise you that I will hold your hand and walk you through it. And if you'll find anything with what you said in Israel, I will do anything you want. I will trust your agenda. When I was taken to Gaza, I was kidnapped. I was caught 3 times. And the last time, I was caught by 13 Hamas terrorists. 13. You doesn't have to. Don't force him. I just want him to hear it. He's a person. He's entitled to have his own agenda and opinions. We do not have to have the same opinions. I just want you to know the facts that you talked about, really. Right before the debate started, I wanted to ask you where you're from. Are you from here, from the US? Okay, I visited the US. I have the facts because I've been here. Have you visited Israel before? No. Have you visited Gaza before? Probably not. When he asked you what is a Palestinian and you couldn't answer it, then I'm asking you what is a Gaza civilian? Can you answer me? I will answer to you. When you're advocating for that, and I'm telling you, you're advocating for women not have rights, for women to not have rights, because women do not have rights in the Arab society. You're advocating for people, you're talking about genocide. Well, I'm here to say, when October 7 happened, and that's a fact, they told me it in the inside. They didn't know about the Nova Festival music. They didn't know that we have 3,000 people in there. They planned, and they told me that, they planned to move on and kill as much as they could in Beersheba, in Tel Aviv, in Haifa. They wanted to slaughter everybody. You know what? Maybe you will not believe me. I can present you my videos that I took there. Do you know how many bodies I saw? Sorry, I didn't say it, my friends. Do you know how many bodies were there? Do you know how much violence was taken on me? I was caught in the middle of a lynch. I was presented as a soldier because I chose to wear green army look-alike uniform that day by mistake. I was categorized as a soldier, and I was treated as a soldier. I'm 40 years old. Look at me. I'm 40 years old. I have a dog and a cat. I had 2 cats. I lost one. I have a mother and a father and a sister and a brother that left their entire lives to try to help me. My mother found out, and if to be specific, my 12-year-old niece, I don't know if you have nephews, but my 12-year-old niece found out a video on TikTok. That's how my parents found out that I was kidnapped. Did you know that? Because I wish that we can have a private conversation, not with this whole audience, because it's terrifying me to hear people have that thoughts. And I really want to hear your side. I swear, really. That's me, that's my agenda of coexisting. But I'm asking you, do you deny that October 7 happened? Basic answer, that basic question.
No.
No, okay. Do you support the action of October 7th?
No, I know, and I never have supported the killing of innocent civilians.
What would happen if the army couldn't stop them and they would continue? Would you support that? We went to dance. We didn't attack.
Oh, wait, you're asking me if I would support the continued killing of civilians on October 7th? No, I wouldn't.
You if you support the actions of people going to music festival, which is supporting freedom. Don't get annoying. I'm really asking you as a person. Do you support those actions?
No, I've already said I don't support the killing of civilians.
Okay. If you don't support those actions and October 7th didn't happen, would we sit here talking right now?
Well, yeah, actually, we probably would.
Yeah, you think so? Did you ever saw our people attacking that amount of people from the start, from our side? I'm asking simple question. I don't understand in politics.
Yes.
Yes? Have you seen it firsthand?
You mean, okay, you keep on going. Do you mean was I in Gaza when they were attacking during Operation Protective Edge? I mean, I can't really.
When I was entering Gaza, and I told you before, I have Arab suppliers, I have Arab neighbors and Arab friends. When I was entering Gaza, and there is a video of that, I saw 100% of civilians celebrating me being taken. I didn't know about the other hostages. I thought it was only me. I didn't know about that. All I saw is 100% of civilians lynching me, beating me up. I was with a broken leg. I had bruises all over my body. Do you know that I've never cursed them? I've never argued with them, and I've never treated them like garbage. I respected them, even when they abused me. Because I believe that if I want to be respected, I have to respect everybody else. So I'm asking you one thing and one thing only, because I see you're not comfortable. I'm asking you to check facts on both sides. It makes life better. And I had the privilege to be on both sides. And I told you, I started from a place that I didn't watch the news for 11 years, just because of that. Talk to people. Private conversation. That's the real facts. That's for me. Don't clap.
All right. Thank you, Moran.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry for what you experienced, but
That's why I really would be honest with you to have a private conversation.
you mean after this?
Whatever you want, you can.
No, you know what I mean by prepared. He memorized the narrative, and he just like even perfected more than those who.
Go to school. You took their freedom. That's the thing. You don't understand.
In that case, it's not really comfortable because there were Jewish people in the camp. So the one that were stopped from going in because they're Jewish.
They were stopped because they're Jewish. It shows in the videos.
No, I was there.
Oh.
Yeah. They weren't stopped because they're Jewish. They were stopped because there was word that they would be attacking people.
Moran speaking here. Yeah, 1 minute per question.
Yeah, dude, it's so hilarious how he says, like, oh, Israeli society is so discriminatory and violent, and then this woman comes up here, fucking taken hostage by Hamas, huge crowd in Gaza, like, oh yeah, death to Israel, beat up the Zionists, and he's still promoting, like, this stupid fucking idea that, oh, Palestinians want peace, oh, they're the victims. Just fucking retarded. Gummy. Think you're getting a little too... No, don't jump on my computer. Get down. Oh my god, sometimes he, like, wants to jump on my computer.
My question is to Mr. Hassan Mosov Yosef. As an Israeli, for a very long time, I feel extremely helpless, and I don't get any... I don't have much motivation. I wanted to ask you, what would you say to the influencers, to the celebrities, to the Sarandons, to the Hadids, to all of them? What would you say to them? Because their voices is so loud and ours is so small.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So we are dealing with a situation where...
Gummy, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Calm down. Okay. Oh, shit. There you go, Gum Gum. Go get the balls. Yes, go get the... That's a good Gum Gum. Yes, get the balls. Oh, my God.
A bunch of opportunists taking advantage of Palestine. All of a sudden, we have people so indoctrinated by artificial intelligence and by Hamas propaganda who just basically spreading false narrative. And it looks like they are a lot more educated than Yasser Arafat on the topic. So we have a new generation of people who live in virtual reality. Those are the influencers with tens of thousands of following. And they want to build encampment. He's building encampment on UCLA. And I say, what's next? Well, this was a situation in Gaza 70 years ago. They started with encampment, the loser victim mentality. They built encampment, then later on it became tunnels and launching missiles. So I say, so this type of mentality, what's going to be next? Are you going to start digging tunnels here at UCLA and possibly launch missiles at Beverly Hills? This is the victim mentality that I'm totally against, and it cannot be legitimized. They have been, and he say, I don't validate the killing of civilians. But in the meantime, he thinks Hamas is resistance. And he thinks resisting occupation that never happened because Palestine never existed. He thinks that this is legitimate. So if it's not directly, indirectly, these influencers are complicit in Hamas crimes.
Do you have, Moran, do you have anything to say? You're okay.
I was not focusing on this question.
Mr. Doyle? You don't have to if you don't want to go to another. Okay, next question.
Thank you for being here. Very short question. This is for Mr. Doyle. What is a Zionist? And considering their historical and cultural ties to the land, as well as your view of justice, where should Jews in Israel go if the state of Israel was to no longer exist?
Thank you.
The Jews in Israel, if the state of Israel were to no longer exist, should stay there and should have equal rights under the law. That's why, at least, I'll answer the first question next. That's why, as somebody who identifies as pro-Palestinian and somebody who I think has the same views as many Americans on the topic, what we want to see is equal rights for everyone. And what we see now is that not being the case. Now, in terms of what is a Zionist, I mean, there's a bunch of different types of Zionists, but probably the most generic answer. And I'm guessing you want to know what like the average, you all know what a Zionist is. You want to know what the average pro-Palestinian person in America thinks of a Zionist. It's just somebody who wants to establish a Jewish state in the land of, in the region of Israel and Palestine. I don't.
Wait, so where should the Jews in Israel go under your sense of justice?
Yeah, that was the last part of the question.
Yeah, that's what I answered first, is that they should stay essentially where they are and have equal rights under the law.
So should Jews be able to live in Palestine if there was a two-state solution?
If there's a two, yeah, of course.
Vita, your choice.
Hi, thank you all for being here. My question is for Mr. Doyle. I heard you mention the starving as a component of genocide, and I wanted to know, why is it Israel's burden to provide food to Gazans and not Hamas, the actual government of Gaza? Why do the three leaders of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, Musa Abu Marzouk, and Khalid Mashal, who are collectively worth $11 billion, not responsible for feeding their own people?
Right, so understanding why Hamas isn't able to feed their own people, you have to understand.
Well, you see, Arabs are retarded babies, and they're also insane and hate each other, so obviously Israel has to do it.
And the agricultural situation of Gaza, which is that they're only agriculturally independent in two ways, and that's fruits and vegetables, which means that with the overpopulation of the land, 2 million people in a 25-mile strip, and with the relative lack of, certainly right now, agriculture, there's no growing of food whatsoever, being agriculturally and therefore being able to survive by themselves without any exports is actually impossible. Now, that's actually, the reason for this dates back to 1967, when the occupation of Gaza began, and you can say whether it was an occupation or not. There were settlements in Gaza. They took 20% of the land, and they imposed laws on Gaza that specifically prohibited new agriculture from flourishing in Gaza, which means that they did things like banning the planting of more than one tree. They made sure that all agricultural experts went through Israeli vendors. And so this, I don't think it's controversial to say, systemic repression of the agriculture of Gaza, and also the subsequent overpopulation of Gaza and the disallowing of really anybody to leave or anybody to get in, has resulted in a situation mostly with regard to the actual survival of the Gaza.
They rely on food imports, but she made a very poignant point. Hamas leaders are embezzling money and taking it all, and aren't actually helping the Gazan population.
Gazan people through food. That is completely untenable. And then you talk about why is it Israel's responsibility to feed the people of Gaza? Well, it's Israel's responsibility because they were the ones who imposed the blockade in 2005. They're the ones who don't allow trade to happen. They're the ones who, maybe not entirely, but at least certainly partially, are responsible for the economic devastation that's happened in Gaza, not just since October 7th, but before that as well. And also because before October 7th, 500 trucks, some of which were provided by Israel, a lot of which were provided by the UN, were driven into Gaza. And now the number is hovering around 160.
Oh boy. They're not all food trucks. Most of them are material goods, so building supplies, pipes, concrete, stuff like that. Some of it's also animal feed, so it's not food that can be consumed by humans, and a small portion of it is actual food. If you actually do the calculation, there's more food going into Gaza now through the aid trucks than Gaza was receiving before from both imports and food grown domestically.
I can't get over how shitty the suit looks on the left guy. Like robbery and his pants are vacuum packed to his legs. Just wear a t-shirt and jeans at that point, SMH.
Yeah, I mean...
I can't get over how shit...
Yeah, it's, it doesn't look great. Thanks for the donation, PP. Dick donated $2. UCLA student seems like a privileged little cuck who knows nothing about what's actually going on there. Maybe he should speak over there and see how that goes, lol. Also, peep this comedy, privileged wussies, lol.
I was taught that Israel were the victims and that these Palestinian people were like almost like these annoying people who would not leave them alone.
As I keep researching and learning about what's happening in Palestine right now, I can't stop crying.
This is a call-in to all Jews who support Palestine. When did you realize that the Zionist mythology of Israel was a lie? And why do so many Jews...
Notice that they're all the age of, you know, a fucking TikTok viewer, and they're all fucking women, too. They're just dumb, like, fucking 18, 19-year-old fucking kids who watch TikTok. It's fucking pathetic. Thanks for the donation, Dick.
Sam, as you probably know, has reported that there are some Gazan children surviving on less than 245 calories a day. But the responsibility, so whether Gazans are dying or not is absolutely true. The responsibility lies on Israel because of their actions with regard to Gaza in the past. Now, if you're saying that, I'll just finish really quick.
Just wrap it up, yeah.
I'll just finish really quick. If you're saying that the leaders of Hamas should do a better job of guiding Hamas or leading Hamas and taking care of the Palestinian people, I actually agree.
Okay, hold on one second. Moran, you
I
got a
really
response.
want to comment on this subject specifically. I'm a skinny person, and I lost 12% of my body weight inside captivity while my guards was eating in front of my face. And I'm here to tell you that, like I was speaking to you privately before, as a soldier, I know how to observe, let's say it like that, okay? And I was tracking the merchandise that came, the brands of the food. It comes from the same place, okay? And that's the merchandise that they bring to support Gaza. Do you know who takes that merchandise? Do you know who has food all the time in their houses? Hamas soldiers. Of course, the civilians will not have it. And I moved 7 places, and I saw between 40 to 50 Hamas soldiers. They look good. They didn't lose weight.
No, I actually would agree with that Hamas should do a better job of taking care of their civilians. But what doesn't change the fact is that even if Hamas didn't hoard the food, if they do that to a large extent universally, even if they didn't do that, Hamas would still be starving. Excuse me, Gaza would still be starving. Sorry, Gaza would still be starving.
How that's true. They're working, they're going into Israel, they have their merchandise in the market. They told it themselves that the food got expensive now, not before. It was okay. The prices was okay. Did you know that they get a discount in electricity that we don't get, and we support the electricity? Do you know that we pay more? I pay more as a citizen in Israel than the Gaza people. Did you know that? Probably not. We give them the electricity and the water, right? So it's the same electricity, right? I pay more.
No, yeah. They give electricity to Gaza, which I think kind of illustrates perfectly.
I didn't have electricity. Just saying. I sit in a dark room.
No, I know. Hamas taking captives was horrible, and people who were responsible for that should be put in prison. But
some of them.
But the fact that Gaza has to be given electricity and they cannot sustain that by themselves is indicative of the horrific conditions of Gaza right now and before.
Is that okay? Let me just hold on.
This kid is so retarded. The worst areas of Gaza are far, far better than the worst areas of neighboring countries like Egypt. If you go to some of the worst slums in Egypt, they're absolute fucking hellholes. The worst areas of Gaza it's kind of comparable to a normal street in India. Like, what is he talking about? Like, by the way, there are a lot of countries that are massive energy importers, like China being one of them. Like, what? Because Gaza needs to import its energy from Israel? It's indicative of the horrible circumstances they're under? Like, what are you, fucking retarded? Just makes no sense. Death of Rabbit donated $2. My sister is a doctor and she is pro-Palestine. Before I knew what was going on, she tried to convince me that Israel blew up that hospital. Out of 9 people in my family, 7 are pro-Palestinian. The only pro-Israel person is my conservative brother, Skull. Well, sounds like you have a retarded family. Not a particularly unusual situation to be in. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit.
Hold on a second. The thing that seems to be missing, and I'm not criticizing what you're saying, I'm just like noticing that the thing that's missing from your commentary is why. And why is there control of these things in Gaza? Is it just because Israelis don't like Gazans? Or is it because they're worried about their self-preservation and they have to control things to prevent things from coming over the border? Is that?
Well, as a part of controlling Gaza, they have completely decimated not only the civilian infrastructure, but the agriculture, the economy of Gaza. That's what I'm saying as a part of controlling it. So destroying the agriculture of Gaza, as they did, as I said, in 1967, has nothing to do with safety. So if you're asking, is the reason that Israel has this embargo on Gaza because they're worried about their own safety? Well, there's 2 answers to that. Well, one, no, it clearly isn't, because they have put into place repressive policies in Gaza.
Right, because, having rockets and machine guns and missiles coming in, it's not like that does anything for, Israeli security.
Long before Hamas even existed. But secondly, that as we know, these kind of repressive policies only increase the hatred. If they wanted to actually make peace, then they wouldn't be instituting embargoes. Now, it goes beyond that the embargo in 2006 was actually in violation of the ceasefire that they signed.
Yes. Let them have all the weapons they want to kill Jews, and they won't want to kill Jews.
With Hamas. And so Israel's consistent violation of ceasefire agreements and peace deals is something that's not talked about
Oh
nearly
my
enough.
God, that's a joke. Hamas has violated, I think, literally every single ceasefire agreement they've ever had.
And it indicates that Israel's not just worried about their own safety, they're worried about making sure that they maintain the discriminatory policies that oppress the Palestinians in Israel and in Gaza.
Okay, I think, hold on. I think I would like to ask you where you're getting that information from, because it seems like there's been quite a few breaches of ceasefires by Hamas that I don't hear any times that Israel is initiating those breaches. But and I know you disagree with me, but let's take some more questions. I just want to set the playing field here a little bit. So we're going to start limiting the answers to 2 minutes so we can get through this, because we want to really get all these people's questions answered. Yes, over here. We've got some people over here. Vita, could you got it? You got the mic? All right.
I have 2 questions for Mr. Doyle. I'll get them out as quickly as possible, and I hope you can answer both of them. Number one, you insistently evoke the Holocaust by accusing Jewish Israelis of genocide and putting Palestinians in concentration camps. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism includes strong comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. So, do you A, believe the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance has misdefined anti-Semitism, or B, are you an avowed anti-Semite? That's A or B.
What's the definition?
It includes strong comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. You said you accuse Jewish Israelis of genocide and putting Palestinians in concentration camps. So that's question 1. That's just A or B. There's no option C. My second question is, there's an undeniable violent orthodoxy among your movement and the encampment in particular, where anyone who advocates for the unconditional release of the hostages or the destruction of Hamas is physically attacked or blocked out of public spaces. So I'm grateful that you're here for a relatively civilized conversation, but how is your violent, exclusionist, anti-Semitic movement helping anything? And do you have a solution for the region and any ideas about the hostage crisis other than globalizing the Intifada?
Yeah, so the definition of anti-Semitism by what was it called? The
International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance.
International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Yeah, that's ridiculous. You can compare. No, it is ridiculous. Well, because you can compare Trump to Hitler, and nobody calls you what anti-Trump. It's just nobody calls you racist for that. It's ridiculous. You can compare the policies of modern governments, whether it's Israel, the United States, Britain, Iran, to anybody else. Now, keep in mind that Israel consistently compares Hamas to Nazis, and yet nobody calls them Islamophobic. So that's an absurd definition. It's anti-Semitism is the hatred of Jewish people, not the comparison of one government to another. That's absurd.
Sengoku Donatello's 3727 is a Corona Bro moment. Let me see.
Sorry, I don't want to be rude. I just wanted you to have.
Yeah, started to go up again.
Well, right here, the United States is lowest in numerous categories. We're lower than the world.
Lower than the world?
Lower than
what is that?
Europe.
In what?
Look.
In what?
Take a look. Right here. Here's case death.
Oh, you're doing death as a proportion of cases. I'm talking about death as a proportion of population. That's where the US is really bad.
Well,
much worse than South Korea, Germany, etc.
You can't do that. You have
Why
to go,
can't I do that?
You have to go by where. Look, here is the United States. You have to go by the cases. The cases.
Why not as a proportion of population?
When we have somebody, what it says is when you have somebody that has where there's a case.
Oh, okay.
The people that live from those cases.
It's surely a relevant statistic to say if the US has X population and X percentage of death of that population versus
you
South
have to
Korea.
go by the cases.
Well, look at South Korea, for example. 51 million population, 300 deaths. It's like, it's crazy compared to
that.
I do. It's on the.
Don't know that.
You think they're faking their statistics, South Korea?
I won't get into that because I have a very good relationship with the country. But you don't know that.
1,000 Americans are dying a day. But I understand on cases, it's different.
No, but you're not reporting it correctly, Jonathan.
I think I am, but it's been widely reported that the US has intelligence indicating that Russia paid.
He's so retarded. Oh my God.
Bounty.
Like, it's like I was almost thinking this is AI.
Or offered to pay bounties to Taliban fighters to kill American soldiers. You had a phone call with Vladimir Putin on July 23rd. Did you bring up this issue?
No, that was a phone call to discuss other things.
And you've never discussed it with him?
I have never discussed it with him, no. I would. I'd have no problem with it.
But you don't believe the intelligence. It's because you don't believe the intelligence. That's why.
It never reached my desk. You know why? Because they didn't think it was intelligence. They didn't think it was real.
It was in your written brief, though, apparently.
They didn't think it was worthy of. I wouldn't mind. If it reached my desk, I would have done something about it. It never reached my desk because.
Do you read your written brief?
I do. I read a lot.
Really?
You know, I read a lot. They like to say I don't read. I read a lot.
Your daily
I
intelligence
comprehend
brief?
extraordinarily well. Probably better than anybody that you've interviewed in a long time. I did more for the black community than anybody, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. Whether you like it or not, people say, "Oh, that's
You really,
interesting."
you believe you did more than Lyndon Johnson, who passed the Civil Rights Act?
I think I did, yeah.
How?
Because I
How
got criminal
possibly did you
justice reform done. I got prison reform.
Lyndon Johnson.
I've done things. Well.
Oh my God.
How has it worked out? If you take a look at what Lyndon Johnson did.
You think the Civil Rights Act was a mistake?
How has it worked out? Because frankly, it took a long time. But for African Americans,
but you think that was a
my
mistake?
administration, Jonathan, under my administration, African
This guy is just flabbergasted.
Americans were doing better than they had ever done in the history of this country.
How do you think history will remember John Lewis?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I don't know John Lewis. He chose not to come to my inauguration. He chose. I never met John Lewis. Actually, I don't believe. It was an incorrect report. When was the last time?
Oh my God, he's like actually retarded. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Did you see how Tash Peterson was confronted by someone for ignoring the Palestine crisis to undertake vegan activism? No, I didn't see that clip. Oh. Pro-Pally-tards are fucking idiots.
Secondly, So secondly, the encampment wasn't anti-Semitic. In fact, there were. No, it actually wasn't. No, I'm telling you, it wasn't. So in the encampment. No, Jews were actually allowed to go to class. Yes, they were. I was in the encampment. You're wrong. Jews were allowed to go to class. Jews were allowed to go to class.
Hold on.
Jewish students were allowed to go to class, and on Wednesday when the encampment was taken down, there were hundreds of Jewish students there.
How about Zionists? Were Zionists let in the
Actually, Zionists did get into the encampment. Agitators were removed. Yeah.
No. Zionists. Were Zionists allowed in the camp? Yes or no?
I am.
Zionists allowed in the camp? Yes or no?
Okay.
One at a time. I know a lot of people want to talk to me.
Too many people. Please. Time's up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna.
They said yes. You wouldn't have. Please stand behind that because that's a truth.
That's not true.
Okay. All right. So you know what? Let me just ask a different thing here to you, Mr. Doyle. What do you think that your conduct and your encampment's conduct at UCLA would make Jewish students at UCLA uncomfortable enough so that they would be scared to walk to their class through the encampment or next to the encampment?
No.
Okay, did you ever experience any Jewish students expressing their fear or expressing their displeasure in it?
Not to me personally. I've seen it on social media, but I've also seen people scream, "They don't let Jews into the encampment," directly at Jewish students. So the idea that we don't let Jewish students into the encampment, it's just absurd.
So listen,
it's just ridiculous. It's not true.
Doyle, seriously, you didn't see Jewish people coming to the campuses and people stand in line, not speaking a word, and physically don't let them get in several campuses? Seriously? No.
Because people in the audience, you can answer this as well. Did you not see Jewish students in the encampment?
Yeah, but who started? Again.
Who started what?
Who started the demonstration? Who started to block Jewish students from going into campuses?
No,
wait. No. Seriously.
Students were blocked from being in the encampment. It had nothing to do with their identity.
All right, let's go. You got a question over there? Yeah. Milagro over there.
How y'all doing?
Labels.
I got a question. My name is Milagro Hiawatha Jones. I just graduated today from UCLA.
Congratulations.
I got a question for Brother Aiden Doyle. Now, when I first came to your encampment on Friday, April 26th, I was a staunch pro-Palestinian supporter. If you look at my music video, LA Riots, that was shot with funding from a family whose son was killed by the LAPD, and they were able to help me to get their message across. You know, I've always been a supporter of what you're a part of now. And when I came into the encampment, you know what happened to me? You guys mistook me for a Jewish student. So by mistaking me for a Jewish student, you guys physically attacked me. Lecturers, grad students, undergrad students, you guys pushed me around with open palms, and I'm an African-American student. And you done came on the stage today and brought up Zimbabwe, brought up Africa. Now you done said a lot of things about how it don't matter where you was born at. But I know in my hood, in South LA on 48th and Compton, when we did something, they were shooting us with bullets. When you guys came up against the police after you assaulted Eleanor, beat her unconscious, and that's when a community came to approach y'all got hit with rubber bullets, and you got a citation. Let's be honest. So my question to you is this. If you say that your movement was peaceful and your movement was about Palestine, then why was y'all assaulting black students? White men like you. Why was y'all attacking us? If you believe in rights against oppression, why my daddy was born before the Civil Rights Act was passed, and you stopped his son, the first graduate of University
Damn, dude. That does not look good for that pro-Palestinian retard.
In our family, and y'all put y'all hands all over me, and y'all put y'all foot on my daughter's stroller, and y'all did it on camera and everything with no shame. At the end of the day, every single member of SJP is going to face the RICO Act because y'all are a criminal organization. So answer me this, answer me this, answer me this, answer me this. If you're a peaceful...
Dude, that is hilarious. The pro-Palestinian protesters who he was in support with convinced him to support Israel because after he got attacked, he realized what they were all about. Whoa. Like, that is bad. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god. How is it possible that not one of these girls have braids or an afro wig, tattoos on their chest or all over their arms, turned to the back with their butt showing, BBL, mean look or duck lips, baby hairs, those little Hitler mustaches black chicks have on the corner of their weaves and wigs, throwing up gang signs not resembling their photos as children. Now please show me a photo of 6 black chicks together that can say the same, starting with no European weaves and wigs. P.S. Can't be 400-pound bugger wolves either. They must be attractive just like these women. Oh my god. He's so fucking racist. Isn't that the chick who was at the Mike Tyson fight? Mike Tyson fight ring girl. Who is she? I thought I saw a tattoo on her, but maybe I'm just misremembering. That's another ring girl from Tyson fight. I guess she has weave. Like, it's kind of funny how he's criticizing black girls for having a BBL. I don't know how many black girls need a BBL. They kind of just have big butts. Looks like she has fake boobs, so it's okay to have fake boobs, but BBL is not okay? Well, Tommy Sotomayor is quite a character. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
They're literally teaching Palestinian kids in school that Jews should all be killed. You can skip to 130 if you want.
Well, yeah, I know.
وحماس وإسرائيل وقصف وجوع وشتات وهجرة ونزوح إيش بيجي على بالك إيش أفكارك
بيجوا أهل غزة الله يرحم شهدائنا طبعا
يعني أنت يا محمد بتشوف إنه في مكان لليهود إنه في لهم مكان في المسجد الأقصى
لا ولا يمكن إن هذه الأقصى لفلسطين بإذن الله تعالى راح تتحرر راح يجي يوم تتحرر فلسطين بإذن الله تعالى
حكيت لي لا صح؟ طب إيه لهم الحق إنهم يكونوا موجودين بفلسطين؟
مش يعني إن شاء الله بنمسحوا عن كل فلسطين بإذن الله تعالى راح ترجع الأرض تاعتنا نرجع على الأرض الأصلية
ممكن إنه إحنا نجي نقسم القدس.
Yeah, again, this is why Israel hates UNRWA. This is an UNRWA student. UNRWA has been deliberately trying to radicalize Palestinian kids. They're handing out textbooks saying the Holocaust never happened.
بين اليهود والفلسطينيين.
لا مش راح يرضى. احنا مش راح نرضى. ولا يمكن راح نرضى. هذا القدس إلنا يعني إلنا. مش راح نتخلى عنها. فداها للأقصى بنعطي روحها عشان ما تروحش لليهود. هذا إلنا يعني إلنا.
طب بالك يا محمد شو الحل للقدس؟
حل القدس إن نقتل اليهود. نتخلص من اليهود.
أنت شو حابب تشتغل باستكبار؟
باستكبار إن شاء الله مقاوم.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked. Oh, Palestinians are the victims. They just want peace. They just want their own land. Yeah, they literally want to just erase all Jews from existence, and they're teaching their kids to be Nazis. Thanks for the donation, ABC. Bend over, donate $2. Tommy had to have taken some tips from about black women from Uncle Ruckus.
Look at us. We're workout buddies. Hey, speaking of buddies, I read your Facebook suicide note, man. Oh, I'm really sorry.
I'm not just giving up on Facebook. I'm giving up on women. It's pointless. These women out here are insane. Robert. The key to happiness is to eliminate all black women from your life. I mean, look at me. No black women in my life. Look how happy I am. I'm happy as a nigga with a new gun.
Now, Ruckus, that is preposterous.
Oh, preposterous. Preposterous, really. Answer me a question. Is you happy?
Sure am.
Uh-huh. See? No black women in his life neither. Nigga free, and that's how he need to be.
Just because I'm married to a white woman doesn't mean there's a single thing wrong with black women.
True. But you did marry a white woman.
You have to find the woman who makes you happy, Robert.
Well, black women don't want to be happy. They squeeze out about 7 or 8 of them little nappy-headed chillin' by the time they 21. It's all downhill from there. Look at that. Oh, that woman's body over there, that's a temple. A black woman's body is a temple of doom. When was the last time you saw a black woman jogging, Robert? Ask yourself that question. And I ain't talking about them super steroided she-males in the Olympics that tuck their testicles up either. Well, come to think of it. That's what I thought. You ain't never seen it. Because black women don't jog. That way they don't sweat out all them industrial strength toxic Avenger chemicals they use to straighten out their hair.
Sarah love.
Yeah, he's literally Uncle Ruckus. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Movement, and you respect the rights of citizens. Why did y'all violate my rights?
Yes, I don't know how many times I have to say, but nobody wasn't allowed in the encampment on the basis of their identity.
He's just lying.
Yeah, you can say what.
Wow. Holy shit. A guy who is there on the campus to show support for Palestine got attacked because they thought he was Jewish, but he's black. He's sharing his story. This happened to me at the fucking campus. And then he's like, oh yeah, that never happened. Like, what a fuck? Like, this guy's just a fucking asshole.
It's not true. You would ask students before they walked into the library if they believe that Israel has the right to exist, and if they said yes, you wouldn't let them in, and we have proof of that.
No, there are actually people. Many people in the encampment who have a wide variety of views.
Correct, and that is a lie. Everybody here knows it, and you know it. You know it's a lie.
No. I was actually in the encampment. And I talked to people. Well, if you want to listen to what I'm going to say, you can stop yelling, please.
Okay, we've heard you. We've
educated. It doesn't fit your narrative right now, but that's the truth.
Man, we got your point. Thank you.
We got your point about 15 minutes ago. Okay.
No.
So as I said, there's a wide.
Mr. Doyle, hold on a second. I think we've got yours. Let's get the next question.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually,
Guys,
we had.
why do you have respect?
Yeah, I'll answer the question. Well, as you know, on Tuesday, the entire encampment was attacked by a violent mob of counter-protesters. No, in fact, I actually still have a mark from when I was stabbed by a metal rod. So fear of violence by agitators was a very real thing.
Okay, next question.
Hello. Hi. We can just.
Actually, we did give Mr. Doyle a chance to respond because a lot of stuff was going on, but Milagro said something.
Your questions are the same thing, so just be patient so everyone can ask their question, and you guys can continue this as we go along, but don't yell at him because then we can't get the dialogue.
Yeah, Milagro asked a question. You should answer it, and then let's move on.
Yeah, nobody violated your rights. We didn't violate your.
Nobody violated his rights. He was violently attacked because they thought he was Jewish.
I've literally told you like 5 times already. You can sit down now. Yeah, so people were removed from the encampment. It was because of the fear of agitation. And we actually saw that agitation when men and women in the encampment, college-age students, were throwing firecrackers at, were assaulted.
Okay, hold on, though. You're not answering his question. His question was about what happened to him and his daughter, his 9-year-old daughter. Let's ask him.
People were removed from the encampment because of fear of violence and agitation. That's why.
No, but I want you to respond to what he's saying. Are you just denying what he said? Are you denying what he said?
No, I said people were removed from the encampment.
Okay, all right. Let's move to the next question.
Hello. Thank you for the quick transition to my question.
This guy is a lying fucking scumbag.
My name's Tajveer Singh. I'm actually a UCLA student, and I want to ask a question sort of
delving away from the personal stuff here and getting onto what the situation is going to look like in the future. So I know someone said there hasn't been a question for Mr. Youssef, so this is for both Mr. Doyle and Mr. Youssef. My question is, how do you see this conflict ending, and why or why not is that resolution adequate in creating long-term peace and stability in the region?
It directed at any particular
I can just answer super quick, and then Masab can. There needs to be a one-state solution with equal rights and protections for everybody, and an relatively equal distribution of the land for both Jews, Muslims, and Christians. And that means that the government, that means that the government of Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, and the Israeli government, none of them are perfectly suitable to do this, but it would require a lot of cooperation between the three.
How would that work when
This guy is a toddler.
there's a good number of the population in the Palestinian territories that do not want that?
No, there are a number of people in Israel that don't want a one-state solution. There are a lot of people in Palestine don't want a one-state solution.
Wait. How can you say?
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay,
how can you? But how can you have a discussion with none of the Hamas representatives sitting here now, and you will never sit here right now? How can you have both sides facts if only one side is volunteer to sit here at all time in any place you'll ask him to? Did you see any one of the Hamas comes to sit here, to debate, to discussion?
And that's a question I was going to ask you at the end is, why is it that you think that you're the only person that we got to come up here to speak from your side of the issue?
Yeah, I can't speak for the people who didn't want to speak. But what I can say is that the view of Hamas as a completely implacable force is not completely.
So I just got some fried chicken from DoorDash, and when the nigga arrived he said, "Hey man, I got to take a picture of you," and I was like, WTFY. So now I'm sitting here looking at a pic of my ugly ass.
I think he needed to show a picture that the food was delivered, not necessarily take a picture of you. But that's weird. Thanks for the donation, Al-Wali.
Really incorrect, because they see the Palestinian issue as a very religious issue, and going back on that issue is seen as going back on God. But like we saw with the PLO, over time, they become more of a political movement and less of a nationalist movement, like we'll see with Hamas. Like we've seen with the change from 1987 charter to 1917 charter, they change and they adapt and they grow over time, and it's changing from a staunchly religious movement. Obviously, it still is a very much religious movement, but the movement itself, especially with regard to Hamas, becomes more political and becomes more malleable. The idea is that in time, if we can get Israel and Hamas to both agree to a just solution, then it's ridiculous to say, well, because Hamas is implacable now, then there won't be a solution, because Israel has also been implacable.
Hamas controlled the city. Hamas controls the city. Okay, I sat with one of the guards, okay, and I tried to make him picture himself flying to Thailand or a different country. It took me only 30 days. Bless you. It took me only 30 days to do so. When he tried to imagine, when he reached to the peak of the imagination, like, to do like that, it took me 30 days to make him do that. Eventually, he fell to the chair back and said, "Oh, I can't, but the Hamas will shoot me." Do you know that they're not allowed to get out?
Yeah.
Oh,
no, that's wrong.
But they control the city. Do you understand that?
I disagree. I don't really.
But do you understand that the Hamas controls the city, which means it controls the civilians, which means he controls any outcome or what will happen to the civilians? Do you understand that?
No, I hope I've made it clear that I don't really defend Hamas that much.
Yeah, but the Hamas controls Gaza.
Well, yeah, it's a nuanced,
situation. Stay with me.
Yeah.
Hamas controls Gaza.
Yeah.
Do we agree on that?
They control some of Gaza. They control some of.
Okay. Thank you.
Look, the problem is not only with Hamas. It looks like we have to please so many opposing forces. We try to please Hamas, then we have a problem with the Islamic Jihad. Then if we please Islamic Jihad, we have a problem with the public front. We please this, then we have to go to Fida. Then we have to go to national. We have about 12 Palestinian factions, and all of them have.
What's going on here, Gum Gum? What's going on here? How's my Gum Gum? What's my Gum Gum up to? What's my Gum Gum doing? How's my little Gum Gum? See this? This is Gum Gum. This is my little boy Gummy. This is my little handsome boy. I love him. He's my Gum Gum. Rizzard donated $2. How much would I have to donate for you to hang a Palestinian flag in your streaming area? Oh, geez, to suffer that indignity? Maybe 3,000? Thanks for the donation, Rizzard.
Have a different idea of what Palestine is and what's
And I'd only do it for one stream.
Satisfy their political ambition. Then now we have Mr. Dillon, and we have a million like him in the United States that they became legitimate force in the conflict. So Israel will have to also bring them to the negotiating table and try to please their political ambition as well. So as you see, each one of them is basically a black hole that cannot be satisfied. And all of them have one thing in common, and that's not to build a Palestine. It's only to delegitimize Israel. That's the only thing they know how to do. Because if you ask him practically, how can he actually construct a model of Palestine if he's never been there? If he was actually a sincere person, he would take a flight and go to Gaza and feel the people and see their suffering firsthand. Or if it's too dangerous for him, I wouldn't blame him, probably.
I am a logically consistent carnist. I only eat animals that are larger than me, and I hunt them with my bare hands. No weapons. That's as fair as it gets.
All right, well, hopefully you get eaten by a bear. Thanks for the donation, Delaware.
He would be very terrified to be in Gaza. It's too much. At least go to the West Bank. You can go to the city of Ramallah, live with the people for a couple of years, understand their culture. And when I say a couple of years, it's not enough. In order to know the mentality of the people, you have to spend with them a decade at least of daily experience to understand what they stand for before you start advocating on their behalf. You're just taking the side against Israel for killing Gaza children, ignoring the reality that Hamas is using them as civilians, as human shields. And I've been telling you this from day one, that you have been used by Hamas. They want you to cause chaos. They want the global chaos. They want to put pressure on the US government, on the Israeli government, and all other democracies. They want to bring the civilized world to its knees from those ugly images that we see from the war. But Israel did not initiate that war on October 7th. Hamas did. And our problem is not only with Hamas, it's with the Palestinian ideology that you just want to gift Hamas and other fanatics a Palestinian state thinking that this is going to bring a solution. This is going to create a global chaos. These people are not looking for equal opportunity. They don't want to divide the land. If they wanted to divide the land, they would have accepted the partition back in 1948. But instead of declaring their independence, they declared war against the Jewish people. Then they remembered some 40 years later to declare their independence. This is Palestinians, or what's so-called Palestinians. They have many fundamental problems. They don't have a legitimate leadership. You know, you tell me about the camp, and like you speak on behalf of all the encampment in the United States. You run only a camp here at UCLA. There are other encampments. You are not in charge of them, and they did not even elect you as a leadership. You don't have a moral compass. You don't have an objective out of this thing. You're just going in a revolution for the sake of revolution. Intifada. And you don't have a resolution. Where are you getting? What's the next shore? So fundamentally, we have a problem with Palestine. Before we resolve this issue, we need the Palestinians to decide what they want. First of all, what's their constitution? What's their agenda? What's their leadership? And will they drop violence as a method? Will they accept Israel's right to exist? Then after that, we can have a dialogue, and there can be a solution. But as long as they want to annihilate the state of Israel, kill their own children, sacrifice civilians only for your sympathy and the rest of the world's sympathy, then this cycle of violence will never end. So first of all, the force narrative must end. Then the use of violence has to be dropped completely and unconditionally, targeting civilians indiscriminately. Then after that, there would be room for dialogue and negotiations.
If I may,
and also
Mr.
please
Yusuf,
add up to it the basic needs
I'm sorry,
that
just
in
one point of
2024, gay people, women, other basic stuff that are not allowed in there. So try to think what you support.
I just one point of clarification from Mr. Yusuf. This will be really quick. I understand the characterization of Palestine and Hamas, but I think the answer you gave was a little retrospective. I guess I'm asking, what do you think, not what it should be like, but what it will look like? And is that a good solution or good way to create stability in the region?
Look, the children of the region, before they were, the Palestinian identity was enforced on them. They're just children. There are Arab children, there are Jewish children, there are Druze children, and all ethnicities can get along. Arabs and Jews can get along. And I lived that era before the first Palestinian Intifada. Things were okay. Jewish families used to come to our village and dine with us. We used to go to theirs. My father, by the way, as a Hamas leader, I remember him prior to the first Intifada serving food with his own hands. That was just 1 or 2 years before the first Palestinian Intifada. And we coexisted together. There was no checkpoints, there was no wall, there was no stabbing. But then the Intifada came, and this is when everything changed. So in my opinion, if the Palestinian violent ideology and of Intifada, of violence, of globalizing the Intifada, of delegitimizing Israel, of canceling Israel's right to exist, if this nonsense is dropped eventually, I think Arabs and Jews can get along. But first, we have to drop the ideology, and this is where I have my problem, my fundamental problem. What is Palestine, and what is the purpose of Palestine? If you want to talk about security, there could be a peacekeeping force. It does not have to be a militia carrying big guns to just secure the cities, make sure that the women and the children are. Palestinians don't the Palestinian ideology.
Oh. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. I love you. You're such a good boy. Mwah. He is such a nice kitty. Look at him. Oh my God, he is so big and handsome. You are so big and handsome. Love you so much. You are such a good boy. Yeah, I love you. Oh, he's such a nice kitty. Look at him. Look at him. Love you so much.
I don't think we can talk about future when we still have brothers and sisters inside. And I'm a person of coexistence. Like I said to them, say, is this house...
Or pro-Palestinian movement in the audience that would like to ask a question? Yes. We need a microphone over there. You want to? Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Renee.
$2 you ever give someone money for something and they don't do the thing you gave the money for and don't say anything? Hey people, they're so scummy and entitled. Hopefully karma gets that bitch. I mean, I've like instructed DoorDashers to, you know, like leave something in a certain place and then I give them a good tip and they like steal my food or don't do it and then get me to come downstairs because they're retarded and they don't know how to use the intercom system even when I explained it to them. So like that stuff. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Aiden, I commend you for... Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Renee, and I'm from Jordan, and I grew up there. Aiden, as a young man, I commend you for putting on a suit and coming out here tonight. I appreciate that from a professor, okay? But you also have to have enough humility to know that you don't know enough. And I'm telling you that as an Arab. So where would I rather live? Tel Aviv or Gaza? Who would I rather live amongst? Hamas, which is what you're advocating for. I also believe that it's words and your actions are incredibly dangerous. So you're not doing my people any good by these encampments. If anything, you're empowering Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, and the plethora that are kind of in breeding right now. So like I said, I appreciate, you know, you putting on a suit and coming here and speaking for my people. My people don't want you speaking for them because you're not helping us.
Like, this kid is just retarded. Like, it's so, like, this is what, it's like the TikTok generation.
You're not, you can shake your head. You can shake your head. You can shake your head.
I don't claim to speak for the people of Jordan. I don't know what you're
Jordan
talking
and
about.
Palestine, same thing. Listen, don't be rude, man.
They're not the same thing.
It's not the same thing, but no, actually, here's the thing. Here's one thing you don't know.
No, they're not.
Hold on. Let her speak.
Before the British mandate, I could have been a Palestinian instead of a Jordanian or Egyptian. It's the same people. So don't act like you know my people better than myself or Yusuf. So that's the arrogance that I have with the encampments. This is the arrogance and the problem that I have with the encampments. I came here tonight with a fucking taser because you think you're protesting peacefully? I'm going to be okay showing up here by myself because white, entitled, spoiled Americans want to get attention? That's what you're standing up for. You're making it worse for Arabs here and back home. So you're not doing any of us any
I have a
help.
question for you. Can I ask a question not regarding politicians?
Yeah. Let's. Any other pro-Palestinian students or adults?
Can I ask a small question?
Yes.
A small question,
Yeah.
like a really friendly question. What will happen if me and you will text and we'll meet up in a bar in the middle of the U.S. next to the campus, just with your agenda, me with my opinions, and then your friends will see you from the side? What will happen?
You mean my friends from the encampment?
Your friends that support the same agenda that you support. And I'm wearing my Sarah David and all my Judaism signs. What will happen if they'll see you in a casual conversation with me?
I think they'd probably be fine with it.
Doyle, I was disconnected from civilization for 2 months. It took me half a minute to understand that something will happen to me. I was forbidden to speak Hebrew in London next to students. You know that? Because they feared my life. I'm not allowed to put Star of David in many, many cities. Did you know that?
That's wrong. That shouldn't happen.
But it happens because students support it. I'm not afraid
I
of
don't support. Well, you're talking to me. I don't
Okay, so
support
Doyle,
that.
let's meet up tomorrow in your campus. Next to the people.
Aiden, you want to meet with her?
Yeah, sure.
All right, great. That's progress. Any pro-Palestinian people here that would
This kid is an arrogant fucking idiot who doesn't know shit.
like to speak?
I am not self-described as pro-Palestinian, but I am pro-human rights, so
Okay,
I'm going to ask this
that's good enough
question
for me.
regardless. First, I would like to say Baruch Hashem for your safe return, and we are very happy to have you here with us. I would also like to thank Mossab from the bottom of my heart for being here as well. You've been a great voice for the Jewish people, and we appreciate you. After reading your book, Mossab, I learned that even the most radical people can be de-radicalized. So in the face of bigotry and anti-Semitism on college campuses and across the world, how do we go about de-radicalizing more people like Mr. Doyle?
Look, ideology is a construct, and I speak from a personal experience because I was able to change the way I think and the way I perceive reality. But it requires lots of courage that we should work on ourselves and be able to drop our false identities, not actually empower them. Palestine or Palestinian, again, it's a construct, and we can deconstruct that. But first of all, we need either to drop it completely or to reshape it of something that is useful. And that's what I'm saying. You want to be a Palestinian? I don't have a problem. If they insist on that identity, ideology, then I have no problem. But I need to see their constitution. What actually makes them Palestinians? And how can I satisfy their needs, their wants, their ambition? And who is the leadership? Am I talking to students on UCLA campus that are completely irrelevant to the reality of the Middle East, that actually don't have a connection or power to force Hamas to release one hostage, or to force Hamas to step down and get out of the way of the Arab and Jewish children so they can live their life? They don't have that kind of power. They cannot convince Hamas. Hamas won't listen to them. They don't have authority. But they are working freely to advocate on behalf of Hamas propaganda. So we are not helping the situation. We are empowering this ideology. We are globalizing it. And we are getting infinite forces from everywhere to take part of this complicated matrix of the Middle East. So my suggestion, first of all, we need to localize it, not globalize it. And anti-war activity is something, but to delegitimize a democracy by spreading all type of allegations, like for example, a genocide, this is a very serious allegation. And when the ICJ judge say that there is no genocide, then it's finished. The people with the authority on the topic said the final verdict, the final word. But the pro-Palestine and the encampment did not suit them well. They wanted the genocide allegations to continue for eternity because it's serving their agendas now. So I'll have to meet with every force that came to join the cause, the angry cause.
Oh my God. Gummy's lying down and he has his paws on my arms. Oh, his paws are so warm. They're like little heating pads. Oh my God.
How can we solve the problem? We will never be able to solve the problem this way. So we need to localize the problem. Enough. We don't want to globalize it. And we need the people of the region who has the authority to decide for themselves. I think today the Palestinians came to realize that violence is a dead end. What Hamas did, a momentum of 36 years of violence, what they achieved, the destruction of Gaza and the suffering of so many civilians, innocent children. Now they realize, I think, that this is a dead end. They're going nowhere. And I think this is the best education. Later on, I hope for the Arabs of that region to elect and nominate a reasonable leadership that cares for the future of the children. And not to get them involved in this vicious cycle of violence by giving nonsense solutions and speaking on behalf of a region that we don't understand.
Thank you.
Any other pro-Palestinian people here? Are you pro-Palestinian? Yeah? Okay.
No, back there.
I don't know if I...
Hi, my name is Yahya, and I've seen war. Question for Doyle. I know you represent yourself, but as you know, most Palestinians do not accept a Jewish state in any border. Why could there be 22 Arab states, 49 Muslim states, but there can't be an Armenian state, nor Kurdish state, nor Jewish state, which are minorities in the Middle East? Do you see yourself as being moral for only one type of people?
No, I think I made it abundantly clear that the solution that I see...
If you're representing yourself, then what are you doing representing the Palestinian cause? Like, you're not part of the Palestinian cause.
No, I only represent
Hamas does
myself.
not want a Jewish state from the river to the sea. Why are you representing a group of people that are totally object to your opinion?
What do you?
Bend over to any tellers. I don't know how to feel with this one. Let me see.
You are both officially amazing.
Thank you. We're here in London's famous landmark hotel, the Savoy, for a very special occasion. This is a very special year for Britain to unite two of the most iconic record holders we have.
Whoa, voice is really deep.
Jyoti and Romessa, the world's shortest and tallest living women.
Why wouldn't she have gotten her pituitary gland removed? Like the tumor?
These icons are here to help us.
Like, it's so weird when you see these people. Like, they clearly have gigantism, and then they never get the tumor removed.
Celebrate. Guinness World Records is all about celebrating differences and a lot about each other. Fascinating to watch, and so I'm very...
Oh my god. Thank you so much. I didn't know you were the nerd.
The Guinness is the vast spectrum of areas from science and technology. And
she is the most gorgeous lady, and I was waiting to meet her for a long while.
गर्ल से मिलके बहुत अच्छा लगा और उनको मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम मिली और उनका नेचर भी बहुत अच्छा है रोमेसा का बहुत अच्छा लगा.
I have realized.
All right. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
No, they don't. I think there should be one. I think there should be one state with equal rights for everyone. That's my solution.
No, but he's saying that the Hamas and the Palestinians want to eliminate Israel. That's what he's saying. The agenda of the Hamas, which is true, they're saying it daily. The Hamas agenda and the civilians' agenda, not most of them, how it is, not 100% support the same purpose, but most of them wants to eliminate Israel. Eliminate, which means to destroy and kill, not to move to a different place. That's what he's saying. That's it. I was just sharpening it.
Yeah, so I guess the premise of the question is that many Palestinians want to destroy Israel. I think no, it's no. So a political situation in which the current state of Israel and the current state of Palestine, in whatever forms that they have taken up as of right now, don't exist, does not mean that you want to kill everyone in the region or kill all the Jewish people or kill all the Palestinians. And I think that when Netanyahu says that he doesn't believe in a Palestinian state, I don't take that to mean that he wants to kill all the Palestinians. Just like when Hamas in the charter says that they don't believe in a Jewish state, I don't take that to mean that they want to kill all the Jews.
But if you don't support it, then how you guys screaming intifada?
No.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So
this guy. Oh my God.
So the 1987.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The 1987.
Ma'am,
the 1987.
please.
Sorry, I have the microphone.
Mr. Doyle,
I've waited for a really long time.
We got
Can I
to
ask
wrap
my-
it up here. All right. We heard what you said.
I'm here with the microphone, sir. Can you sit down, please?
Hold on.
Don't see with open eyes what's going on in the Middle East. It's not Palestinian, and it's not Jews, it's Iran.
Yes. Please, let's just put on the table and
Put the money everywhere to destroy the Jews, because the Jews is the little ones, and then they'll go after the Gentile, then they'll go after anybody.
So
as
go after
long
you.
as Iran has mullahs that support the creation of the Muslim world, to be Muslim will have always a problem. I've been in the West Bank. I served in the West Bank. I have nothing against Palestinians. Now I have something that you have to realize. And if you don't realize, you've been sponsored by Qatar, which is sponsored by Iran. Until we finish this mullahs running the world, we'll have a problem. I don't care what anybody says. Palestinians themselves are peaceful people. I'll be the first one. I deal with them. I do business with them. As long as Iran agitates. And agitating means money. Support the extreme people will have a problem. We'll see you later.
Maybe you should direct your
All right,
question.
we're gonna.
I'm sorry,
That's
I've
it.
got my microphone. I've been waiting. I have an important question. This
Okay.
is for you, Doyle.
This will be the last question for now.
Yeah, thank you.
We can do more of these if you want.
Okay. So, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but since about 2018, there have been settlements of Palestinian families in Afrin, which is the part of Kurdistan that's occupied by Syria. And this has been a part of a movement to Arabize the region and to decrease Kurdish presence there. And it's been with financial support from the Palestinian Authority and other Arab states. And this is just one very recent example, but I'm curious why you don't take into account Pan-Arabism as an ideological movement of ethnic and cultural hegemony when you're discussing the things that are prolonging the conflicts. and what that means and has meant for minorities of the region, and how that has been a fuel for the ongoing resistance to any minority independence or sovereignty, including Jewish.
Yeah, good question. So, well, the establishment of settlements in any region that results in the ethnic cleansing of that people, whether it's Kurdish, whether it's Palestinians, whether it's anybody, is something that I, in principle, don't agree with. So I don't agree with the creation of settlements in order to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian region. But if you're going to ask about pan-Arabism in the context of the Israel-Palestine conflict, well, it's completely contradictory towards both the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. It's contradictory towards Hamas because pan-Arabism is in complete contradiction to any sort of Islamic state, and it's in contradiction to Palestinian nationalism.
And what are the symbolic representations of that flag? So if you're going to say that it's completely distinct to independent nationalism, then I want to know how you explain overlaps with other Arab nationalism.
Yeah, so the idea of a nation is, as I said earlier on, it is not whether you want to say that Palestinians are the same as Jordanians or the same as Lebanese. Well, nations are not actually created based on ethnic lines. Rather, they're realized, and then the ethnic distinctions between nations are realized. And this has been the case across the world. So any genetic similarities or any cultural similarities between Palestinians and Jordanians or Palestinians and other Arab countries is actually relevant.
What he's saying is so stupid. Like, okay, tell me what, like, give me the genetic distinctions that make somebody American. Right? Like, does that make any sense to you? It's like what he's saying is just stupid.
And first of all, well, let me just finish because well, first of all, Palestinians are actually quite genetically distinct from other Arab countries like Saudi Arabia. But even if that's irrelevant, the existence of a nation, even if Palestinians are identical to every other Arab country, that doesn't mean that they don't have a right to a nation. And we've seen with no creation of. Oh, okay.
Opposition to any minority sovereignty, and that having been a shared agenda of multiple Arab nations, including the Palestinian nation. And this is consistently brushed away, ignored, in order to paint Zionism as an ideological agent against a sort of organic, natural desire for nationalism, which is what the Palestinians do.
Yeah. So if pan-Arabism was the dominant, well, for one, pan-Arabism as a dominant ideology largely died out in the 60s and 70s. But if you're asking about, well, as a dominant, the Hamas chart is in complete contradiction to pan-Arabism. They're literally ideologically completely distinct from each other. It's impossible for pan-Arabism to exist and the Hamas Islamic charter to exist. But on the question of, yes, to answer your question, if pan-Arabism was really as dominant as you said, then the existence of Lebanon as a nation, of Jordan as a nation, of Saudi Arabia as a nation, they wouldn't exist.
All right, thank you. Okay, this woman's been very patient and really persistent, so I'm going to give her a quick question.
This question is for the both of you. What does from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and intifada, resistance by all means necessary, mean to the both of you? And also, would you be able to tell me what the gender apartheid is in all of the neighboring countries around Israel? Gender apartheid towards women and the treatment of the LGBT community in all of the Arab countries besides Israel. Would you both be able to tell me? I want both of you to answer these questions, please. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Well, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. All Palestinians are free from the occupation, that they don't have to face discrimination, that they don't have to face apartheid, and they don't have to face oppression by the Israeli government, and they don't have to face these constant incursions into Gaza, which, by the way, are designed to be asymmetrical, to target civilian infrastructure, and to make sure that Hamas has as little public support in Gaza as possible. And next, you said about the gender apartheid. It's actually not that hard for me to. It's not that hard for me to say that women and men should have equal rights in every country. No, but.
It's not up to you.
The gender apartheid and the treatment of LGBT in every country besides Israel. Would you be able to tell me what?
Yeah. So the gender apartheid is well, it's actually it's not the correct use of the term, but but yeah, women in Iran and Saudi Arabia
and Gaza.
In Gaza, yes, in Gaza, they should have equal rights.
Yeah.
It's really
Okay,
not that,
thank you.
really
So,
not that
you guys,
complicated.
they're going to shut down the lights on us if we don't wrap this up. But I want to say something just in closing. Was there
I have a question for Mr. Yosef. I'm right here.
Yeah, wait, who's
I'm right
running
here.
the show?
I'm right here. I don't know if you can see me, but you're looking at me right now. So, Mr. Yosef, thank you so much for coming tonight, and this question is directed towards you. Since October 7th, I have noticed more and more people beginning to proudly walk around wearing the keffiyeh, specifically non-Arab people and also people in queer spaces, which I am a part of since I am queer myself. How do you feel when you see queer people and university students, specifically non-Arab people, wearing the keffiyeh as a sort of support and saying, we support the Palestinian people? How do you feel seeing that? Because personally, I feel more and more scared walking around in America as a queer Iranian Jew And it really breaks my heart seeing this. And I want to know, what do you have to say to these people proudly walking around with the keffiyeh, not knowing the significance? Thank you.
I think you probably know his answer, but go ahead.
The only way I feel that I'm in the wrong business, because I could have sold millions of these keffiyehs and became rich out of the conflict. So I've been missing out. People can wear whatever they want to wear. I don't have a problem with people wearing a keffiyeh. People make dresses out of it. People might make some underwear out of it. It's not my problem. It will never make them authentic. And they will never be part of the reality of the Middle East. They will continue to be part of a virtual reality disconnected from the real world. And I guarantee you that this is not only his or their problems. In life, they are disconnected from reality. They are living in an alternative reality. And this is where they think they rule, by how many followers they have. But eventually, you know who decides the reality on the ground? The brave soldiers who are a 45-year of...
Right, well that was a good video. Let's see, Bioneer. Let's see if he makes any other stupid videos.
A lot of guys are obsessed with strength. And this is kind of ironic though, because a lot of those same guys actually don't know what strength is. And I'm not talking in a philosophical sense. I'm not talking about strength of will or personality. I'm talking just physical strength. A lot of guys really want to become stronger, more...
Strength is the ability to generate force.
...physically imposing, but they haven't first defined what strength is. And that's actually really important because there are many different ways to define strength, and there are many different types...
No, there isn't. It's the ability to generate force.
...types of strength. If we were to try and...
There is not different types of strength. Strength is the ability to generate force.
...power scale, our favourite fitness influencers, we'd have a hard time because it's not like comparing apples to apples. The strength of one guy is going to be very different from the strength of someone else, and they're not easy to...
No, it's not. It's the ability to generate force.
...compare. But let's say for a moment that you are taking that approach and you're trying to find out how strong someone is. The first thing you might ask is how much can they bench press? This, for many of us, is a yardstick we use to gauge how strong someone is, but it's really not that simple. Obviously, if you guys watch this channel, you'll know that my issues with bench press are that it's not a terribly functional exercise. You never lie flat on the ground and...
Oh, this guy is so fucking retarded. Like, it's just unreal how stupid he is.
...push that much weight above your head. If you try and push that weight standing up, you're going to fall over. So it's not that useful a metric. But even putting that...
No. There's a reason why in the NFL Combine they look at the bench press. Right now they do 225 pounds for as many reps as possible. Given the size of these athletes these days, they should probably increase it to like 275 pounds. They don't want to do absolute 1-rep max tests because of the risk of getting injured and shit. And it's also, it takes a lot longer to set up the lift and change weights and everything for all these people, but there's a reason why they test for it in football. It's because upper body strength is massively important for that fucking sport. If you have a greater ability to bench press more weight, that just shows, like, that's just a very good objective metric of general upper body strength. So the idea that the lift isn't functional, like, you're actually fucking retarded.
Aside for a moment, because of course it's going to transfer to some degree. It's going to somewhat reflect the strength of your pecs and your triceps and your shoulders.
God, what an idiot.
But even putting that aside, why is this the yardstick? Why not squat or deadlift? And why not...
Well, the squat or deadlift doesn't test your upper body strength, stupid.
Curls, because curls use an entirely different muscle group. If I'm being really...
Like, again, it's just not a good metric for upper body strength.
...tricky, I could say that I'm nowhere near as strong as a professional powerlifter, but I do have stronger ear muscles, I bet. I could probably out-ear-wiggle them. Obviously, that's a bit ridiculous. My point is that we have lots of different muscle groups, and strength isn't entirely a global trait. It's somewhat global, but it's also specific to individual muscle groups. So you could have very strong legs and a weak upper body, or you could have very strong upper body and weak legs. So what is strength, and why does one thing count more than another? Obviously, core strength, we don't tend to measure or gauge that. But if you take someone with a big bench press but a weak core and put them in a bunch of different activities, they're not necessarily going to outperform the person with the strong core. So who is stronger? You could argue that in many scenarios it's your grip strength that's the most important of all. So we could argue that rock climbers are actually the strongest. But let's step back even further and take an even broader approach to this, because there's actually more than one type.
What is the thesis to the video? It's just blabbing nonsense.
Of strength, as many of you are probably aware. You have absolute strength, which is your max strength. How much can you lift, and is it more than the other guy? This is one of the simplest options. You have your relative strength. How much can you lift for your body weight? You have strength endurance. How many times can you exert strength without gassing
There's no such thing as strength endurance.
out? And you have explosive strength. How explosively can you exert that force?
That's not strength, that's power production. How fast you can produce force.
Can you run fast?
Like he doesn't even understand any of the terms he's using.
Jump high, throw a powerful punch, all that good stuff. And again, these are all very different and we train them in very different ways, and it's not easy to say that one is more important than the other. So maybe you can bench press 150 kilograms, but if a baseball player can throw a ball at 100 miles an hour, is not the baseball pitcher in some ways stronger, or at least more powerful?
Yeah, by the way, throwers, so baseball pitchers, shot putters, cricket pitchers, I don't know if that's the proper term, they all are very fucking good at the snatch, or the power clean. So what the fuck is he talking about?
Another topic that can be quite nuanced is internet security, and whilst a VPN won't protect on with the show. I could argue that this is easy.
Yeah, so this guy's channel is just pure fucking garbage.
When you're talking about strength, you're talking about max strength, absolute strength, that's it, that's what we're interested in. But why is this the case? Why is it that people are more interested in max strength when actually it doesn't really translate to all that much? Strength endurance.
No. Your maximum force output is directly related to power output, and most sports kind of require power production. How else do you think you increase power production? It's by increasing absolute strength.
I recently did some actual research into this topic, and it's hilarious how much info you're getting blatantly wrong while calling this guy stupid. Do you just make stuff up when you talk? A simple Google search might do you good from time to time.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Thanks for the donation, Crosswell.
Endurance in many cases is more important because in the real world, in real activities, whether it's moving furniture, playing sports, wrestling, you don't exert strength just once. You don't pick something really heavy up once, put it down, and then you're done. You tend to carry it, move it, etc. So you need to be strong for at least a significant duration of time. Tom Platz is a golden era bodybuilder who says that he used to be able to do 100 repetitions of 100 kilograms of the squat. Now, just because you've got a massive squat and you can squat 700 pounds, say, that doesn't mean you're going to be able to do that incredible feat. And in some ways, that's more impressive. So who's stronger? The guy who can do
the guy who has a higher squat. Strength is the ability to produce force. If we're judging the ability to produce force, you're producing more force by squatting 700 pounds versus doing, 200 pounds 100 times?
the really big max squat or the guy who's doing the squat for high repetitions, and who's got the more useful strength, more to the point. Now, I could say that the difference here is that absolute strength is a single example of your strength. It's what you can do in one big go. But if that's the case...
Like, by the way, Tom Platz's max squat is probably somewhere around 900 to 1,000 pounds. How else do you think he'd be able to squat like 225 for 100 reps? He has an extremely high absolute strength.
Case, then why aren't we more interested in explosive strength, in the ability to recruit muscle units quickly and to exert lots of power in a forceful way?
Yeah, again, how do you think you increase power production? It's by increasing strength. They're part of the same spear. You produce more power when you're moving lighter weights. So, your power production, so like if we were to take the bench press or squat, like you can use any fucking lift. If you're trying to move a weight as fast as you possibly can you're going to be able to move lighter weights faster, and thus power production increases. So it's like a simple equation. If you can't, like, let's say for your sport, like football, okay? You want to increase your explosive power when you're running from a dead stop. Well, what would you do for that? Okay, well, you're going to have to make your quad stronger, primarily, so you're going to focus on the squat. Somebody who can squat 5, 6, 7, 800 pounds is going to produce more power than somebody who can only squat 2, 3, 400 pounds. It's just because they're relative to their absolute maximum force production, they're moving a lighter weight. So if they're in the same, like if both of these people say weigh 300 pounds, the one guy, his max squat is only 300 pounds. The other guy, his max squat is 600 pounds. Well, the guy is going to be able to move his body faster and produce more force over a shorter period of time. Like that's what most training for power production is. It's just an increase in your maximum force production.
Just because you have a massive bench press doesn't mean you're going to throw a powerful punch. Here, technique's important, but it's also about your ability to recruit motor units.
How do you think you're going to be able to recruit motor units quickly by increasing maximum force production?
It's about your rate of force production. The faster you can recruit those motor units and call them into action, the more powerful that punch is going to be. And we see this in Olympics.
Okay, dude. Why do you think women aren't able to punch as hard as men? Do you think it might have something to do with them having less upper body strength? Do you think it might have something to do with them not being able to bench press as much weight? Like, by the way, I mentioned this in the video I just made about him. I haven't uploaded it yet because I still have to edit it. I'll pull it up right now, actually. It's fucking hilarious. Like, fuck. It's fucking hilarious. Alistair Overeem is a UFC fighter. He also fought in K1. At one point, before he started taking steroids, he was fighting as a light heavyweight at 205 pounds. He ended up moving up to, what the fuck? Oh yeah, they changed it. He ended up moving up to heavyweight after taking steroids. Yeah, that's it. He ended up moving up to heavyweight. After taking steroids. Like, would you rather... Would you rather get punched by this guy or this guy? Like, the answer's pretty obvious. This guy, who has more muscle mass, can produce more absolute force, who has a bigger bench press, he's going to be able to punch you harder than this guy. It's just retarded. He always tries to make this cope. Just because you're bigger and stronger, that doesn't mean you'll be able to hit harder. Yeah, it does. There's a reason why there's fucking weight classes, idiot. Bend over, donate $2 base Biden. Let me see.
Are there people in the Republican Party who think we're sucking the blood out of kids?
I'm not sure. Are there people in the Democratic Party who want to...
Mr. President,
yeah, he's pretty based sometimes. Shit. show you guys a little preview here.
Obviously think you have the right to do whatever you want with your body, but I think by, being a bit relaxed and trying to be fair, you actually end up downplaying just how silly and lame steroids really are, and in particular how they actually don't enhance your performance at all, quite the opposite.
So I'm sure some of you thought I was joking, but no. The Bioneer is so delusional, he thinks taking steroids reduces sports performance. If only this guy was Lance Armstrong's coach during his cycling career, he could have told Lance, "No, Lance, don't take the steroids. You're going to be a worse cyclist." Imagine how much faster, how much more races Lance Armstrong could have won if the Bioneer was Lance Armstrong's coach and he could have told Lance to put down the needle. Imagine how much better of a cyclist Lance could have been, and he wouldn't have had to deal with the shame of going on Oprah Winfrey admitting he cheated his entire career. This is just so ridiculous. It is so irretrievably stupid. This is the equivalent of taking a math test and writing fart as the answer and thinking you got the question right.
So I'm going to use the language now that I often use with my daughter, which is to say that, yeah, using steroids doesn't make you a stupid person, but you are being stupid if you use them.
Oh, right, like you're one to talk. Again, this is the same guy who thinks Lance Armstrong would have been a better cyclist if he didn't take steroids. I bet if your daughter was struggling in school and there was a steroid that existed that made your brain work better and raised your IQ, you'd tell her, "Oh, no, don't take the smart, brain-enhancing steroids. They actually make you dumber." I have no idea why all the kids in your class that are smarter than you and doing better in school who are taking the IQ-boosting steroids, I don't know why they're smarter than you. Maybe you're just really retarded, but if you ever get confused with any of these math questions, just write down fart. That always worked for me.
So for starters, steroid use is going to impair your mobility, make you more likely to injure your tendons, and cause stiffness and awkward movement. You might think that sounds a little bit hyperbolic, having seen, I'm sure, some very high-performing steroid users, on the internet, but they are the exception, and also they're working against the steroids. They're in that way in spite of the steroids, not because of them.
Now, it will come as no surprise to most of you that what the Bioneer just said is horseshit. Here is one of the best weightlifters to have ever lived, Ilya Ilyin, who got popped for using steroids, so we know he's not natural. He was taking steroids when he did this. Here he is breaking the clean and jerk world record for his weight class at 246 kilograms. Does he look like he has impaired mobility? Does he look stiff? No, it looks like he has pretty excellent mobility. I think most people in the world don't have the mobility he has, yet he is taking steroids. Here's Juji Mufu, doing the splits on a set of chairs while lifting a weight above his head, and we all know Juji Mufu takes steroids. Does he look stiff? Does he look like he lacks mobility? Well, Bioneer, you don't take steroids, right? You're natural? Can you do that? Can you do the splits like Juji Mufu and lift a weight above your head? You're not stiff and immobile, are you? Oh, gee, I guess if you can't do the splits like Juji Mufu, you must be on steroids. This is just stupid. Being on steroids does not make you immobile or stiff. Where are you getting this? Again, some of the best athletes in the world, fitness influencers who are on tons of steroids, are more mobile and less stiff than you are. Now, the only thing that the Bioneer kind of got right here is that, if you take steroids, you may be at a higher risk of tendon ruptures, but that really just depends. Say some other stupid shit.
It is possible to have big muscle and great mobility and movement. It is possible to be on steroids and have great mobility and movement, but it's much, much harder. And for some bodybuilders, it can become pretty ridiculous once they stop being able to do things like putting on their socks. I mean, is that really what you want? Is that more functional? Is that more awesome?
This guy has the reasoning skills of a toddler. He literally thinks if you just take one Anavar tablet, you suddenly become this big, huge, hulking gorilla-like bodybuilder. depending on how much steroids you're taking, what compounds, what training you're doing, you may or may not grow a significant amount of muscle. Again, we know Lance Armstrong was taking steroids throughout the entire duration of his cycling career. Does he look like this big, gigantic, gorilla-like bodybuilder who can... Everything he said in that video is just so fucking stupid.
So obviously, yeah, you're going to get a bigger bench press if you add steroids and all this. But this is one of the reasons I always want to emphasize that strength isn't everything when it comes to your performance. Because whilst you might have more brute power, especially because you've been training all that stuff for so long, it's not really going to translate necessarily to better movement. Someone who's much bigger and stronger doesn't throw a harder punch, a better punch, more powerful punch than a martial artist, because they're able to keep their body loose, they're able to reduce the effect of the antagonistic muscles, you know, the ones pulling against you as you're pushing forwards. They're able to relax the whole body, they're able to generate power by twisting the hips, all this stuff. It's why Grant's punches look so much more powerful and quick than mine do. And this is true for all kinds of activities, whether you're sprinting, whether you're throwing, whether you're lifting something off the ground.
This is just so fucking stupid and delusional. I'm not going to waste too much time talking about this, but let me just ask you a simple question, Bioneer. And... again... the, Alistair Overeem before and after. I'll probably use this as the thumbnail or as the image. If you had to fight in K1 or the UFC or whatever, which version of Alistair Overeem would you rather fight? Would you rather fight Alistair Overeem before he took steroids when he was fighting at light heavyweight at 205 pounds, or would you rather fight Alistair Overeem on steroids fighting at heavyweight at 265 pounds? Which version would you rather fight? Do you think you have a better chance against Alistair Overeem at heavyweight on steroids when he was called the Wrecking Machine, when he'd send people to the fucking hospital? Or would you rather fight a smaller, weaker, less competent fighter because he's not on gear? It honestly sounds to me... That guy's just so stupid. Think like this.
And something worth noting here is that if you look at militaries, most militaries don't use steroids. There have been some exceptions to that, but most do not. And you might be thinking, well, that's because they don't want to harm the health of their infantry. And I'm like, seriously? I don't think that most militaries are known for their morality when it comes to looking after their troops. If they could get benefits from using steroids, if they could make them faster, harder, stronger, better soldiers, you know, what happens to them after that be damned, then you can be sure they would. And they don't, because they don't want someone who's, you know, stiff and awkward and bulky and who's likely to keel over if they exert themselves. That's not a efficient, powerful warrior. And so steroids don't make you an efficient, powerful warrior.
So now he's making the claim the reason the military doesn't give soldiers steroids is because they've realized steroids do the opposite of what they're supposed to do, and they lower physical performance. Well, no, genius. The reason the military doesn't give out steroids to its soldiers is because they just wouldn't really help much. If you could make every soldier bench press 500 pounds and run as fast as Usain Bolt, how much good is that going to do them when they're given machine guns that can engage targets from 2,000 yards away? What's that going to do for them when we have Predator drones that can be flown by a pilot in a remote location and take out targets from across the fucking world? We have modern mechanized militaries. What is being so much bigger, stronger, faster really going to do for anybody? Nothing. The reason steroids aren't given to soldiers is because they're given machine guns, missiles, tanks, helicopters, jeeps to kill people with. So what if you can bench 500 pounds? You're not trying to crush somebody's skull open with your bare hands. Again, you're given machine guns and other technologies that do the work for you.
And possibly an even bigger reason that most military...
Like, this guy's literally a fucking toddler. Like, he's so fucking stupid.
Olympic lifting. Performing like a clean and jerk is an extremely powerful movement compared to something like a squat. So again, why are people more interested in what you can squat rather than what you can powerfully throw into the air? Or
a squat is a better test of strength, particularly leg strength. Clean and jerk is more of a test of power production. Those are two different things.
Or what you can lift for multiple repetitions.
There's also
and just
a
to
huge
be clear
technique
here, I'm not
component.
saying that one is better than the other. I'm not trying to diminish powerlifting. I'm saying that they're all valid examples of strength, and so too is the guy who just has a strong grip. And you can't take any of those people and say that one is stronger than the other. Because here's the other interesting thing, is that you might have greater strength endurance in your legs and greater explosive strength in your upper body. Depending on how you train, you're going to affect different muscles differently. As strong as possible and relative to their size and position and job, in which case maybe the strongest person is someone like a gymnast or a calisthenics athlete who can do perfect handstands and handstand push-ups and who can do a ring muscle up. They're all so different, but they're still examples of strength, and here it's about strength coordination. Explosive strength, I think, is a particularly interesting one because it exposes many of the nuances when it comes to strength and how they are all so different. And it also shows us why we need to train differently depending on what it is that we're interested in. So, in order to be explosive, you need a higher density of fast twitch muscle fiber, maybe super fast twitch. That means you need to train explosively, which is going to give you muscle fibers that are more conducive to exerting power explosively, but this tends to be less efficient, meaning that you gas out quicker. But at the same time, in order to be really explosive in a movement like a punch, you need to be able to quickly recruit those motor units. That means you need fast rate of force production, which is more about neural training. And therefore you can have...
No, it's not. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So, there is virtually zero benefit to specifically training power output if you don't first have a like a certain degree of strength. So, for like, this is just a standard in strength and conditioning training. There's no point in getting an athlete to do plyometric drills that specifically, are designed to improve power production if they can't squat 2 times their body weight. There's just no point. There's just no benefit to it. So, no, if you want to have a more powerful, faster punch, you need to get stronger first. Otherwise, what's the point of doing things that, are specifically, training power production? You don't have the requisite amount of strength first.
Bigger, stronger muscles in certain capacities, maybe you've got great eccentric strength, but you don't have explosive strength in those same muscles because you're not wired to be able to...
You develop explosive strength by just getting stronger.
...quickly and powerfully call upon them. And actually explosiveness comes down to many other things. It also comes down, for example, to the stretch shortening cycle. You can train your stretch shortening cycle, as we've seen with things like the depth jump. So this is going to make you more explosive without really affecting the composition of your muscles at all. But likewise, it's also about technique. It's about being able to relax all of the muscles that you're not using, particularly the antagonistic muscles that pull against you. If you throw a ball or throw a punch, you don't want your bicep trying to curl your arm back up. It always offers some resistance, so you need to relax.
This is not something that needs to be trained, by the way. Your brain and nervous system just does this automatically.
Relax it as much as possible. At the same time, you don't want to be tense anywhere else, which is just wasting energy and slowing you down. You don't want to have your traps all tense at the same time, for example. These are issues that you can only really iron out through training and through relaxation. By repeating the movement over and over and over again, you get a more efficient neural pathway. And that not only means you call upon those muscle fibers more powerfully and quickly, it also means that you're not calling upon ones you don't want. There's no spillover. And this does also apply to, max strength and absolute strength to a lesser degree. If you want to...
This guy's, weird frog face reminds me of something. There's, some cartoon where his face just looks really familiar. Yeah, I think this is it, kinda. Yeah, something about that just reminds me of The Hobbit from the animated movie.
To exert yourself maximally, it's not only about having the biggest muscle, and it's not only necessarily about being the strongest, it's about being able to relax everything else. So when you consider there's a large amount of technique involved in your ability to exert power and max strength, that also underscores why it's so difficult to compare strength to strength. And again, you can have great technique in some areas and great ability to control your muscles in others, but at the same time be really stiff and awkward and tense in other areas, meaning that you're actually very powerful in terms of your pure potential, but you can't tap into it because you can't move properly. So again, it really depends on what you want and what you mean by strength, because it's not that simple. And what this also helps to illustrate, I think, is just all the different elements that go into any kind of strength. So if you want to improve your absolute strength, for example, then you need to think about having fast twitch muscle fiber. And at the same time though, you also need to think about how you recruit that fast twitch muscle fiber. So you need a good neural drive, a good mind-muscle connection. On top of that though, you're also going to need strong tendons, because it's not just about how strong the muscle is, it's also about how strong the tendon is, because you need to be able to transfer that force. You need thick muscle fiber, which you're going to get through resistance training. It's going to create micro tears and this will grow back thicker. And then you need good technique, because
yeah, muscle doesn't grow due to micro tears.
even something like a deadlift or a squat or a bench press requires good technique in order to be able to perform the movement efficiently and to have enough power when you do so. So all those different things factor into absolute strength. But then if you want strength endurance, if you're interested in how long you can use
There's no such thing as strength endurance.
utilize that strength for, well then, again, you're going to need to consider the muscle fiber type. Now you might want a slightly higher ratio of the slower twitch fibers, but still powerful enough to exert lots of strength. You just need a little bit more efficiency there as well. But it also comes down to your cardiovascular fitness, because you need to deliver the oxygen around the body. You also need to make sure that your muscles themselves have got a good blood supply. So through angiogenesis, you can increase the blood supply to the muscles. It's about the efficiency of your mitochondria, it's about glycogen. But at the same time, it's even been shown to increase your myonuclei count. So you're creating more myonuclei nation by using all the muscle fibers and connective tissues. Even your cardiovascular fitness comes into play.
This guy's fitness content is fucking garbage. Like, that was literally a complete waste of time where you learned absolutely nothing and just gave bullshit, stupid, nonsense fucking advice. Like, he literally thinks strength training doesn't increase power production. Like, he knows nothing. I think he's a genuine dickhead, too. Like, you have to be a dickhead to make this video. Like, saying steroids decrease sports performance? Like, he's just an asshole.
Bit about this at the start of the week, but we have to follow up because Donald Trump's so-called landslide victory, which gives him a supposed mandate,
Forgot my namification, don't need chillers. Does this guy's lift suck ass, so he's coping? Yeah. He doesn't have any good impressive lifts, so he ends up making cope videos talking about how, well, strength is really complicated and there's no actual way to objectively measure strength. That's all he fucking does. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification.
is being used to defend so many of the choices that Donald Trump is now making with regard to cabinet and nominations and policy promises. But that victory has shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. In fact, it's experienced so much shrinkage that it is really now just a tiny little embarrassment. With every passing day, the margin has declined. It is now 1.6 percentage points and just roughly 2.5 million votes. Now, for context, Hillary Clinton in 2016 won the popular vote by 2.1%. That's more than 25% more than Trump's popular vote victory. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 2.8 million votes, hundreds of thousands of votes more than Donald Trump's victory. And Trump, as of now, is underperforming Hillary Clinton in 2016. He has indeed failed to get 50% of the vote. And yet, much of the justification that Republicans are giving for, well, listen, Pete Hegseth accused of this and that and has no qualifications. Matt Gaetz accused of this and this and this and this and this and that and paying for it on Venmo and has no qualifications. Trump.
So that's funny. My one prediction was right. He actually didn't win the popular vote.
Trump won a massive victory. It was a landslide. He gets to do whatever he wants now, even recess appointments, if that's how he has to do it to get his cabinet confirmed. None of this is the will of the people, but more importantly, there is no mandate when most voters voted for someone else. I want you to think back, as I said Monday, to how much respect Republicans gave Barack Obama when he won twice with real majorities. Obama! They gave him no respect. They didn't acknowledge any mandate. And so we should respect Trump's non-existent mandate just as much as they respected Barack Obama's much more.
E equals MC squared. Every great nerd knows that really E squared equals M squared C to the power of 4 plus P squared C squared. But what does that even mean? Oh, I'll tell you. But today, I'd like to invite you to an even higher level of nerddom. There may be even more add-ons to Einstein's famous equation that will make even the greatest nerds quiver in their nerd merch, if they turn out to be real, because they could point the way to the quantum structure of space-time. A top contender for the most profound insight in the history of physics was a little idea by Galileo 400 years ago. He realized that speed is relative in a fundamental way. Galilean relativity, or Galilean invariance, states that the laws of physics should be...
You know what, I'm too fucking tired. I gotta just get to bed. We'll watch this tomorrow. Alright, well... I really need to fucking sleep. I think I've streamed for 13 hours today. Yeah, didn't I do like 5 or 6 hours in the morning? No. So we've basically been streaming for... I almost streamed for 7 hours. So it's been like 8 hours plus... like 6.5. So 13.5 or 14.5 hours. So I've been streaming a lot today. I need to get some sleep. I will be on tomorrow. Possibility that there will be a gaming stream tomorrow morning. But we'll see. But regardless, I'll be on tomorrow night. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.